Welcome to magnificent Monza, one of the world's great circuit, for the 8th of 10 rounds of the Fanatec GT World Challenge, powered by AWS. With the battle for the Endurance Series honours reaching a critical point, this circuit, now more than 100 years old, remains a temple of speed, with all of the teams and manufacturers here to try and add their names to its rich and fabled history. Difference in lap times are always minute at Monza, so the teams know that every fraction of a second that they can find with their setup could help their drivers to get closer to the front of the grid in qualifying, and so give them a greater opportunity of reaping rich rewards at the end of the 3-hour enduro. The track has a new surface for 2024, offering a great deal more grip, and this has given the team's engineers and drivers plenty to consider as they hunt the best way to find the speed they will need to succeed. And with 52 cars entered across the 4 classes, it is never going to be less than busy out on the track. Anything can happen, and the teams are going to have to be right on their tiptoes to make sure their cars across the 4 classes have every chance of success here at Monza. The 4 Fanatec GT World Challenge Series span the globe, in America, Asia and Australia, as well as here in Europe. And this is the 4th of the 5 endurance rounds in the 10-round European Series, and the title battles are reaching boiling point across the classes, with just a pair of sprint races at Barcelona in October and the final enduro round in Saudi Arabia to follow. In the Pro class, Aston Martin leads the way, with Marco Sorensen, Matthias Drudi and Niki Thiem arriving with a 15-point lead, with 26 points up for grabs here at Monza and 34 at the finale in Jeddah. A podium finish is an absolute must for them and will put them on the brink of landing the title.
We come here to go all out for the win. If we can get the win, we're definitely going to take the win. There's no doubt about that. It's a pressure we like as racing drivers, obviously, to be put in a position where we're actually leading the championship is a pleasure. So we just have to keep this work going that we've been doing all year with consistently getting points. I'm hoping very hard that we can keep it up here in Monza and still get some good points on the board.
Consistent scoring in their Trezor Attempter Racing Audi has been key to Christopher Haase, Alex Ark and Ricardo Feller coming to Monza second in the points table, but they know they really need to win to have a chance of moving into the points lead.
We had quite a turbulent year so far, but we are still in the championship fight. We are in the 2nd position right now. I think it's great when you are in a position where you can hunt the front runners, but at the same time you should be minimum in the top 5. So this has to be our target, and at the very end use every little strategic movement to then get on to the top step.
Victory last time out at the Nürburgring has rocketed Marco Mappelli, Jordan Pepper and Franck Pereira into 3rd place in the endurance title battle, and Mappelli would love to improve on that by winning on home ground at Monza.
For sure, it's mandatory not to make mistake. We have to keep the title battle alive, that's for sure. The team is pumped, everybody prepared the car really well, and we are all focused on our job. And for sure will be a tough battle in the last 2 races, but it's nice to be here in Monza. It's always a cool track, and so we're looking forward to the race.
There is a shuffled lineup at AF Corsa, with Vincent Abril moving across in the number 71 entry to join Alessandro Pierguidi and Alessio Rivera in the number 51 crew. And Pierguidi will be feeling extra pressure to succeed in front of the Tifosi.
Normally, finish second in a 24-hour Spa is a great result, but this year not for us. It was a nightmare actually, but anyway, we score a lot of points. We are still in the fight for the championship. Now we are here in Monza in front of our Tifosi. We try to score as maximum point we need to be in the fight for the lead of the championship. We are still 2 races to go. We will try our best in our home race.
In the gold class for gold and silver ranked drivers, sitting 3rd in the class but fully 38 points behind the class leading Santalot Racing Audi, Hout Racing teams Michele Beretta, Arjun Maini and Yusuf Awega know that a win is the minimum result they need to achieve in their Mercedes here at Monza.
I think we are in a good position to fight for the win in the Gold Cup, because the last 2 races we finished on the podium. Yes, it was a very nice day because tarmac was new, a lot of grip. I like the way they make the curbs and the new gravel, so no more track limits, more challenging, and I love being in Monza because it's a very special feeling for me.
Almanar Racing arrive at Monza in an upward swing of form in the gold class that's moved them to within 9 points of the class lead. And Al Faisal Al Dubair is confident that he, Dominic Baumann and newcomer Brock Feeney can deliver at Monza.
For us, I think it's more comfortable. We're confident in the package we have. Last 2 rounds being here in Monza and Jeddah. And it's just 9 points behind, and we're quite comfortable from 3rd place. I believe it's around 30 points. So for us, we can just go all out this weekend.
Victory in the gold class is a must for the Italian trio of Lorenzo Patrese, Lorenzo Ferrari and Leonardo Moncini in their Tresa Attempto Racing Audi, not just because they're on home ground, but because they have 46 points off the class lead.
The last few races have been going really well, so we feel really confident. My teammates have been doing a great job this season, so the objective obviously is to keep going like this. I always enjoyed driving the Audi here. Last year we were also very fast, both in quali, both in the race pace, so I'm quite confident, yes.
In the silver class, for all silver-ranked drivers, 3 Mercedes crews fill the top 3 positions in class, with Tanart Safian-Tirakel, Dan Arrow and Colin Carasani leading the way for Winward Racing from the number 10 Boots and VDS entry and Get Speed Racing's number 3, in which Anthony Bartone is learning his way and knowing that keeping out of trouble at Monza is almost as important as ultimate speed in the packed field of cars. At this temple of speed, it's going to be tight, it's going to be tough. You've got to keep your nose clean.
A lot of these circuits I've never been to, so yesterday was my first day driving in Italy ever. That obviously puts us a little bit on the back foot, but the game plan's the same as typical. We maximize on pit stops, we don't have any contact and try to keep the cleanest race. And if we could do all of those and maximize on that, then we should be towards the front of the class, and then we see where we end up in the last 30 minutes.
In the bronze class, you can have a platinum driver along with a silver and a bronze. And the class is being led by Andrea Bertolini, Jeff Michiels and his father Louis Michiels in the number 52 AF Corsa Ferrari. They haven't had a class win yet, but they've been super consistent and they're looking for more of the same here on home ground.
As an Italian driver, drive with the Ferrari is something difficult to explain. I was lucky in my career to race many years here, but believe me that every time is something special. For the championship, just 4 points, so it's better to be focused, to optimize the weekend, to avoid any mistake and to score important points. This is the only way.
There are just 2 names down on the entry list for the number 66 Tresa Attempto Racing Audi, and this will make things more of a challenge. Andrei Mukasov will do 1 stint, but it's going to be tough for Max Hoffa. He's doing a double.
We struggled a bit over the year. We had a really good race in Spa, winning the race, which was super good for us. 2 DNFs, winning 1 race out of 5 doesn't help you win a championship. So we need to score some points this weekend. I think we have a good car underneath us, so let's see what we are capable to achieve.
Eddie Cheever, Chris Froggatt and Jonathan Wee are just 4 points off the bronze class lead, so they'll be doing their absolute utmost to get their Sky Tempesta Racing Ferrari to the finish ahead of the number 52 AF Corsa Ferrari.
First of all, we have to stay out of trouble, and in Monza, trouble is it can be easily found, but we've been doing this championship for so many years and we were pretty good at staying out of trouble, so fingers crossed it's going to be like this even for this race. And yeah, we're in competition for the overall. That's really important, because if we win it, we can finally, let's say, put the crown on our dream of going to Le Mans all 3 together, and why not try to win even the endurance? That would be really important.
Wow, here we are at Monza for the Fanatec GT World Challenge powered by the AWS. It's the 4th of the 5 endurance rounds. We've got the final one of those at Jeddah at the end of November, but it's all eyes focused on the amazing circuit. Crowds have come in, the weather has turned out nice. My name's Bruce Jones, and alongside me I've got John Watson. The stage is well and truly set for 3 hours that I'm sure are going to be packed with fireworks.
Well, it's another glorious afternoon here at Monza, just a little bit cooler than yesterday. That'll please the teams. And I've never seen as big a crowd here for one of our events. This has turned out to be a fantastic venue, not just for this particular event, but actually at the time of year. And there we see the Monza circuit. It's a total of 11 turns, now segmented by those 3 chicanes, the Variante at the first one, then the second one, second Variante, then the third one, the Ascari chicane. And then Monza, you've got Lesmo 1, turn 6, Lesmo 2, turn 7. Turn 7 heavily modified a number of years ago to slow down the exit. And then really everything else is pretty much as the same. Turn 11, we call it Parabolica. It was recently renamed Michele Alboreto Curve. But to most people, I think, who come to Monza, there's always going to be Parabolica.
Now, over the winter, the track was resurfaced, and it certainly gave the engineers and the drivers a bit of head scratching to work out how to use the new extra grip. But if you're a Ferrari fan, you are going to be smiling, because it's number 51 that has taken pole position. But let's have another Italian giving us a drive around the circuit. He's fabulous on 2 wheels. He's now brilliant on 4. His name is Valentino Rossi in the number 46 Team WRT BMW.
Di Monza con la BMW M4 GT3, quindi pista velocissima, rettilini lunghi. Partiamo, siamo sul rettilineo principale, ci arriva la prima variante che è molto stretta, si stacca più o meno a 150 metri, staccata molto violenta, destra-sinistra molto stretto, si può usare prima o seconda, dipende dalle macchine, dallo stile di guida. Usiamo la sinistra, in questo caso io l'ho fatta in prima, e poi ci si rilancia in un altro rettilineo dove in mezzo c'è la curva 3, si fa pieno, e un altro rettilineo dove si arriva in sesta un'altra volta, quindi si arriva alla staccata della seconda variante che si chiama Roggia, attorno ai 280 all'ora, un po' meno stretta della prima variante, infatti si fa in seconda. Rispetto alla prima variante si salta molto sui cordoli, soprattutto nella prima sinistra, per riuscire a uscire dalla destra il più dritto possibile. Poi c'è un altro rettilineo piuttosto corto dove si arriva a mettere la quarta marcia, arriva nella prima millesima, che è la curva 6. Tardare un po' l'entrata, cercare di andare a prendere il cordolo e appena tocchi il cordolo gas per l'uscita, attaccata più o meno ai 50, e scala in terza, si taglia sul cordolo interno. Alla seconda di lesmo si va sul rettilineo del serraglio dove si rimette la sesta marcia ancora una volta e si passa sotto, dove sopra passa la vecchia sopraelevata a 2,70, 2,60. Si arriva alla variante a scarico, molto tecnico di questa pista. Cala dalla sesta alla terza, deve tagliare molto la prima sinistra, se riesce a farla bene. A curva 9 a destra e la curva 10 a sinistra sono piene, asfalto nuovo e con i cordoli più bassi è diventata molto più facile. Si ritorna in un altro rettilineo da sesta marcia che porta all'ultima curva, famosa parabolica, curva molto difficile anche questa qui, scalano velocemente 3 marce, si potrebbe provare anche a fare in quarta, bisogna andare al cordolo, bene, appena sei il cordolo bisogna dare gas, cercare di mettere la macchina un pochino in sottosterzo e farla scivolare l'uscita, e poi è una curva che apre molto. Poi via, tutto pieno, e tutto in accelerazione, si taglia il traguardo e via, è pronto per un altro giro. Ciao ragazzi!
Valentino Rossi, such a cool dude, and just talking us around the lap. And it's brilliant every time you get an onboard lap, John, and to have it explained at the same time, you can really start to sense the movement the driver is experiencing in the car.
Well, first of all, it's a totally different perspective than that we see from the cameras that are around the circuit, so you're absolutely on board with Valentino for their lap.
Right, Aston Martin rule the waves at the moment. Come2 Racing arrive here with a 15-point margin over the Audi of Christopher Haase, Ricardo Feller and Alex Acker. They haven't qualified so well, but Jordan Pepper, Marco Mappelli, Frank Pereira up into third place in the championship with victory in the last endurance round at the Nürburgring. But look for Alessia Rivera, Alessandro Pierguidi, their number 51 Ferrari is starting on pole position here. So if they can maintain that position or stay in the top 2 or 3 positions across the 3 hours, we'll have a change. But starting right at the sharp end of the grid, second on the grid, is the championship leading Aston Martin. It sort of crept up slowly through qualifying, but qualifying aggregate across 3 drivers, 3 sessions, and they're right in there in the mix. And a few other front-running crews. Look out for the number 48 crew. They're down in 11th place. Maro Engel's definitely in the mix. And Jules Gounon, the number 2 Mercedes. That car is going very well indeed. Mercedes hadn't really shown their hand until the number 48 crew qualified 3rd for this race here at Monza. But every single time you talk about a race at Monza, you have to think about what's going to happen going into the first chicane on the opening lap. So many are sought out. No wonder the grandstands filled down there. The reflections of the cars lined up along the pit apron in the windows above of the media centre, the VIP suites. It makes it a beguiling place, but the fact the track layout has changed really so little across the years. We've just got the number 46 BMW working its way round. Of course, that was the car in which Valentino Rossi gave us that great example. It'd be Raffaele Marciello, the Swiss racer, who's starting that from 7th place on the grid. But we've got a fantastic spread of manufacturers, John. Look at the grid. We've got a Ferrari on top from an Aston Martin, a Mercedes, a BMW, a Porsche, a Lamborghini. I make that 6 manufacturers in the top 6 positions.
Well, as ever here at Monza, it's always going to be a very big field, 52 cars, and all trying to get into turn 1. That's the first chicane. And to manage to get through there cleanly without any contact, I've watched the GT4 race, and certainly in the mid-pack, a lot of drivers had to take the escape route, or some cut across the inside of the turn 2. So it's always a bit messy. But for those at the very front there in that fortunate position, they're not going to get sort of embroiled in those kind of battles. One would say that's what I hope will be the case. And again, with such a large field all around the racetrack, and now because the runoff areas, which were at one point tarmac, have been now replaced with gravel. There you can see on the exit of Lesmo 2. If you go into that gravel, you're likely to get bogged down in it, or if you don't get bogged down in it, you're going to shower the racetrack with the gravel that you bring back on. So that's a major difference, and it will have a bearing, I suspect, on the 3 hours this afternoon.
Just having a little look, seems to be a lot of smoke coming out of the back, unless it was a dusty circuit that Thomas Neubauer was driving over, because they would have swept up. Oh no, maybe there is just a slight problem for the second AF course of Ferrari. I thought for a second they'd cleaned up the track after the Lesmos.
Well, coming out of Lesmo 2, there was certainly, I thought, like a line where maybe a car had dropped oil and they put down what they call speedy dry, and that was evident on the exit from Lesmo 2. But just watching the Ferrari all the way up through to the Ascari chicane and then down to Parabolica, there still appeared to be a residue of something coming from the rear of that 71 Ferrari. It may just be that whatever it picked up, it was just being dissipated bit by bit through the third sector, the last sector of this lap.
Well, this is due to be starting 11th on the grid. The sister car, number 51, is the one starting from pole position. So if there is a problem with either of these cars, the Tifosi would still prefer. Right, it goes over the curbs. It's not on the track. The track is completely dry. It's a mechanical problem, John, of some sort, but what can we identify?
Oh, you can see, yes, yes, it was the rear of the car. I mean, that looks to me that's something, either a wheel touching bodywork or there's some kind of fluid. Look,
it's
you can see
a trail.
It's like oil. I mean, that's like an oil pipe has split or detached or done something. When the car came out of Parabolica at a much lower speed, it didn't appear to be a problem. But clearly on the exit of Lesmo, you could see how much and it did look to me like that was a fluid, and it was coming from the right rear of the car. Now, I don't know where the oil-water radiators are based.
It's really steaming now. It's come to a standstill down in its 11th place on the grid. The AF course, the Ferrari mechanics are going to have to get down there. Well, let's keep an eye on that one.
In that case, if it's steaming, it can only be one thing. Water.
Yeah, water indeed. I thought you were about to jump in. So Marshall's turning up with fire extinguishers just in case. Thomas Neubauer is going to hop out. He'll have looked at the vital signs in that car. Probably struggling to breathe. It looks like the cockpit was quite full. He was wafting away. So for the Tifosi, potentially one of their front-running cars, but not their ultimate front-running car. This is the one that's qualified down in 11th position. That's still a good position on the grid, and Marshall's lying down low to take a look to see what is leaking out of the back. So plenty of drama in the countdown to the race. The front-running cars still working their way past it.
But I mean, these cars are very difficult to work on. The engines are buried so deep in the chassis that it's quite difficult, because the bodywork is now so wide that you've got to lean across, and by the time you've leant across, there's not much left of your body then to dive down into the engine by itself. And the easiest way to do it would be take the car off the grid, put it back in the garage, and put it up in the air to see where the problem actually is lying.
Well, I really thought that the first drama we'd have in this race would be the charge with the field going down to the first chicane on the opening lap, but we've already had the first drama. Hopefully that will be sorted out for Thomas Neubauer in the number 71 Ferrari, but certainly drama for him, for Ye Yifei and David Vidalis, his two teammates in that 71 AF Corsa Ferrari. But for everyone else around them on the grid and in front and behind them, they've got to keep their cool and go through their regular countdown the race to the procedures, still waiting for the first couple of rows of cars to come down onto the grid.
Oh, Augusto Farfus just went out of shot there in the 998 Rover Racing BMW. He is going to start, so the Brazilian driver will have the honour of taking the first hour, and well, we're just watching the field make their way through.
Championship leading car, 007 on the door, 002. That's its position on the grid, flashing on the windscreen. And Matteo Drudi is leading that car around to start on the outside of the front row. But of course, the car that will be starting on pole position will be number 51. So 52 cars coming around. One potentially got a problem, which is the number 71 Ferrari, but everyone else slotting into their position. They can only focus on what they do in the countdown to the start of the race. So let's just run down the order. Starting from pole position will be the number 51, Alessio Rivera, driven Ferrari from AF Corsa. Matteo Drudi, the honour for the Italian driver with two Danes, will be starting second in the number 7 Aston Martin. Lucas Howe will be starting in third, and number 48, Mercedes. And then Sheldon van der Linde will be starting fourth in a car in which his two teammates, Dries van Toor and Charles Weerts, actually lead the overall European title race at the moment. That's including the sprint races as well. And the 71 Ferrari, they're taking the sensible course of action. There's nothing they seem to think they can identify on the grid. Maybe they're going to have to put that back into the pit garage. So the 11th place grid starting slot is being emptied. And they, of course, will want to keep their focus on the car that's starting from pole position. Only now is that just being wheeled in position, car number 51. But the sister car, 71, look at these fabulous aerial shots, pulling into position at the front end of the grid. But a few places further back is where we've got the missing car. There is the Aston Martin coming into the outside of the front row. And they're, unfortunately, in the pit lane, but not in the pit garage. But they're having a look, and maybe they'll just have to make a pit lane start. And absolutely, John, your point is right about having to get deep into that engine bay is not the easy moment. The engine fairly much filling the recess there. Last few cars still coming into position, but drama aplenty for AF Corsa.
Yeah, I found them. So the crowd sitting patiently waiting for this race to get underway. It's a 3-hour race. Pit stops will come approximately around about the 50-odd minutes or so into the race, and it's a slight change from the previous rules and regulations, but everybody is fully aware of that, and it'll make an interesting challenge to adapt to this revision that's just been announced prior to Sunday's 3-hour at Monza. Kevin Estre, hero, Porsche star, he's driving in the CL Schumacher Porsche, and Kevin starting back, I think, just looking to see where that car is on the grid. Back on the third row of the grid, 1:45.874. That was basically the combined time of the 3 qualifying sessions.
Now, so they're talking about all that lies ahead of them. But, John, something a little bit different for this 3-hour race, because we're going to have an extra pit stop. We came here expecting to have 2 pit stops, but we're going to have 1 extra.
Yes, I mean, this is the revision that came out a little bit earlier this weekend, but it's only being implemented now. So, again, how teams will deal with that, it will be interesting, because it throws sort of a curved ball into what would have been the traditional strategy where you'd had 2 pit stops, you know, in, out, tyres, fuel, driver changes. So, yes, it's going to be sort of a trip into the unknown for some people.
Well, let's head down and get a feeling from the outside of the front row with Matthias Drudy. He's starting the number 7 Aston Martin. He's with Gemma.
Mattia, keeping yourself hydrated. It's hot and very different to the conditions we had this morning in qualifying.
Yeah, we had the same yesterday. This morning was really cool and actually perfect weather to be fast. Now it's warming up a bit. I think it's already over the peak of the day, so it should cool down during the race, I think. But I mean, it's not a bad spot where to start from. So I think the pace we have is not too bad. So I'm looking forward to the race.
Everybody always talks about turn 1 here because it's a long straight run into it, and you're alongside your championship rivals. What are we expecting?
Some nice actions, I would say. No, I think yeah, clean action for sure. Now the turn 1 and 2 are a bit wider with the new configuration. It's a bit easier to go side by side, but turn 1 you never know what happens. We had some big moments in the past at the start of this race, but I hope everything will be clean, and then the race is long anyway.
Thank you very much. Have a great race.
Thank you.
So much atmosphere down on the grid. The 163 Lamborghini from the Grasser Racing team is one that took victory last time out, the last of the endurance rounds, the third of the endurance rounds. That's at the Nürburgring. And Frank Pereira will be starting that. That's a really, really strong driver lineup. They're starting from 1, 2, 3, 4, 6th position on the grid. They're the 6th of the manufacturers in those top 6 positions, and a lot to be considered, but so much to be fought for. But how much of a risk you take on the run down to the opening corner? Well, Frank, he's cool, calm and collected.
Yeah, it's the third row of the grid, so you can't really do anything until the lights go out. Once that's happened, then let's go racing, guys. And it is the run down into the first chicane. The top speed of all these different brands is very similar. There's not much to give and take. The only benefit that you have is, of course, if you're following a group of cars, they're punching a hole in the air for you. So you may be able to pick up a little bit of a slipstream, but everybody will be uber defensive as they make their way down into the first chicane, not wanting to leave any gaps open, and at the same time seeking a way to find make some further progress themselves.
Exactly. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be tight. Now, let's go down to the number 48 Mercedes crew. Starting third on the grid, we've got Daniel Morad and Maro Engel with Gemma.
Daniel Maro, great to see you down here at the front end of the grid. It's interesting to see how many different marks we've got running within the top 6, and that's unusual to see.
It's always really tight in this category in GT World Challenge, and yeah, I mean, we're happy. Our car is working well, and I think we all three of us did a good job in qualifying, so hopefully we can have a good race.
Well, you mentioned how it's always tight. Daniel, there was 1 second between 46 drivers yesterday, and it wasn't far off of that in qualifying this morning.
I believe it was 47 drivers. It's incredibly tight. I mean, this is just, I mean, we talk about it. It's probably one of the most competitive grids in the world, and it's an honor. It's nice to be up front. Great teammates, really nice program this year, and so diverse at the front with the different brands, and we're going to do our best with the Mercedes AMG GT3 up at the front.
Realistically, is it going to be a good circuit for the Mercedes this afternoon with the temperatures as they are and the track conditions with the modifications?
I'm hoping so. I mean, usually, obviously, we have good tire life, but with this new tarmac we have here in Monza, I think everyone gets better tire life, so hopefully we can still have an advantage. And obviously, there's been a change in regulation regarding the pit stop, so 1 extra pit stop for everyone, so we'll see how that plays out. But yeah, we're feeling good and confident, and hopefully we can have a strong run.
Thank you very much. Have a great race, both of you.
Thank you.
And that pit stop is going to be pivotal. It's an additional pit stop, so we have to see how that's going to fare out. But fundamentally, it says it will not be permitted to change driver or tyres, except in the case of a puncture or damage, in that third pit stop. So it's a splash and dash to the end.
Yeah, but it does change the race strategies, and particularly for one crew you have to think about. The number 66 Tracer Attempter racing car, they've just got 2 drivers in that car, but I guess they're going to have to put one for maybe one of the drivers, Andrei Mukazov, who's only going to do once, he's going to have to do that one because there is no driver change, and then the other 2 will be Max Hoffa. But anyhow, many things to consider, but the cars largely used to, of course, come in at the end of 1 hour, at the end of 2 hours, and the race would end after 3.
This is why I love Monza. The grid is absolutely heaving, and that is what you get. The Tifosi who come to the Grand Prix, but who are out here in force as well. They have a Ferrari on pole position. Of course, that was only determined this morning, but the Alessio, Alessandro Rovera, Vincent Abril, and Alessandro Pierguidi has been quick all weekend, and the jungle drums beat, and the word about Ferrari being competitive at Monza, possibly winning. The message is out there.
You never know, but bear in mind this meeting was traditionally the opening round of the championship, often held in March, often not in good weather. We're in lovely weather in autumn, and there is a man enjoying it. He was our guide for the lap around the track, Valentino Rossi. He has travelling army of fans, not just in Italy, but he always looks so he's just out for a bit of a laugh, a bit of a drive, but he is deadly serious and certainly going very well. His car will be starting from the front end. But let's go down and join Gemma. She's grabbing another interview. On this occasion, it's Louis Pret.
Louis, a pole position for you guys in bronze. It's an impressive performance so far this weekend.
Yeah, honestly, I think all season we have been very strong in qualifying. In endurance, we didn't get the luck yet that we should have had. So I hope that this time we'll be able to finish the race properly and without any issues. But for the moment, it looks good.
Absolutely well. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's sharing with Adam Smalley and Miguel Ramos, and starting very well placed, that number 188 McLaren. So good job from Louis.
Yeah,
Pret.
and they're starting on the 5th row of the grid, so they're in that sort of front group of cars that are, have a significant advantage over the bulk of the field, because as the lead front row moves off, the second, third, fourth, and fifth will be able to move in unison, and hopefully they'll get down to turn 1 before what might be confusion, let's call it that, unleashes itself down at the first chicane.
Yeah, nice little touch there is the fact that a driver he's raced with a lot over the years, Vincent Abril, has also got pole. That's the ultimate pole in that 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. Good to see that the fans actually have to wear caps, not just to show allegiance, but to keep the sun out of their eyes. It really has turned out very nicely this weekend at Monza.
Well, I've been coming to Monza since, I don't know, I was a boy. And here, September is always the month of the year where I think this place really stands out. And right now, the Royal Park looks fantastic.
Well, we're looking down at Valentino Rossi's car. Let's hear the thoughts of the great man. He's with Gemma.
I think we can say it's crazy here in Monza for you, for the Tifosi here to see you. Another home race and a wonderful feeling, right?
Yes, it's difficult to manage, but it's a great pleasure because already last year I have a lot of people, but I think that this year a lot more, and it's a great atmosphere because you are here in Monza where you have a lot of history of car racing. So we will start at 7. This morning the quali was not too bad, and we are quite competitive. So now Lello will start, and we will see what's happened.
I mean, it's a fantastic driver lineup for sure, and it's been great to see your journey over the last few years. And here in Monza, I know everyone's delighted. Do you want to give a little wave to the fans for us as well?
Ciao ragazzi! ciao a tutti.
Thank you, Vale. Have a great race.
Well, Valentino Rossi, what would be the ultimate thrill for the Tifosi if he's racing a Ferrari? Just imagine what that would do. But he's waving the standard, an entertainer, and increasingly quick. And what a couple of teammates he's got in Maxime Martin and Raffaele Marcello as well. So look for progress from the 46 through the course of the race.
Well, Valentino has had the opportunity to drive for the Ferrari team in private practice and he's driven a Formula One car. So he's now a fully professional race car driver. His brand is now BMW. That's BMW Italia. Give him huge support, and it's a very valuable contribution to their marketing program here in Italy. And they're looking forward to seeing the 46 car making progress. And with Lello, or as you might call him, not Valentino.
Well, let's go down and catch up with Jonathan Thuy for Sky Tempesta Racing Ferrari. He's with Gemma.
Jonathan, it's all about that final fight now for the championship in the penultimate endurance race, and I think there's a deficit of 4 points for you guys. What's the plan today?
Well, the plan now, we're starting Chris. Hopefully he can make up a couple positions at the beginning or stay close. And it's going to be a long race. We know the beginning will be quite tricky. And even if we don't get ahead of our competitors, then we have to keep scoring points. So we got to keep going like that.
Chris was saying he's loving being back in the Ferrari, a circuit here that is very much suited to that brand.
Yeah, I think we've gone pretty well here. We had a difficult weekend in Manicourt, but I think we're back on pace this weekend. I had a bit of a difficult qualifying and I let the team down, stuck behind traffic, but that's how it is sometimes. But P5 is not bad, so we'll try, see what we can do.
Thank you very much. Have a great race, Jonathan.
Cheers.
And of course, Jonathan Thuy was talking about his position in class. The car is down on the 14th row of the grid, so pretty much halfway down this grid. Now we can get to see the cars. We can see the gap, top right-hand corner, where the 71 Ferrari should be starting. They wheeled into the pit lane. I can't actually see it in the pit lane. I think it's gone back into the AF Corsa pit garage.
Oh, no, that car's off the grid. They would have to put it in the garage to get the full team to be able to work on the car. So they will have that car in there. Whether the car will ever be made available, because we don't know what that was. We assume it was fluid. It looked like it was water. The way the car was steaming, it was like a kettle on maximum attack, and they've got to put the car back. Now, if there's potentially any damage to the engine as a consequence of whatever that fluid was, then that would mean the car's unlikely to start. But it is access to these cars, and particularly something deep, very deep inside the rear engine bay. It's almost impossible to work at it, certainly on the racetrack, and it's not much easier on the actual pit lane. So you just put it back on the dollies into the garage, and then everybody can get stuck in.
Everything is astonishing. Look at this grid of cars. It's phenomenal. All the manufacturers, 6 in the top 6 positions. So super close in time. And there's Laurent Godin in the middle of the grid where he's just checking his posse. There is a lot. Get those engines fired up. That's the message he's giving. And what a show we're putting on the road. Fanatec GT World Challenge. It's actually going to end the European Series in Saudi Arabia. We've got a sprint round still to come in October at Barcelona, but then territory new for these GT races at the end of November. That's going to be quite an experience.
Oh, believe me, that is going to be one event. It's a 6-hour event as well. It'll probably start, well, it will start in daylight and it'll run into darkness. Of course, it's a fully illuminated circuit, the Jeddah circuit. It will be a stunning event, and it'll be a massive challenge, because I don't know if any of the competitors who will be attending, or certainly none of them here, will have actually competed on that circuit. So it's new territory for everybody.
Well, actually, it's better that it is for everybody rather than just for some, be an even playing field, and a very fast and daunting playing field it will be. But right now, here's our own playing field. It's Monza. It's the Temple of Speed. A gap on the grid. That's 11th place. That's where the 71 AF Corsa Ferrari should have been. You can see a trail of liquid from that. But everybody else, the rows keep on going back and back and back, almost to the end of the Parabolica. And watching. Is he going to finish in second place? No, just victory perhaps. That's Valentino Rossi. His car is being started from 7th on the grid with Raffaele Marcello at the wheel. But it's Alessio Rivera who leads away in the AF Corsa Ferrari. That's car number 51. They'll be starting from pole position.
Now the cars have been out, they've done their exploratory lap, they've come and sat on the grid. Track temperature is reasonably comfortably warm. You're looking at what's 39.4 degrees, which is pretty good. So there will be a residue of temperature in the tyres, but this is the same old story. We go through it in and out every weekend. Tyre temperatures fall away, but tyre pressures fall away.
Alessio Rivera on pole, the 51 Ferrari, alongside the championship leading Aston Martin Matthias Drudy. Best of the Mercedes, Lucas Auer, car number 48, alongside the 32 Audi, Sheldon van der Linde, BMW, Einchen Gouven, Porsche from 5th, Frank Pereira, Lamborghini 6th, then Raffaele Marcello, that's Rossi's car, starting from 7th. Alongside you then got David Pittard, another Aston Martin, and so it goes. Louis Pret, the top bronze qualifier, in 9th position. That's super impressive. The one that's missing is number 71, Thomas Neubauer's car. Good run there for Charles Clark. He'll be starting at the top gold class car. That's also an Aston Martin. Some good. The bronze championship leaders, that's Louis Machiels, 52 AF Corsa Ferrari. Paul Everard, he's leading the gold class, second on the grid in terms of that category here today. And look out for Leonardo Moncino, that number 88 Trezor Tepto Audi has been doing great things in the gold class as well. Alex Arca, that's a car that needs to come forward. It's second in the championship, the number 99. And then in behind Mirko Bortolotti, hasn't gone well for them yet in their Lamborghini. That has pace to come. Dan Arrow, his car, the Winward Racing 57 Mercedes, is leading the silver class. Chris Froggatt, yeah, well, look for progress for him in his Audi, in his Ferrari, I beg your pardon, for Sky Tempesta Racing. Andrei Mukazov, he's driving as one of just 2 cars in his entry. Pure Racing haven't found their form yet this weekend, but look for that Porsche making progress. Sergio Setti Camaro, single-seater racing, coming to taste GT3 Racing. And the one and only Ford Mustang starting down in 37th position. It's got a great engine, don't mind. So let's see. And as we go towards the back end of the grid, we've got an extra entry. It's number 15, starting 43rd. BMW Italia Ceccato Racing. Welcome to them. And so we go towards the tail of the grid, and still some runners who could pick up good positions in their class. Look for the Herbert Motorsport Porsche to make progress. And on his own, right at the back of the grid, row 26. That is Till Bechtel-Scheimer, who will be bringing up the rear for how long? Let's see what progress he can make in the Barwell Lamborghini.
Well, there
in
is
the
Ferrari.
garage, there is the 71 car. Still long faces, one mechanic given the task to sort the problem out.
You can see how difficult it is to work on these cars. Basically, you have to put a mechanic into the engine bay, have them standing on the ancillaries to be able to attend to the particular problem.
So you need a mechanic who's both thin and light, doesn't do damage. Now look, already low light start. It's not that low, but it's glinting inside the cockpit. This is the view from the cockpit of the 46 Team WRT BMW. Raffaele Marcello will be starting that. And then just if you just joined us right now ahead of the start of the race, you'd expect 2 pit stops. This weekend, we're having 3 within the 3-hour race. We'll cover those as they come around. So don't expect the stints to be any longer than 50 minutes. That's the maximum stint time. So that first pit stop will come earlier than planned. Minimum pit stop, minimum stint time is 45 minutes. That gives the team scope to chop and change. So right now, as the field's working their way down towards Parabolica, it is a case of the cars trying to get into 2x2 formation. And for the teams also to work out how they're going to handle this extra pit stop, how and when. Chris Froggatt running in the bronze class, back in a Ferrari for Sky Tempesta Racing this year. They had a spell away racing for Mercedes, but we've got a Ferrari on pole. That's precisely what the Tifosi want. Vincent Abril close to the camera, Alessandro Pierguidi in the background, but Alessio Rivera, who qualified fastest in the first of the 3 qualifying sessions. He gets the starting honours alongside fellow Italian racer Matthias Drudy for the Come To You Aston Martin racing crew, leading the championship by 15 points. A big margin, largely thanks to success in winning the Spa 24 Hours. The tension mounts. Who is going to be on the right position to turn first into and possibly out of the first chicane?
Well, the car that ought to be is the 51 Ferrari, because it's going to be on the inside on the rundown into the first chicane. So assuming they go down side by side, it should be Rivera who will have the opportunity to get into the chicane first, but you never know what happens. It's just a question who gets the jump first when these red lights go out, and the pace builds, waiting for the lights to go out, waiting to see.
Nice and neat, waiting for the lights to go to green, and then we'll get the flash. But so many cars to get into the straight line. The lights are red, and it's a very quick throw to green. Looks like it's a very, very tidy. Oh, great moves coming up the grid. It looks as though Sky Tempesta Ferrari's game, but from pole position, the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari's got its nose in front. In second place is the Aston Martin from the outside the front row. The 48 Mercedes diving up the inside. Is that going to take second place? We've got half a dozen cars going straight on. down the escape road. The number 46 BMW has gained place. I think we lost basically cars 6th through to about 9th going up. We're going to have some positions handed back. I was about to say, let's hope we can behave bodywork
The 48
damage.
Mercedes has got bodywork damage to the left rear, and I think the 48 was one of the bodywork has just flown off the Mercedes, I think. So that is real disaster indeed for the Winwood Racing, and what a chaotic start. The Audi coming through there as well. So it's been absolutely manic coming through the second chicane, people just driving straight across it. Now the Porsche was did the right thing, but others just drove across. There will be penalties galore.
Okay, what we got is Ayhan Şengüven in his Porsche up into second place. And talk about the wounded, the Lion Speed GP car missing quite a lot of front bodywork. We've got a Ferrari sitting sideways in the track there. Importantly for our race leader, Alessio Rivera, he was clear of the nonsense that happened behind the carambolage, if you will, and for Dorian Boccolacci's car in the hands of Ayhan Şengüven, that's a Schumacher CLRT Porsche, that has gained many positions to go into second place. Boards being held out, safety car is coming our way. Well, there's no surprise in that.
No, I mean, there was no question. Once you saw those three cars in the position they were in, for sure it had to be a minimum safety car. And we've got double wave yellow flags, and everybody's got to cut down to the mandatory speed.
Now, what I need to see is just how far back the number 7 Aston Martin has gone. I think it's down in about 8th position. So, Rivera, Guvin, Marciello, Muller, Auer, Farfus, Pret, Pittard's Aston Martin. Drudy's down in 9th position. He was second going into the first chicane, but at the inside came the number 48 Mercedes.
Yes,
and then the skittles began.
The Mercedes came down the inside undoubtedly. Whether that was Lucas Auer, just misjudged it, and then he tagged the back of the number 7 Aston Martin, but certainly it all kicked off. Against all my expectations, it kicked off in this instance. I think there's a separate accident all the way down at the second chicane, but it all kicked off in the first chicane, I think, with the move by the 48 Mercedes, which probably tagged the rear corner of the Aston Martin.
I don't know how much damage I have, mate. All okay? I don't know, I don't think so. I can't see the damage. I got massively smashed from behind. Out of nowhere.
So Sheldon van der Linde makes his way into the pit lane, WRT. A car that was a potential race car, the 30 BMW likewise. So that car, Sheldon van der Linde, started on the second row of the grid directly behind the BMW. How it got involved or what happened to him, but it just was absolutely chaotic. You can see the marks just where the cars have gone down the escape road, bodywork here. People cut across the grass, cut across the gravel. I mean, absolutely manic.
Yeah, and it was funny with the first two, well, not funny, but extraordinary with the first two.
Second chicane, Bruce. This is where the second major incident occurred. The Lion Speed Porsche, one of the Mercedes, as I say, the Boots and VDS. The Boots, look at the back of the Boots and VDS. It is just, it's been shortened by, and work going on the Ferrari. I think some assistance being needed to remove the driver. That's the 74, I think.
Yeah, it's one of the Kessel Racing cars, and that has been Ashish Patel, American racer. So that's not what we were looking for. But, well, how did it all go wrong? Certainly, let's take a look at the replay of the start of the race. Great start from the red and yellow Ferrari, and a good start from the outside the front row from the green and yellow Aston Martin, Matteo Drudy. But there was a charge from third on the grid from Lucas Auer. Now, he was actually trying to defend from the Schumacher CLRT Porsche. At this point, it looked safe for the first two cars, but then... Oh, well,
he
now
got tagged by the Porsche, didn't he?
Well, tagged by the Porsche. He squeezed across the nose of the 007 Aston Martin, and that was the blow that Sheldon van der Linde had his BMW for Team WRT put sideways, nose into barrel, looking from above. Gosh, the only place to be was Alessio Rivera's position, and to have the battle for second place, the challenge for second place, going into a game of skittles. You can see how about 15 cars went wide and down the escape road there. Then they accelerated away with places changing all the time. This is a fantastic view as we look down on it. You can see the movement. We thought the blame was with Lucas Auer, but it does look as though Ayhan Şengüven was the one that's in that black and gold Porsche.
I think he hit the back of it,
and that pushed the number 32 to WRT BMW.
He tagged the back of the Mercedes, which then turned it to the left, which then put it into the path of the number 7 Aston Martin. But then the more serious incident occurred coming down into the second chicane. So look, on both, and there you can see what happened. Sheldon van der Linde was on the outside of the Aston Martin. The Mercedes got tagged, pushed in. So there's the Porsche running behind the Mercedes. Watch and see, there's van der Linde to the left alongside. So he goes down the side of the Aston Martin. The Mercedes tags the Aston Martin, which in turn spins around van der Linde.
Well, that was captured perfectly by Raffaele Marciello's onboard camera. You can see cars coming back onto the track. Now we're looking This is the view into the second chicane, riding with Chris Frogat. It's looking tight. Cars bouncing off each other. He gets through, but taken a bit of a shunt from behind, and well, very, very busy. In fact, I think the number 30 Team BMW car came on. Let's take a look. This is the
this all happened, Bruce. This all happened behind what we're watching. These cars are peeling through, but behind there was a serious incident occurring, which is just off camera to the left, and there it is.
There it most certainly is. Ashish Patel's Kessel Racing Ferrari is the one across. Let's take a look at the start again. Absolutely fine for Alessio Rivera. Looked fine for the Aston Martin in the middle of the pack there. Then he has one car on either side. He is given a shove, but I think Lucas Au may or may not have been given a push by that number 22 Porsche.
Yes,
that
but
triggered all of that.
But Bruce also, Matteo Drudi was coming over from right to left, to not to block necessarily, but Sheldon van der Linde was there. So if there was any contact between the Mercedes, which was tagged by the Porsche, which then tagged the BMW, the Aston Martin and BMW, so number 2, that's going to go back into the garage. You can see the dollies on it already.
Well, this was Fabian Schiller's car, and the start of car number 35 is under investigation. That's probably for a jump start more than anything. One of the Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martins. You can see the front bodywork damage straight after that first corner incident. And for the number 2 crew, one of the crews you really expected to do great things, Fabian Schiller, Lucas Stoltz and Jules Gounon. It looks though maybe quite possibly Stoltz and Gounon will not even get to run here at Monza in the race. There's been quite long stops there for the number 30
BMW,
the OQ by Oman Racing, and the sister car effectively from Team WRT. That was the one that was pitched sideways in that schmozzle down at the first corner. Sheldon van der Linde has brought that home.
Interestingly, that car has not gone into its garage. The team only allowed 2 at the time to work on the car, so they're working on the 32 to see if they can get that car ready and get it back out. So the 30 BMW is rolling down, and I think, if you look out your left, Bruce, has the 32 joined as well?
It has indeed. That's been very clever to use what few seconds you can have when the field is running at a bated pace to get your repairs done. But here is our race leader, Alessio Rivera, car number 51, still behind the safety car, but doing that job you have to do, which is keeping heat in your tyres. And Dries has apparently reported, Dries Van Tor, when he came in, when the Sheldon van der Linde brought the 32 BMW in, the car is fine, there is no damage, but it could have been so much worse being pitched off at the first corner.
He got tagged on the side of the car, which literally rotated the car 90 degrees and into the barrier. But the GT3 cars are made in a way where they can actually have a certain amount of physical abuse and still retain integrity. And that looks as if that's the case with the 32 BMW. Sheldon van der Linde thought he had a car that was probably going to be retired, but the team have got it turned around and he's back out on the racetrack. He's probably lost 1 or maybe 2 laps. Well, we're just completing the second lap. So going on to the third lap according to timing and scoring, there is the safety car leading the field through, and there'll be a big cleanup going on down at the second chicane. So that's going to take a little bit of time, I suspect, as well.
Yeah, you'd certainly think so. Quite often, when you get an incident anywhere in the order, a lot of the concertinaing happens further back. And now, just looking at replay, even coming out of the second chicane, very different lines being taken. Yeah. The number 30 BMW getting very, very up close and personal with one of the Garage 59
Well, that's Gustav Alfus in the 998 BMW.
Sorry, 998, yeah.
So he was being pushed a little bit wide. Behind you can see the dust cloud just building, the consequence of then the incident that occurred with a group of cars in the mid to tail end of the field. So
well, you got to field for number 74, the Kessel Racing car, because that's taken a fair bit of damage. And again, at that second chicane, they were still resorting the order. Of course, John, a lot of the cars that ran down the escape road at the first chicane found themselves a little bit out of the pattern. Michael Verhagen is out of action as well in the number 80 Porsche. That's a car entered by Lion Speed GP, of course, we saw.
Yeah, and the Mercedes that we saw down there with the rear end of the car virtually concertinaed was Mejas in the number 10 Butchen VDS. So that car clearly ain't gone anywhere. In fact, it might end up in the Bifford bin. There was so much damage around the rear of the car. It'll not just be bodywork, it'll be structural damage, I suspect, as well.
Yeah, you certainly think that. And of course, no laps on the board as yet for that number 71 AF Corsa Ferrari. Probably got far less damage than some of the cars were inflicted down at that first chicane. And then at the second chicane, just to finish my point, John, of course, the cars were out of order after some had been up the escape road, and then they were trying to go 2 and 3 abreast into the second chicane, which really doesn't work very well.
Well, if you have to take the escape route or you shoot across the grass on the inside and gain positions, you're required to drop back to the approximate position you were before you actually entered into the chicane. So how that's all going to be sorted out by timing and scoring, well, I will leave it to them. Now, another car leaving the pit lane, Bruce, just, you can see the exit of the pit lane better than me.
I can. It's the same BMW, the 31, the second run through.
Okay, so what they're doing is they're bringing the car through, affecting repairs, giving themselves maybe a minute and a bit to do something, then send it back out again, then straight back in, is to try and avoid going down more than one lap.
I was just having a quick think. I haven't quite done the maths on this one, but could you squeak in your extra pit stop at this very early stage? Your minimum stint time is 50, but I'm sure it's probably
too early. It's too early, I think, to do so.
But, you know, sort of things some teams might consider.
No, believe me, that people who win races they employ strategists who will be sitting at laptops, computers, analysing everything. We're now on this lap 4. So just gone on, Rivera's just come across start-finish line. That's just clicked up. So we're on lap 4. I think it would be too early. But what's happening now, of course, is you're in a fuel save mode, running behind the safety car at this particular pace, as opposed to running at full race pace when the juice is going in, the butterflies are fully open, the jets or whatever you got are just pouring fuel into the internal combustion engine. So this way they're saving fuel.
Saving fuel, staying cool. They'd rather be racing at full speed, but they will see, all the drivers, each time they go around the lap, they'll see where at points of contact there is still debris to be cleared, where there's a track that needs to be brushed. One thing we've definitely seen through the course of this meeting is a lot more gravel at the edge of the circuit. Any driver runs wide, they bring it on, and it makes the track very slippery. I would say, though, the bulk of the gravel is normally brought on at the Ascari chicane in the corner before the second Lesmo. It's not a driver's friend.
Yeah, that's the exit of Lesmo was also quite bad. So here we go, back in again. Oh, interesting. This is unusual. So re-changing drive. We didn't see this the first driver change, but apparently this is a re-change within the WRT team. Again, thinking on your feet, looking at where we are. We had a race plan, throw that away, let's sit down and put together a brand new race plan. That's what WRT have done. Is it a surprise they've won so many events and championships?
One begins to think perhaps not. So let's just run down the order as we see it behind the safety car. Alessio Rivera got in front from pole position. That was vital for him, for AF Corsa and for Ferrari on the run to the first corner. The trouble happened behind them, and by dint of going up the inside, Ayhancan Güven, the Turkish-German racer in the Schumacher CLRT Porsche, is in second place. He managed to just about steer clear of the trouble. May have been part of the trouble. Can't give you an answer on that one. Raffaele Marcello gained 4 positions. He gave us that amazing onboard footage. This is the same camera, same car of the field, squeezing in front of him. 3 of his rivals going straight up the escape road, and he gained 1 position in his own right. So he's in third for the restart. The number 32 BMW back out. Yep. Charles Veer's out of the car and working through and keeping on changing those drivers, and it's Sheldon van der Linde back in again.
Yeah, that car is now in 43rd position.
So we're racing again, a green flag, and one car that's really gained, I've only just noticed, in 4th place is Sven Muller. There's Marcello in just going out of shot, number 46 BMW in 3rd. But certainly for Sven Muller, he started down on the outside of the 7th row, so he's going to be feeling chuffed. He's gained just a mere 10 positions with all that sorting it out. There is the yellow-winged. Number 25, the Santalot Racing Audi. This had been smoking last time around. This is the car that's...
it had damage. We saw that car had damage anyway, but they've stayed out. But clearly now the right rear, there's, again, looks like fluid coming out from the rear of the car.
That is actually leading the Gold Class Championship, so suddenly for Almanar Racing, it maybe is tipping it in their favour. See, you can never predict what's going to happen.
And I believe that car got tagged in that incident, or in an incident prior to the major one into the second chicane, because I noticed something, blue smoke coming from the rear of the car. I put it down to bodywork rub caused by contact with another car, but clearly it's a much more serious issue, and it looks like fluid is coming out on the right rear of the car.
Now, one thing you have to consider in that first corner sort out, Lucas Auer was, we thought he might have caused it. We then saw he might have been given a push, but he's actually went straight up the escape road, has come out still in 5th place. So he's had a lucky escape in the number 48 Mercedes. He's just got Augusto Farfus in behind him. Of course, The field got a little bit bunched up now. They're stringing out all over again.
And interestingly, in several places, the first of the bronze cars, Louis Pret in the Garage 159. McLaren, that's a very strong, but again, ahead of front row sitter Matteo Drudi, who got duffed up, beaten up, basically, on the run into the first chicane.
He did. I thought the drum would come. Drudi started second. He's down to 9th, but it could have been a whole lot worse. He could have picked up a lot of damage. He's got to try and pick his way back up the order. He's got to head, actually, just moved up to 8th place. He just moved up ahead of David Pittard. Pittard driving for Walk and Horse Motorsport. The number 25 Sancelot Racing Audi back into the race. Was it just bodywork grabbing, or was it a tyre that was going down? But certainly that hasn't held.
It's just returning, I think. That looks like the Audi has returned to the track. And it's interesting that what looked like fluid coming out of it as it came into the pit lane, car's been returned to the track.
Oh, a bit of a late dive into the first chicane there from the number 35 Walk and Horse Motorsport Aston Martin. He managed to make it stick though. So, right, maybe the race will settle down now, and so it's a very quick pace actually coming from Matteo Drudi, the number 7 Aston Martin.
I think his bonnet is actually not fully located. I think on one side of the bonnet it's actually hanging higher than it ought to do. Just caught something coming into the second chicane. And this is further through the field. And what's that? A Mercedes has pulled off the 777. Oh dear me, it's kicking off left, right and centre.
Well, actually, I was just talking about the gold class, and with the number 25 Sancelot Audi Racing Audi coming into the pits and going out, that had lost track position to the class rival, which was the 777 Almanar Racing Mercedes, and that has just pulled off. So, gosh, the pendulum is swinging fast today.
I mean, again, was that a car that got inadvertently wrapped up? Now, a lot of leaves in that needs to be something that needs to be cleared out when the car makes its pit stop. We are coming into late summer and early autumn. There are loads of wonderful deciduous trees in Monza Park, and there are leaves that are going to fall on the racetrack or fall by the side of the racetrack. So when this car makes its way into the pits for a sort of a scheduled stop, somebody's going to have to dive in and wipe those clear of the radiator.
They most certainly will. The Sancelot Racing Audi is actually just running in the track, a lap down after its pit stop. So you get these few interfering cars. Not their fault, they're interfering. They had to come in and get their damage fixed. But what we are seeing at the front of the field is Alessio Rivera started from pole position, didn't get caught in the trouble. He's now 1.8 seconds clear. He's finding an advantage all the time over Ayhan Şengüven. Third place is Raffaele Marcello. Ford Mustang beginning to make progress. Dennis Olsen, the car started way back. He just moved up to 20th position, showing plenty of grunt down the straight. That was impressive.
And I think, again, that the Mustang is maybe one of those cars that benefited from the chaos, the mayhem that took place all around it. He managed to steer clear, and now he's got the attention of the 57 Mercedes running directly behind him. So that's the Winward Racing Dan Aaron behind the wheel.
Yeah, well, Dan Arrow going very well, class leader in the Silver Class Championship, but, if he can take a class win today. But as we've seen, every lap around Monza is very, very tough indeed for these drivers. Plenty of places where things can go right and things equally can go wrong. We're looking at Fran Rueda, sort of last-minute call-up for the number 27 McLaren crew. No problems at all for the 51 Ferrari. 1.8 seconds going through. Here comes our race leader, red and yellow Ferrari, Alessio Rivera. Then a little bit of a gap, and Ayhan Şengüven in second place, being pushed now by Raffaele Marcello in the team WRT BMW, car number 46. So second and third together, little bit of a gap, then back to Sven Muller, who's made such leaps and bounds from the 7th row of the grid. Just coming to the background of the shot, the blue and yellow Porsche, but those first three really, John, starting to make good their escape.
Yeah, and Rivera's used every advantage he had from starting from pole position, clear air, nobody around him, and just simply driving away from the field. He's got the fastest race lap to date. That was set on lap 8. Happens to be a 1 minute 40.0, so pretty strong lap in early phase of the race, bearing in mind they're carrying quite a lot of fuel, so the static weight of the car is up, and goodness knows what the state of the tyres are in after the confusion, let's say, of the opening lap. Third place, Raffaele Marcello charging, running down Ayhan Şengüven in the 22 Porsche in second place.
Yeah, looking for any further errors, and certainly I'm really, you get very concerned when you've had various bits of contact that there may be just a little bit of shrapnel in the track that could catch them out, but fingers crossed we won't mention it again. Right, here's fourth place, that's Sven Muller in behind the yellow and green Mercedes, Lucas Auer and Augusto Farfus. He wasn't quite on the money earlier today, but that's a really strong lineup for Rover Racing, and he's doing a good first stint up into 6th place. In behind, you've got the bronze class leader, Louis Pret, Matteo Drudi now up into 8th place, David Pittard, the battle of the Aston Martins, Franck Pereira completing the top 10. So the order shuffled with the exception of the pole starting Alessio Rivera.
The Rover Racing BMW, Augusto Farfus, started in the 5th row of the grid. So he, again, a beneficiary of what took place on the entry into the chicane in the opening lap. Now from 10th position in the grid up to 6th place and a lot more comfortable, trying to put pressure, as you see, the Porsche in 4th place, the Mercedes in 5th, and Farfus going left, right, trying to distract Lucas Auer, who's trying to focus on the Porsche directly ahead, Sven Muller.
Never say never. A car has just left the pits. It's red and yellow. It's car 71. Thomas Neubauer going into this race 8, nearly 9 laps down. He's just got to go out for the pride of the team, for Ferrari here on home ground. But you've got to feel for them. Whatever the problem was, hopefully it's fixed for good. But all they can do is race and see if there are any scraps to be picked up. But with a field as competitive as this, even in the 3-hour race, you're not going to make up 8 to 9 laps.
Absolutely not. But, you know, you're racing in your class, so that maybe other class competitors may have issues and you might end up getting 1 or 2, 3 points. I thought the bonnet, that's the 21 Aston Martin, it's a funny sort of, the line of the bonnet, it actually has air vents over the top of the bonnet, which make it look, you can see there, when you get certain angles, it looks as if the bonnet actually is raised up, but it's actually the exhaust vents on the bonnet to get all the hot air out from the engine compartment.
Well, I thought when I looked at that was a car that had picked up damage on the opening lap of the race. It certainly looked slightly out of shape, however, going pretty well in the hands of Charles Clark. That's car number 21. But, yeah, that bonnet is slightly up, John. No two ways about it, not much of a fit. That's just in front of the number 19 Lamborghini. Baptiste Moulin's had a good meeting so far, and that's a way of reshaping your bodywork.
Yes, and I mean, all cuts across the front of the Lamborghini, and that was, yeah, that was a moment where the Audi behind is the one that's going to be the beneficiary, because the Aston Martin didn't want to concede ground, and all of a sudden 2 cars going into Lesmo 2 is not ideal, and the Audi that's following through, and there it is, just behind the Lamborghini, running in 13th, and that might be Alex Arca.
It is. It's the car that's second in the championship. They started way down the order. The qualifying just did not work for them. We saw good pace from them early in the weekend. So that's going to be the long haul for the number 99 crew. See how they can continue through this race. So Christopher Haas will be taking over, or Ricardo Fellow. Don't know which order for them. The teams like to chop it and change it. But right now, it's about trying to gain positions. Now, let's have an, oh dearie me, the car that's new to the championships just had a little bit of a body slam from the Sky Tempesta Racing Ferrari. And there's a big gravel trap, and there is he parked. Does he keep going?
That was the Sky Tempesta, give it a right hip and shoulder. Now look, Casara is trying to find a way past, or is Sven Muller actually overtaken? I think Sven Muller may well have no, he's not. Sven Muller's defending, and Lucas Auer was trying to pass. There's a Porsche behind, obviously just trying to keep an eye on all these Porsches. So that was a defence coming from Sven Muller against an attack from Lucas Auer into turn 1. And you know, just it's calm down, dear, calm down.
Well, exactly, and just to show how much things got chopped and changed, the Sven Muller Porsche that's running in 4th place, car number 96 for Brutronic Racing, that started 14th, whereas the car behind in 5th place started in 3rd. That's Lucas Auer's car, but of course that was involved in that 3-way pincer manoeuvre on the championship leading Aston Martin down into the first chicane. And I would suggest that Sven Muller's probably got no bodywork damage. And I certainly think, well, actually, you look at the nose of the number 48 Mercedes, it actually looks all right, doesn't it?
Bruce, as I said, these cars are built tough. I mean, they're designed to have a bit of rough and tumble in a race. 24-hour races, bodywork gets hammered. So they can withstand, particularly Mercedes, Audi, Porsche, Ferrari. They're all now following the same principle to make cars that are durable.
Right, let me throw something into the mix. Cars 22, 46, 96 and 188 under investigation for cutting turn 1. That happened on the opening lap of the race. Ayhan Şengüven, he's running 2nd in his Porsche. Now let's take a look. This is the start of the lap. Sky Tempesta Racing, Chris Froggatt and the Kessel Racing Ferrari just about hanging on. That's getting very, very tight indeed. Into Nissan Warfare? No, they're racing for a different team.
Here's on board with Chris Froggatt on the Sky Tempesta Ferrari. To his left is the Rinaldi racing car. Ooh, just about avoided contact. And had that been contact, the blue and white Ferrari would have rotated like topsy.
Yeah, well, it was Nicola Rossi gaining the position. There he is. And tucked in behind is Chris Froggatt. And they're both fighting very, very hard for bronze class honours. But it's Louis Pret who's way clear in the class. They're down in 25th and 26th positions as they swap places. But the class leader, Louis Pret, right up in 7th in his 188 Aston Martin.
You ever hear of Deja Vu? Well, we're watching Deja Vu right now. The Sky Tempesta Ferrari right on the tail of Rinaldi. defence from the blue Ferrari on the inside. Chris Froggatt hasn't got enough to go down and swing around, and he has to go across the gravel, and he'll have to concede that position, and he may lose another one because the Boots and Mercedes, Boots and VDS, is about to sort of doppelgang its way past the Ferrari, the 93 Ferrari as well.
Yeah, that's Sergio Setti Samara, normally Camara found in a Formula E car, but he's settling in quite nicely. Talk about a baptism of fire, John.
Formula E, Formula 2, single-seaters around the world. So he's adapting to GT racing, and that's just typical of a single-seater, a young single-seater driver. Every opportunity to find a way around a competitor, that's what they're going to use.
Okay, I just mentioned a list of 4 cars, all 4 front-running cars that were under investigation for cutting turn 1. No further action. Force majeure, I feel, is thrown into that equation.
Yes, a good friend of mine, Mr. Force Majeure. They've all had to use his talents at different times. What's happening here is this a reclaim of the position from the Sky Tempesta as we cut back up to the exit of the Ascari.
Yep, places being worked on all around the field. A few cars running out of position from their early pit stops, unplanned pit stops, and of course the number 71. Of course, the Ferrari didn't get start from 11th on the grid. It's running, way down at the back of the pack, but it's running. It's 8-9 laps down from the race-leading sister car number 51. And the racing up and down the order is tight. This is just outside the top 10. Aston Martin in the mix. Charles Clark in 14th.
Yes, Maxime Roma in the Walkenhorst Aston Martin. And running just ahead of
Sebastian Oegaard,
okay, yeah.
One of the Come2 Racing quartet of cars in green and yellow from the Belgian racing team.
So the two Astons, different entrants, but same car. The only difference is that they've probably slightly different approaches to how they want to set the cars up. So right now, Alessandro Rovero has further improved his fastest lap. His advantage had been taken. Frank Pereira actually got in the sort of the fast lap mix for a moment or two, but it's gone back to the 51 Ferrari, 1:45.717. That was a pretty impressive race lap.
It certainly was, and untroubled by those behind. He's 2 seconds clear. He just actually went within 0.08 of a second of that the next time around, so consistent speed. Then you get Ayhan Şengüven, Raffaele Marcello still grappling over second place, then a 4 and a bit second gap, and then comes this train. Sven Muller, Porsche, Lucas Auer tucked in behind in the yellow Mercedes, and tucked in behind him is Augusto Farfus in his BMW.
And also very impressive indeed is the first of the bronze entrants, Louis Pret, in the McLaren, so he is running directly behind Augusto Farfus, just keeping sufficient distance, maybe 1/2 to 3/4 of a second. So, we've cut away now to another battle going on.
Well, I'll tell you why, because it's getting very, very busy in the bronze class, and it's, class battles all over the field. Sometimes they get a little bit obscured. You look at the pro runners at the front, but the BMW Italia entry that got pitched on the grass is still running around. Felice Gelmini down there. They're not at the front of the bronze class. Dustin Blattner just ahead of him. Andrei Mukazov in his Audi in that mix as well. And Darren Lung in the Paradigm competition BMW at the back of the pack as well. The number 30 BMW has lost a lot of ground because that had several pit visits early on. But Sam Dehaan pressing on is several pit visits, 3 visits to the pits. No wonder it's down the back. But hopefully whatever repairs they could do under safety car, whatever they have got done.
Yes, he's in 40th position. But we're just coming up to the first half hour of this race. We've got a further 2.5 hours to go. So we're looking at the class, the bronze position. This is the Makiel's car. So
yeah, it's leading the bronze championship by a small margin. In fact, the bronze class of the 4 classes is the closest, running 3rd in class at the moment. So they'll be fairly happy with that. And a few silver class cars in behind to the next car. In fact, we just saw the next car in class. It's about 6 places further, but that's Nico Rossi in the number 8 Kessel Racing Ferrari. But no driver can afford to drop off their form. They will lose places.
Just Mancini in the 88 Audi just goes out of shot, and that's running down in 17th position. These are just further down through the field, rounding out the top 20. That Audi we saw 43rd overall. That's because it's been in and out of the pits. Paul Everard in the 25 Santa Lock racing car, it did get contact, and we saw either fluid or body rub coming from the back of the car.
Yeah, McLaren's are going well. We're looking at the car in 14th place. It's Fran Rueda, the Spanish racer. He is running in the Optimum Motorsport car, 2nd in the bronze class. He's 7 places behind Louis Pret, but he's got probably about 6 places back to the 3rd driver in the bronze pack, which is Louis Michiels in the red and green AF Corsa Ferrari. 4th, 5th and 6th positions, very close together. Then the bronze class leader, that's Louis Pret, and tucked in behind the championship leading car of Matteo Drudi.
So things, I suppose you might say, slowly calming down. Having said that, what's this down at? Well, that was a bit clumsy.
Well, that was Andrei Mukazov being given a bit of a clunk by Felice Gelmini. They were Gelmini's in the BMW Italia Ceccato racing entry. That's already been put on the grass on the run out of, we saw a while ago, on the run out of Lesmo 2. That would have given him focus. Maybe the eyes are coming back in, but certainly providing plenty of spectacle for the camera crews down at Turn 1 will be feeling as though the race is almost over. It's been exhausting for them everywhere. Yeah, they've had to look.
That's the kind of sort of, you throw it down the inside, another car there, and sometimes you use another car to slow yourself down. Whether there be any further action taken for an avoidable incident, I suspect it'll be seen as a racing incident, but you never know.
You do never know. There was an incident at the second Lesmo between cars 93 and 15. That's under investigation. If you want to know who they are, car 93, of course, is the Sky Tempesta Racing Ferrari, and 15, we saw this moment, it was that BMW Italia car. That's the moment we were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty clear that the 93 would have been the party would be more responsible. Don't want to say guilty. No, the Mustang goes through shot.
Well, he just gained a few positions. Okay, now these are cars out of sequence, and it's the AF Corsa Ferrari. That's 9 laps down after its long pit stop. Didn't get to start the race, but this is a championship challenging car, actually leading the overall combined championships of sprint and endurance. And it's the 32 Team WRT car. Also out of sequence, but why block it? I don't get that.
42nd position, so, well, whatever. You know, put on a racing helmet and put your balaclava on, and the usual story about red mist and all that stuff. Sometimes some racing drivers aren't as calm and controlled as some others are.
Yeah, they see the smaller picture, some of them, rather than the larger picture, but the biggest picture of all is the fact that AF Corsa Ferrari, in fact, their cars are going to be almost nose to tail. One of them 9 laps down, but here's the race-leading car, started on pole position, kept clear of the trouble down at the first corner. That's the advantage of starting on pole, particularly at Monza. Alessio Rivera, 3 seconds clear. He's having a fantastic run.
And Bruce, he's gone even quicker. He's done a 1:45.3. We're within 0.4 of a second of the quickest times set in qualifying earlier this morning in different conditions, much cooler conditions, ambient and track. So Rivera is absolutely nailing it.
He really is. The second place battle between the black Schumacher CLRT Porsche. There it is on shot, much more competitive because Raffaele Marcello taking a really good entrance to the Ascari chicane and carrying a bit more momentum out of it as well in the number 46 Team WRT BMW, getting a little frustrated. He's got the pace to go faster, but he hasn't got track position.
Well, but he's got the pace. He's got the second fastest race lap to date, and now right on the tail of the Porsche. It depends really how he gets into Parabolica, but more critically, how he can release the BMW on the exit. Oh, down at second chicane.
It's a number 3 Get Speed Mercedes, and that's had a little moment, but it's recovered and doesn't appear to have hit anything.
The Porsche has sufficient straight line performance at one of the key parts of the racetrack to frustrate Raffaele Marcello. Now the BMW might close up fractionally under braking, you'll see that, but then again, once you get under acceleration on the exit, the Porsche will be on the gas that little bit sooner, and then the gap stretches. But Marcello, I think he's determined to find a way around the Porsche. He knows, can he get ahead of it? He would then be able to put pressure, potentially pressure, on our race leader.
Okay, the first...
That's what happened.
Push turns into shove. Sansalot Racing Audi turns around Anthony Bartone's Get Speed Mercedes. Unfortunate. That will be investigated. One incident that has been investigated is car number 48. Drive-through penalty coming the way of the MAN filter AMG car. That started with Lucas Auer. Maybe they're being pinged for that first corner instance. Clearly it's been considered, and a drive-through penalty. And that at the moment is in 5th place. Drive-through will drop it way down the order.
Well, we've seen that repeated time and time again, and the thought that commentary booth had was, certainly we don't have all the camera angles, was that possibly this car here was tagged from behind by the now second place running Porsche, which then caused the Mercedes to deviate off to the left, which goes that pinch point with the Aston Martin and the BMW of Sheldon van der Linde.
Yeah, well, we haven't looked at it from every single position, but this is the car that's going to take the punishment, take the medicine, and will come in for a drive-through penalty. That will drop it down the order, promoting everyone behind. So the message will be going through to the Austrian driver, Lucas Auer. He won't like what he's hearing, but if he was there in the driver's seat when it happened, and if he thinks it's fair, even if he doesn't think it fair, he's coming in. But the car he hit, the green and yellow Aston Martin car 007 in the background of the shot, and all those around it will step up.
He's coming in immediately.
Yeah, no argument there, straight in.
Well, take your punishment, get it over and done with, and continue. You keep your tyre temperatures as warm as possible. Let's look again and see. So there to the left of your picture. Now watch behind the dark Porsche. No, I think actually it doesn't. Initially we thought there might have been contact. It just appeared that they just under braking, maybe just locked up a rear wheel and changed the direction of travel from straight ahead to the left. That's what caught the 007 Aston Martin, which in turn squeezed the 32 BMW.
So speed limiter on, and then when you cross the white line at the exit of the pit lane, you put the hammer down. So suddenly Lucas Auer is accelerating away. He'll be down in about 20th position, maybe even further down the order after that drive-through, maybe down as low as 30th. So it's been an absolute hit for him. I suppose you have to say for the number 7 Aston Martin, it knocked him back about 7 positions. These T's still going. Number 7 car, of course, up to 7th now. Now, this is a battle for the lead in the gold class, and the 21 Aston Martin up the inside, but the 88 crew pushing and making it work. Really good move from Liaro Moncini. He's got a pair of Lorenzos to share with. He's got Lorenzo Patrese, Lorenzo Ferrari, and he's done them proud. He got his elbows out. John, you always approve a bit of that, taking the lead in the gold class.
Absolutely, I mean, a very, very good pass indeed. And so, well, we've still got a long way to go. A lot can happen. A lot of, well, we've got three pit stops to be carried out. So there is the 88, and Moncini right behind the wheel in 17th position. Just got past the Aston Martin, so it's up to 16th. There's the battle for second and third positions. Marcello unable to really do anything on the sort of straight line dominant Monza circuit.
No, at this point, you know, you've got to just consider what you're doing to your brakes, what you're doing to your tyres. But again, they've also got to consider how hard they can cane. Oh, Aston Martin going slowly down the start-finish straight. The number 7 championship leader, engine still running, but sunning at very low revs. It's just part pit's exit. If the problem had happened before the pit lane, that could have peeled in.
I think that's a left rear tyre, either left rear or right, left front.
Okay, well, if that went when you're going around the parabolica now for Matthias Drudy, this is going to be
let's hope the camera stays on this car to see whether the tyres are the issue. No, I think it's not the tyres. The tyres look to be fully pressured, and that is a technical issue, whether it's mechanical, electrical, hydraulic or whatever, and that car has come to a standstill. The lights have gone out in every sense of the word, and that looks like a sad end.
Well, championship leading car came here to Monza with a 15-point advantage, 26 points to play for, didn't pick up the points for pole, but having re-established its position,
he's got to go reset.
Again. Oh, dearie me, Control-Alt-Delete, and off we go again. But that's shed about 20, 25 places. Is it a real reset, though? Can it get back to full racing pace? But, John,
yes.
As it came past, I saw a flash out the window, heard its engine note was dropping away, and it trickled to a halt just past pit out. Matthias Drudy, everyone in the team obviously had their fingers crossed, and it's getting going again. But, oh, this race is so full of incident. But the championship leader, well, we'll see where he comes round at the end of this lap, if indeed he gets round at the end of the lap. But, boy, this race is swinging in all directions.
The car looks as if it's restored all full power. So there are a number of resets that a driver's got the option to apply. And whether he was talking to the team on the radio and they would tell him, or whether he would have done as a part of the preparation that teams tell the drivers, give them instruction manuals as to if the car has a technical problem, the first thing you do is reset the computers and try and get the car going that way.
And just before that happened, we had car number 55 spun into the knee side battle between two McLarens, the Optimum Motorsport number 27, just in front of the rival version of Benji Goethe. They've been chopping and changing positions, two different teams, one similar car. Just going to see where the number 7 Aston Martin comes around. I saw in its windscreen, I thought 19th, it's going to go lower. I saw 40th position on the windscreen as it left the second Lesmo. The other cars are still waiting to come through at the end of their lap, but that would be a disaster. But if it's still going, it's still got a hope.
It's showing it's 24th, it's dropping to 30th at the minute. So that, I assume, is because either it's gone into the pit lane, we haven't got a notification that it has, or that's as much ground that the car lost coming to a standstill. So these two McLarens, gloves off, different entrance, very similar graphics in certain parts. So it's the number 9, the car 9th, Benjamin Goethe, with Rueda in a different category running behind him.
So things can happen at any moment. We had the contact going down to the first chicane on the opening lap. That's normal, that's natural. We had the same going to the second chicane on the opening lap. But when you're suddenly having mechanical problems for cars, fortunately for the championship leading car, it is going again. But it's fallen down to 39th position. It was in 7th or 8th position at the time. Now, hold on a second. We've got cars coming in and out of the pits as well. And it's the Mustang has made a stop. That is Dennis Olsen kicked that off, car number 64 for Proton competition. Is there a reason why he's in the pits? And again, let's take a
again, the 93 Ferrari catches the back of the number 9 going into the first chicane. Just watch on board. Oh, a little, yeah, a very gentle little nudge. Didn't really deflect the Mercedes directly ahead of it. So now the run out of the Ascari chicane. Again, Ferrari, Mercedes, and the 93 in the background. And following that,
well, let's say let's go and hear from Marco Sorensen. We need to know what's happened to his car, the car that stopped from a tyre duty. He is with Gemma.
Marco, we saw Matthias slow down dramatically on track. What happened?
Yeah, it seemed like we had some kind of electronic issue on the car, so we had to actually slow down and do a full power reset. It seemed to be something to do with the throttle, but let's see. Obviously now we're far behind, and even to get points now is quite out of range, I would almost say. It's not the easiest track for some reason with the new tarmac to overtake on, but yeah, we'll give it our best, but I don't think it's going to be any pretty race from now on.
Thank you very much. I hope it plays out well.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder, is that issue a legacy of the contact that occurred on the entry into the first corner? Because it was a reasonable enough sort of nudge to the side of the car. Could it have dislodged something, a connection in the throttle body or whatever? I don't know, second guessing. But certainly from what Marco Sorensen said, he thought it was an electrical matter.
Well, don't forget, of course, that number 7 Aston Martin had a pincer manoeuvre. He had the 32 Audi on his other flank, but certainly like squeezing toothpaste out of a tube, pressure from both sides.
Just got a glimpse of Lucas Auer, who made that drive-through penalty. He's dropped all the way back down into 22nd position. So he's running behind Joel Sturm in his Porsche, then Ash Mauney in the Mercedes, and then a trio, a duo, not a trio, duo of Aston Martins. There we see them.
Well, let's just run down through the classes. Up into 6th place because of the drive-through penalty for the 48 Mercedes goes Louis Pret to lead the bronze class. Super impressive. Fran Rueda in another McLaren is just 3 places further back to be second in the bronze class, and third in class is Louis Machiels, who just gained a position in the number 52 AF Corsa Ferrari. He is the class leader in terms of the championship. In the silver class, Baptiste Moulin, 11th overall, leads that, and in the gold class, it's...
Oh, a problem for the Mercedes. Either totally missed his braking completely.
Well, it was Dan Arrow who went like an arrow right there and did very well not to end up somewhere he didn't want to be.
No, the car that was directly ahead of him, if it had been slightly further forward, that could have been a serious contact. So don't know what that was all about. Whether that was a problem in the footwell, the foot slipped off the brake. Whatever it was certainly wow. Don't need that anymore.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where you get accustomed to the speed of cars, and that was travelling with far more momentum than was planned. And that was sitting second in the silver class. I was just running down it, but Maxime Robin should have moved past there. That was 57, Dan Arrow, Winwood Racing. So Maxime Robin in the largely white Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin moves up to second in class. And there he is, 18th in the race, Maxime Robin. And tucked in behind is number 12, Charles Clark, pushing on all the time, the Cubgy Racing Aston Martin.
And all the way through the field, getting groups of cars, all intense battles. But, I mean, the ability, oh, here we go. No, it's not. It's just, oh, contact. Well, Raffaele Marcello was making a point there and saying, just don't try and race me. That's the 71 AF Corsa Ferrari. There was no need. The Ferrari basically so far behind, it could have just stepped sideways and let Raffaele Marcello continue in this battle he's been engaged in pretty much since the end of the first lap, or when the race went back to green conditions.
Yeah, when you're 9 laps down, because let's take another look. This is Marcello going alongside, and well, he didn't want to lose momentum. He's in that battle for second place, and Thomas Neubauer had to start from the pits. His Ferrari losing liquid all the time. That meant it came out from the pit garage 9 laps down. This is the battle for second and third place, so it's quite right to number 71 Ferrari. You can see it's in 44th position in the background of the shot. He's not in their race. His sister car, however, is the car in front of them, the car leading the race in the hands of Alessio Rivera. Car number 51, nearly 4 seconds clear of this battle. Marcello doesn't want to lose another 1/10 of a second in his battle. He needs to get past and give chase.
Bruce, explain this.
I can't.
Explain how can a bronze McLaren, number 27, Optimum Motorsport, Fran Rueda, set the fastest race lap, 1:45.3. Explain. I can't, because where did the time come from?
Well, the McLarens have been looking good all weekend. Where is he running relative to the others? He's a second and a half down from David Pittard's Aston Martin. He's got two. He's got no one immediately behind him. However.
So battle for 4th place. So Sven Müller and Gustav Farfus. So this is almost a mirror of what we're seeing in the battle for 2nd place. The BMW may be quicker in the lap, but where it counts, which is on this long start-finish straight, at Monza, the Porsche's got sufficient straight line performance. And Augusto Farfus, no matter how much he weaves from left to right, all he's trying to do is distract the driver of the Porsche, Sven Müller. Nothing gained, well, nothing ventured. Or nothing ventured, nothing gained. Maybe it was right the first time.
Well, the drivers have got to get that right. They've got to consider which way around that equation comes, that phrase. But all along, you know, we're looking at incidents in and out of this race. Blue flag being waved at car 71. That was the one, of course, of Thomas Neubauer that got in the way of that 2nd and 3rd place battle. So there's a warning there. But the driver changes are going to come. That's Rutronic Racing. At the moment, Sven Müller sitting in the 96 car in 4th place. Doing a nice job there.
Yeah, we're just over 3 minutes away from the point at which the driver changes are permitted. So the Porsche, it looks a little bit down in the right rear. I don't know whether that's just an optical illusion coming into the 2nd Lesmo. And I wonder if Augusto Farfus is sussing that out as well. Just, is the car sitting symmetrical, or is it slightly on a tilt to the right rear?
You know, it's often hard in the commentary booth when you decide a car is sitting not quite square on the track, and then you suddenly realise it's running through the shade a lot, and you spend lap after lap just trying to work out, is it level, is it my eyes? But with the curbs being run so heavily here, particularly at the first chicane, you know, there's every chance to make your car a little bit squint.
So the 991 Paradigm Motorsport car is in. Darren Lung exits. That's his job, I suspect. He probably thinks that this is his job done for today. So the 991, I just want to see where it came in. It's obviously dropping down because it's in the pit lane. So it's down in 35th place, but that's the consequence of having to come in as he has just done.
Yeah, but
he's in the pits as well, one of the Rutronic Porsche.
I'm just looking to see who's going to take over. Is it going to be silver rank driver Toby Sari? He'd think so. And then Jake Dennis, the platinum driver, who will presumably take it through to the end of the race. But the Paradigm car sitting up on the jacks, it always seems an exquisite pain, the amount of time that you have sitting waiting for the minimum pit stop time to be reached, but it enables all the tyres to be changed. Down on the deck it goes, and off goes driver number 2 in the Paradigm Motorsport BMW.
One of the Barbell Motorsport Lamborghinis you can see just up ahead. So Rutronic Porsche joins the Rinaldi Ferrari. So headlights flashing on the 52 Ferrari AF. Porsche, don't interfere with my rundown into the first chicane.
Yeah, absolutely looking for all driving standards. The incident, the little clash of mirrors between Raffaele Marcello and Thomas Neubauer, the BMW 46 and the 71 Ferrari, no further action. That was the moment coming down into the first chicane.
And Fran Rueda just out directly ahead of the Lamborghini, running in fact, I think it's overtaken. Rueda's overtaken Frank Pereira, so that's what we were looking at here, side by side, well, almost. And that was the red Ferrari, was the car that was on the track at the time the Porsche was rejoining, and that's why we saw the excited use of headlight flashers to indicate, look, I'm on a flying lap, I'm in a battle, don't interfere.
This is where the race gets confusing by dint of having to have, the Aston Martin number 7 in and out of the pits, just looking to see how long the pit stop was for them, because of course we had that electrical problem, and certainly that cost them a lot of time. The sort of reset, Matthias Drudy got the car going all over again, but it certainly dropped them way down the battle.
Yeah, the stint times on the lap timing and scoring has gone a bit AWOL. We're getting everybody doing identical pit stop times, so no more comment on that particular situation because we don't know.
In many ways they should. They should be on the sort of minimum pit stop time and close to it as they possibly could be. Right, 0.35, that means 35th position at the moment for the number 96 Rutronic Porsche. That has served its pit stop. Its first of 3 pit stops. No, I'm not making it up. There are going to be 3 pit stops in this race. We normally have 2 in a 3-hour endurance race in the GT World Challenge, and so this was something thrown at the teams.
But there's this chain of cars, Louis Michaels in the Ferrari. So we've got 52 Ferrari running in 16th place. So the 19 Lamborghini, is that a flat-spotted tyre?
Yeah,
certainly looks like it's pretty flat-spotted to me.
Well, he's pushed it very hard. Baptiste Moulin came in from the lead of the Silver Cup class, came in from about 14th position. But if hopefully, for his sake, that happened not long before he came in.
Hopefully, he locked it up coming into the pit lane before he got to the demarcation line, where he had to get down to appropriate speed, 50 kilometres per hour. And that tyre was actually down through the tread, almost down into the cords of the tyre.
So this is the car that served the drive-through penalty.
Headline news, stop the press. Augusta Farfus has got ahead of Sven Muller. So BMW now up to 4th, Muller down to 5th.
There you go. There's the proof of that. So, and now he's suddenly got Louis Pret, the bronze class leader, right on his tail. So Sven Muller, just bear in mind that car started 14th and it got up there into 4th position, back down to 5th, and certainly for the Rover Racing 998 BMW crew, they've got some great drivers to take over, the young guns from Augusto Farfus.
And another young-ish gun, Naushin Gavin in the Porsche, running in 2nd place. It's now got the fastest race lap, so you might think, is the Porsche holding up the BMW? Well, I don't think so. Gavin has just done a quicker lap than anybody in the field.
Certainly has. On that lap, he gained a 1/5 of a second over Raffaele Marcello. Maybe has shaken him off his tail, and maybe he did got a little bit more margin last time around, and then could wholly concentrate. He's reduced the lead for the race leader to 2.9 seconds, bringing it down. But if Alessio Rivera can come in for his pit stop, the first of the 3 pit stops for all of the cars, then it'll be an advantage. But it is coming down.
I'm looking forward to seeing a battle between the 2 McLarens. We've got the 188 Louis Pret in 6th place, and you got Fran Reda in his 27 McLaren in 8th place, and they're both battling in the same class, bronze category. And that car momentarily did have the fastest lap overall. That's now gone to the number 22 Porsche.
And David Pittard running in 7th place in the Walk and Horse Motorsport Aston Martin between them. So if he can just jump in front or behind, then we can get those 2 McLarens together.
And what's maybe more surprising is that Frank Pereira in the 163 Lamborghini, which was well placed, it was on the 3rd row of the grid, it's now running in 9th position and seemingly unable to do very much to contain Fran Rueda in the McLaren in 8th position.
Yeah, the Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini lost positions in that first corner, first chicane sort out. Now we're looking at Sky Tempesta Racing, and driver change there. Jonathan Wee jumping in to take over from Chris Froggatt. That's a car that's had plenty of action so far in this race. Interesting comment to me, though, was Marco Sorensen as the 52 Ferrari scatters the mechanics around it, saying with this new surface, it's just so much harder to overtake at Monza. And when they were running in 2nd place and the run to the first corner, they must have had that in their mind, knocked down to 9th place, working their way back up, and then the problem. They've got to do a lot of overtaking because they are down in 32nd position.
So Louis Pret in the 188 Garage 59 McLaren in the pit lane, as is Alex Arca, and also Mancini in the 88 Audi. So there's a number of cars all in the pit lane, and this beginning of this rotation of when are you going to come in, as we've got 2 hours and 6 minutes remaining, so we've been 54 minutes for most of the people that are making the pit stop. So the 93 is back out on track at Jonathan Wee behind the wheel, and there is the 99.
Well, this is the car that came here 2nd on points. Tracer Attempto Racing. It just hasn't worked their way, but you know what? They've chipped away. The other cars around them and ahead of them have had their moments, and they've gradually been working their way up the order, but they started so far back down. They started on 21st position, and yet they have been chipping away. That's all you can do. If you put on the back foot, you've just got to behave, keep out of trouble.
What's happened to the door? Was the driver's door detached or something, just on the 188?
Yeah, well, that was the car that had been leading the bronze class throughout, came in from 6th place overall. Let's hope it can be fixed, but I do always feel when you've got gull-wing type doors. Race leader in, Alessio Rivera gets it down. Remember his margin, 3.2 seconds ahead of the pit stops. Will Ayhancan Guven follow him into the pit lane?
Well, Raffaele Marcello certainly has, and I think directly ahead of him is the Porsche.
Okay, 1st, 2nd and 3rd. The Ferrari of Rivera, Ayhancan Guven's Porsche, and the BMW of Raffaele Marcello, all in the pits.
This is where WRT, with the 46 BMW, is going to have to do a stellar in-out driver change, because this is the best chance they have of getting ahead of the 22 Porsche.
everything so critical. Every single action must be nailed. Classic case of hurry a little too much and things can go wrong. But that's why the teams always practice as much as they possibly can. Mechanics probably go, oh, do we have to do another one? But every single bit of advantage you can gain there is important. Do not make mistakes.
So let's see what we're going to get. Pit stop time for the 46. Maxime Martin, I understand, has taken over. It'll be Valentino who'll do the final stint. So the pit lane there is the Porsche that we're going to see Kevin Estre in. I think he'll probably do the last stint. So the 22 is going to probably be Dorian Boccolacci. Maybe not. Maybe they will put Kevin Estre in for the middle stint.
Yeah, hard to tell. They'll try to work out where it was in the field. They had scope there because it came in from second place. Sometimes you want your charger if you're down in the heat of the battle. Right, the race-leading Ferrari coming back out. Vincent Abril following team orders. He wouldn't let us know before the start of the race who was starting, wouldn't let us going second or third, but he's the driver coming out in second place. And the 46 BMW has got ahead of the number 22. You wondered if that would happen, John. You're almost like Nostradamus, but just not quite.
You know, can't beat age.
So place change, and it is Kevin Estre who comes out of the 22 Porsche. He'll be furious, and it was Valentino Rossi who's come out into the BMW. So we sort of guessed wrongly on both of those, but that's fine. Prepared to be corrected.
Well, I can assure you, Valentino Rossi is going to need to drive one of the drives of his career because he's going to be under pressure for the entirety with the 22 Porsche running behind it. That will be no easy challenge.
And anybody racing against Kevin Estre will have to understand if they think they've got their car at the edge of the circuit, Kevin has a wider line than everyone. He's not concerned about putting the car on the grass. We've seen that time and again, you know, Nürburgring 24 Hours and many other races, race Porsche so well. Problem there on the exit of the second of the Lesmos, lots of the gravel and the, oh dear, a few cars have got problems in the pits. One is the 88 Audi that have been going so well, working its way up the order for the young Italian crew of Moncini, Ferrari and Patrese, and the 188 Aston Martin. The door has been the problem. You are quite right. It fell off.
No, as soon as they opened the door, the way the doors are hinged, this is like a sort of a butterfly door rather than a gull-wing door. And of course, whatever the problem has been, when they opened the door just literally came off in the hands of either the driver or, look, you can see they've had to take the door completely, detach it from the bodywork, and it's the location inside the A-pillar that they're trying to relocate and get it all, oh dear me.
This is hideous.
Boy, you couldn't make it up.
Right, you're running sixth, you're leading the bronze class. The number on the windscreen now I think is 42nd position. They've shed a lap and a half so far.
Okay,
so always better. Always get the spare door. You know it's true.
But it doesn't have any graphics on it. It's going to be in carbon black.
Yeah, but if it's cost you another minute trying to relocate the previous door, normally with a door as delicate as that, if it's got a problem, it's got a problem. Far better bring the new door. But then I'm not an engineer, but I've just seen it over the years, time and again.
So we've got Vincent Abril in the lead Ferrari, and he's got a 4.1 second advantage over Valentino Rossi, still holding on. Now we see the view from the Porsche, Kevin Estre, and Kevin will be thinking, well, that's a motorcycle racer I'm beating or racing. Why is he doing such a good job in a race car?
Why indeed? Because he can, because he does. He's not afraid of speed. He's got the balance ever since he's moved to four wheels from two, and doing a great job. And of course they've got Maxime Martin to bring that home, providing he gets as far as the final round of pit stops. This though is a 3 pit stop race, not 2. It's going to be divided differently. The teams are going to try and work out how best to use this extra pit stop, the one in which of course they're not allowed driver or tyre change. Factors to be considered.
I mean, this is going to be a real intense battle with the 46 and the 22. And I mean, Valentino and Kevin Estre using every inch of the Ascari chicane. And best chance for either will be traffic. They're going to catch traffic.
Well, they've got 3 cars between them and Vincent Abril in the race-leading 51 Ferrari. It's going to be where they find the traffic. Is the traffic paying full attention? And if you're the second car in the race, you're the head of this group, that's Valentino Rossi. He may have more pleasure getting past the back markers. Let's see what's ahead. There's a Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. There's one of the Garage 59 McLarens and a Lamborghini from Barwell Motorsport.
This is where the ultimate difference between Kevin Estre and Valentino. When you get into a situation where you've got slower cars, you're catching them. It's knowing not how to overtake them, but you sometimes may need to do slightly different things. You might want to lift and coast, for example, under braking, not to run up to the back of the Lamborghini. You want to be in a position to accelerate hard. Here, for example, coming through the second chicane. Now you want to be able to nail the throttle and use your momentum to catch up to the car that you're trying to find a way around.
You got a plan, you're gaining. Do I want to get in there? Oh dear, suddenly getting very busy, and the 998 Rover Racing BMW having a bit of a push and shove with the 32 Team WRT
excuse me, Dan Harper in the 998, he doesn't give away an inch. Sheldon van der Linde had to concede. I mean, it's...
Well, that's Sheldon van der Linde. You think Dan Harper's tough. Sheldon van der Linde is like a night fighter there. He did not want to let him through, but through he came. Dan Harper for Rover Racing. There's pride, the different teams casting it, and just remember that number 32 BMW was pitched sideways at the first corner on the opening lap, and yet kept going.
Here we go. Now is this going to be a bit naughty, or is he going to be pushed out wide? He lets the 32 is just about got away. But you know, Dan Harper, you see him in the pit lane, he's as angelic as a choir boy. You would never think he's a racing driver.
Or maybe he does both, but anyhow, he got those left-hand tyres onto the really dusty stuff. He must have felt the drop away in adhesion coming up across the tail of one of the Rutronic Racing Porsches, but that was a very intense battle between the two BMW teams. Rover Racing coming out ahead of Team WRT, but I still think the number 32 car, having had that visit to the pits, they didn't plan very early in the race, you know, is sitting in an artificial position at the moment, and Kevin Estre has grabbed the moment to move past Valentino Rossi. Happened just out of our sight, but we're going to see if we can find a replay of that. It was coming. It was coming,
but I suspect it was because of the traffic. The Lamborghini there running now in third position of these three cars. That's for, you know, years of experience and hard, you know, professional racing, which is what Kevin Estre spent his life doing. That's where he would have had an advantage over Valentino, who was doing a brilliant job for BMW, but still is in the process of learning. They said the more dark arts of overtaking a race car.
Yeah, chose the moment, and the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini, probably the innocent party in that. Valentino not getting rattled there, but trying to press on. Now, this is taking a different strategy to everyone else. Pretty much with this three-stop strategy, everyone came in together, but Santalot Racing doing something a little bit different for their 26 crew. It's the Audi. Second stop for them. Ivan Klimenko, Ezekiel Perez Compact, and Alban Veruti, a very late entry in that car. But again, you're going to have to do things differently, and teams are going to. These three pit stops, John, you can choose a different way of running them. You've got the two mandatory pit stops, and very early in the race, we did question whether the two BMWs that came in were going on some alternate strategy, and they've done precisely that. This is one of them.
Yes.
The OQ sponsored car, and it's sitting up with Sam DeHaan in fourth place overall. That's not a realistic position, it's a temporary position, but hey, why not try something different? We had all the cars being sorted out on the first lap.
It's coming back into the pits,
possibly picked up damage, so coming in for pit stop number 4, their fourth pit stop.
Is this basically a scheduled pit stop, or was this an issue pit stop?
I think it's a scheduled pit stop because they had so many pit stops with that initial issue behind the safety car. They came in each time they possibly could.
Here's the overtake.
Away.
Came as a consequence of coming out of, and I think the Lamborghini probably inhibited Valentino Rossi. Oh, well, the bigger was the Porsche. So that's where the pass got executed, and didn't take Kevin Estre to be asked twice to use it to his advantage, which he did. And then they made their way past the Lamborghini, but it was actually the dynamic motorsport Porsche in the background was the reason that it made slightly easier for Kevin Estre to find a way around Valentino Rossi.
But you know what happened there, John? Guillaume d'Oliveira, I think, was too kind. He came off the power too much to help them, and that suddenly broke the flow for Valentino Rossi, and everyone went past. So, you know, you want to drop a few percentage to let the front runners through. It's always difficult. Blue flags being waved all around the circuit at the moment to warn of faster cars.
Would you like to tell Valentino that?
No.
Thank you.
Not at all. All yours. So it ran second up to the first pit stops. It's back into second, and Kevin Estre is starting to swing the tail around.
Kevin likes a car that drives on its nose. He doesn't worry about the back of a car. He handles all that. Comes easy peasy to him, and you can see the way the car is moving around. The downside of doing that is, of course, you put a lot of pressure onto those rear tires, and the danger is if you continue to drive with that sort of joie de vie, being a Frenchman as he is, then you can actually wear your tire out in your stint prematurely.
Certainly can. I guess he just likes to fix the teeth of the dog and get it working and worry what the tail does afterwards. But yeah, he's been spectacular in Porsches over the years, and some good little battles shaking up. Patrick Niederhauser, second driver into the 96 Rutronic Racing Porsche, and it's being caught and tailed by Dan Harper, getting right under his rear wing. And the car between, of course, is on an alternate strategy. That's in the battle there. Sheldon van der Linden, which is quickly doing the maths, getting out the abacus, and he's always trying to ruffle the feathers of Patrick Niederhauser. But we think that Team WRT car is due in next lap. Of course, it had the extra pit stop right at the start of the race.
So the battle that we saw between the two BMWs has been, let's say, corrected in inverted commas, and now van der Linden trying to find a way around Niederhauser, going the long way around, coming through Curva Grande, and he's going to put himself into the pound seat as they come down into the braking zone. Just shuts off any chance that Niederhauser had of getting alongside.
Well, let's find out what's happening down in the pits, and we want to know what happened to the 188 McLaren, and Gemma has caught up with Miguel Ramos.
Miguel, so disappointing. The car was running so well. Can you just talk us through what's happened here?
Yeah, we are really unlucky this year, so always something happens. In this case, he was touched on the door on the start, and the door, the system broken. So we didn't notice, of course. So when he stopped to change to me, tried to open the door from outside, he tried to open the door from inside, and it was completely broken. So we even tried to go to inside the garage to see if we could change it quickly, but all the safety systems there is in the door is difficult to take out the door. That's normal. So it takes a lot of time. So the race is finished, unfortunately for us.
So sorry. Thanks for explaining to us. Better luck next time out, hey?
Thank you.
Well, that's a great shame, because that was a great drive by Louis Pret, and I mean, we were sitting on the edge of our seat looking and seeing a bronze car running in the top 6. So, I mean, an unusual cause for retirement, but the consequence of what happened on the opening lap. So a bit of a sideways swipe, and the internal door mechanisms were totally compromised.
Yeah, that's a real shame. Bronze pole, Louis Pret starting. Miguel was about to do the second stint, and then Adam Smalley, who's been going increasingly well for the team, was due to do the final run to the flag to bring it to the end of 3 hours, but their race is over now. Looking to see what the changes are happening. Vincent Abril, 6.6 seconds clear in the lead of the race. That's more than double the advantage was first to second before those pit stops.
Yeah, another driver who's making progress, he's jumped up to 8th place, is the attempt to chase our Audi, Christopher Hasse. He's up now into 8th. He's the lead Audi by, well, a country. I mean, the next Audi up is Max Hoffer down in 32nd position. So not the best day so far for Audi. We've just seen that overtake Sheldon van der Linden, Patrick Niederhauser. Did we see it? No, we didn't see it. But anyway, Sheldon van der Linden now clear of Patrick Niederhauser.
Yeah,
Dan Harper on the back.
Exactly, the order is changing. Sheldon van der Linden just escaping ahead of them, but he's due to get into the pits. And now Marco Mappelli is in behind, and the 163 Lamborghini starting to find its form. It's the blue car, the blue nose car behind this blue, gold and white car with a BMW Bank sponsorship.
But Harper's going to have the same problem we've seen from all BMW drivers here this afternoon. When they get behind a Porsche on the straight line, they're not really able to handle the pace in the straight line. They can do it all around the twistier bits, under braking, a little puff of smoke from the Porsche under brakes. So Dan Harper just literally jumped on the brakes himself to not have any contact, and of course now loses the initial momentum. But he's going to get a run on the Porsche if he can get himself sufficiently close. He will not be afraid, but I think it's too far behind at this part of the very long start-finish straight at Monza.
Right, let's put a little factor in here that could stretch us through this second stint. Kevin Estre is now starting to catch Vincent Abril. Last lap he took 3/10 of a second out of him. We'll see what Kevin does this time around. Just waiting for him to come through. Yeah, well, waiting for the lap to be completed. It'll be a long haul, but now he's got up into second place for Schumacher CLRT. The guest driver in that car, if you will, is making decent progress. Now, we talked about people splitting this race differently. Dennis Olsen is up into 13th place in the Proton Competition Ford. They were one of the first cars to pit, doing a regular pit stop. They started down in 37th position. So they found something. They were really struggling, experienced drivers, but they've found something for today.
Yeah, we saw the car on Saturday, and it just was nowhere in the races at all. And we've seen that car throughout the season, running, I thought, extremely well. Initially at Paul Ricard, it was doing a great job inside the top 10, but whatever they've done overnight, they've found something that's put that car back into a competitive position. Dennis Olsen still behind the wheel and running in 13th place. He is just a tenth and a bit of a second behind the Silver Cup Lamborghini of Larini. Not Larini. How do you pronounce that? In 12th place.
In 12th was Larena,
not Larini.
He's the driver who's from Guatemala.
I need to sit
Italy.
closer to the screen. No, Dan Harper has a little sniff coming down into Parabolica. And Porsche uses more of the racetrack on the exit than Dan Harper is doing in the BMW. And again, he's got a better exit speed. This time, he's half the distance between the two cars. So he'll be thinking about a move. He's closing. It'll be defended. Well, immediately it goes to the right. Dan Harper goes to the left. Can't get it done, but he might have a better entry, but more critically, he might have a better exit out of the chicane, and he will get on the throttle and get better drive. So think forward to the second chicane. I think we're going to see Dan Harper doing what he did on Sheldon van der Linde just a few laps ago.
Yeah, he's going to be faster because he's got his headlights on full. It's always a factor. It's such a long sweep, the Curva Grande. He's going to go look up the inside, and like the first chicane, Niederhauser blocks it off, blocks it again.
A lot of brake dust coming from the Porsche, the rear brakes in particular. You could see the dust coming out from the spokes within the wheels, so that's not a good sign because that indicates the brakes are getting hammered. And we've seen a lot of drivers, teams change brake discs, brake pads through running on Saturday just to prepare a secondary set should they need it. This is a high brake use circuit. You've got a lot of areas, 4 areas where you're de-accelerating, braking from an excess of 170 miles an hour, and these cars weigh over 1,000 kilograms.
Quite a factor. And I was just keeping an eye on the Lamborghini running behind them a couple of seconds back in 6th place, and Marco Mappelli is really hanging the tail out of the Grasser racing car. Cleaner exit for him there. Now, we were talking of that Ford Mustang, 13th. It's got 11th on the screen now. Dennis Hossen, some of the cars around him pitting, but basically that big American brute is picking them off one by one. The Norwegian, a champion a handful of years ago, actually about 5 years ago now, but he'll be enjoying it. The faces of him and his teammates were really low through Friday and Saturday.
Well, we're enjoying the rumble in the park. And that's what the Mustang is doing. It is rumbling. It's like thunder all around the racetrack. It sounds fantastic. Flat plane, 90-degree V8 engine made in Detroit. Absolutely magnificent.
In fact, the numbers on the windscreen alternating between class position in the pro class and position on the track. And in fact, I think he just lost a position on the track. Yes, he has, to Matteo Larena, because of course the Arena's Lamborghini is the green one right across his nose.
Here we go, Mustang, prodigious straight line performance, gets up and alongside the Lamborghini and takes that position.
I beg your pardon, that's Pulcini's car.
Yes.
So Larena's in the car behind, so he is picking off those. And the next target is the Optimum Motorsport Mark Radcliffe-driven McLaren. So finally, the Ford crew from Pro Truck Competition, they've got something right and they're enjoying life. They were scratching their heads like mad. And in the Silver Club, the Arena leading the class. There he is in the middle of your shot, and he's got Tanart Sathyanthirikul, the championship leader in class, next in line, but some distance further back. Tanart Sathyanthirikul, the Thai race, is in 18th, whereas the Arena is in 12th position. But the pace, you'll see, actually, Tanart Sathyanthirikul is probably about to come in the background of the shot, no, not quite, into the shot coming out of the second chicane, but it's Radcliffe holding down. Well, he was 9th position at the start of the lap. Yeah, Dennis Olsen's moved up to 10th.
Yeah, they're going to the Ford Mustang as a full pro entry. It's not a silver, bronze or gold cup, so that is a car naturally we'd expect to see running inside the top 10. But you've got Puccini in the 63 Lamborghini, only fractions of seconds, less than a second. So I would imagine once they come out of Parabolica once again, and let's have a look and see what's going on here with the 111.
It's Hugo Cook has brought the CSA Racing Audi, and that had been going very well at various points through
it's
the
up on the dollies, by the way, so
but
it's
it
not
is on the
going
dollies,
anywhere.
so that's going to be probably swung back round into the pit garage, and that's going to need a bit of a fix. And again, for CSA Racing, just running the one entry. The Mustang, yet again, is closing on a car in front. This time it's Mark Radcliffe.
And let's see what pace the McLaren has got in a straight line vis-a-vis what we have just seen from the Mustang. So further back compared to one lap ago when he got past the Lamborghini, but he will certainly run it down. Thinks about sticking his nose just into the mirrors while the two Lamborghinis behind are having their own little inter-team or inter-manufacturer battle. But Dennis Olsen is, I would say, on course to grab 9th place from the leading bronze car.
Yep, It's a question of when one would feel. That started back, as I said, on the 19th row. Dennis Olsen kicked it off. They've still got Christopher Meese and Fred Verviche in the wings. They're a good pair of subs.
The Mustang looks a totally different car from the one that we saw on Saturday. Looks like it's connected, the suspension and the car are now working in unison. Oh, 22 off.
The car from
to
second place. Kevin Estre has lost the car. That, I think, is that going to be second chicane? Did he go straight on to go in there? Oh,
well, he's backed it in. Let's have a look and see.
There's the third chicane, the Scary chicane.
Well, he caught the grass. He was just too greedy with the entry, and he just took too much of the grass over the white line on the brakes, and that just caused the back end to snap around, and off he goes. And Kevin Estre, well, and look, you push the limits. That's what you've done all your racing career. On this occasion, it's not paid dividends.
Yeah, he'd been chipping away, taking a 10th here, a 100th of a second away from race leader Vincent Abril's 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. Wave, double yellows. Of course, the car's sitting in a dangerous position.
Who's up to second place?
Well, it's Valentino Rossi.
Of course it is.
I can answer that one for you. And
watch it again. Just see what he does. He comes up. He puts that left rear over the white line. Right rear and right front. And immediately the rear brake snags, and that just pitches the car. And when you're on the edge, the ragged edge, as Kevin Estre is always, once it's gone, it's all over, baby.
It really was just the smallest fraction of those tyres, but dust and Heath reduced traction just where he needed it to turn in. So everybody else comes up a position. It looks so Dennis Olsen may, trying to dip out, but they're both going up 8th and 9th.
And also the McLaren brake dust coming out of the front brakes on the McLaren. This is really going to be a race, not only about tyres, drivers, refueling. If the pressure on the brakes, and maybe it's in part a consequence of the resurfacing, there's more bite, so drivers are maybe able to brake a little more heavily or maybe slightly later. But watch as under braking. Certainly it was doing it coming into the first chicane, not so much into the second. Now Olsen's got the run out of the chicane, but it's easily defended. Will he force the issue? Stick the nose of the Mustang up the inside? Yes, he has. And I think that was almost a gimme in fairness. I think Ratcliffe realised that the pace of the Mustang, it was going to happen somewhere. And by not forcing the issue, he loses a place, but of course he's in the lead of his category.
Yeah, exactly so, John, but also
wave yellow flags.
We know why, because of course Kevin Estre's car is deep in the gravel, the back of the gravel track, albeit at the third chicane. But maybe quite simply Mark Radcliffe is thinking, I've got to give some element of brakes to my co-drivers when they take over later in the race. Car number 30 giving a little bit of a nip there to the Kessel Racing Ferrari. Luckily backed out a little bit. Now we're riding with Jonathan Cui tucked in behind. He is now, well, as we've had the problems with the car that was leading the bronze class, we've got now Mark Radcliffe leading that in 9th overall. We go back to 4th position in class, and 3rd position is right in front. Ahmed Al-Hati, 3rd in the bronze class in the BMW, being pushed, harried, almost shoved around the circuit. But of course that number 30 BMW has been in the pits so many times, all those extra runs through. Where it stands in the overall strategy is anybody's guess, but I would guess Sky Tempesta Racing is making
we were watching Charles Vates in the 32 WRT BMW. He's down in 25th place, obviously for the issues that they had earlier in the race. And now another driver being forced off, just getting through Ascari. And that was Porsche, the Porsche's Rotronic was
second of the Rotronic Racing Porsches, I think, fairly certain. Yes, it is. It's the second place. It's the one that started by it's Dustin Blattner, Alexander Fach and Dennis Marshall, but that hopefully hasn't picked up a puncture. You go bouncing through the gravel, though, and it's very easy to just cut the edge of a tyre.
Oh, we're getting a bit breathless in this middle stint, isn't it? We're just over halfway through this 3-hour event. 1 hour 41 minutes remain. So on board again, Jonathan Wee in the 93 Sky Tempesta Ferrari. That's a car that's had its elbows out for a period, and look again, so the Aston goes defensive, loses out. Yes, it does lose out, and a good overtake by the Audi down the inside, but danger for the undercut on the exit, but I think maybe just done sufficiently well, but still the Aston should have the slight advantage.
It's not really where the championship leader wants to find himself, down scrapping in somebody else's class battle, but Marco Sorensen, he said it's just been problematic to overtake at Monza since the resurfacing, so he's got to be extra cautious. He's got to pick his way through the battle, but unfortunately patience isn't always something in the makeup of drivers, but Sorensen's been round the block enough to no caution is required. This little battle is looking fantastic. Third place, Patrick Niederhauser in the yellow and blue Rutronic Racing Porsche, and Dan Harper still behind, still pushing.
Waved white flag indicating a car travelling slowly. Well, there it is on the outside. So McLaren, which one was it? Was that the Radcliffe car, or was that one of the other? Can't think. We've got Dave McDonald, who's just up to 10th place in the Garage 59. So we don't know who's McLaren. It could have been James Baldwin. It's creeping round. This is the outside of the long Curva Grande. So coming back at, you might say, limp home mode.
It's James Baldwin. It's the guy who burst on the racing scene, was a sim racer and a world-class one at that. But this is his first appearance at Monza, and it's just not going so well for him. What is wrong for him? He was running nicely in class and then coming to a cruising halt. If you have a problem like this, you want the approach to the pits to be what you're seeing.
But he can't make his way across to the inside of the exit of Curva Grande because he's travelling far too slow. Back to this battle for Niederhauser and Dan Harper. This is getting, I would say, exercise, because Niederhauser's having to do everything that his Porsche can give him. Dan Harper, likewise, is putting the pressure on, heaping the pressure on, has a look to go down. It's always been a difficult place to try and make an overtake stick on the entry into Parabolica. If you go down the inside, you automatically find yourself out at the exit much too early, and the car then that you've overtaken can make that cut back because they'll carry a little bit more speed on the exit.
And as they fight, the blue Lamborghini tucked in behind car 163 in 5th place for Marco Mappelli is catching them. He's 1.3 seconds down. There's next to nothing between the Porsche and the BMW. Every time Dan Harper tries to make a move.
Look at the brake dust coming out of that right front. And that front
is locking, and it's really very critical indeed. There's going to be a mistake at some point, but then these are pro drivers, so maybe not.
Double wave yellow flags for the McLaren that has stopped. It may well be on the exit on the racetrack. I don't think it's, but there it is.
Still there.
Oh, that's scary. That's scary, but it is a wave double yellow flag. You're not obliged to go through there at the pace, or at maximum pace. You have to be aware and lift off. So hopefully everybody who's in this event has read the regulations sufficiently well to know what they're permitted to do under a double waved yellow flag condition.
Well, I tell you what, all of these cars that are passing it now have already seen it once before. They should know it's there. They'd obviously come round Curva Grande expecting it not to be there, but they have seen it once.
But racing drivers have been always guilty.
Well, full course yellow coming up in under 10 seconds. They've got to clear that car.
The racing drivers have always been guilty of going through a double wave yellow flag, saying, been there, done it, read the book, I can go through again. So everybody's doing a late pit cut. So this is, again, early in the race. We're just an hour and 30 minutes out. So again, strategy calls from the teams that are on their toes.
Right, Team WRT, two of their BMWs, though both out of sequence after that early run they had through the pits in the opening stint, and they're doing something a little different. They're continuing, but half a dozen cars.
Yeah, but from 24th, 5th, 6th, 7th down to Jonathan Wee and 8th, those 5 cars have all made it. But there's Jonathan Wee coming in. So will he stay on board, or will this just be their pit stop for refueling? No tyres, no driver change. Precisely what they're doing. They've read the rule book and they're going to make it work for them.
Yeah, they're certainly thinking. I'm just wondering, the number 7 championship leading Aston Martin has come in there. Maybe this is their chance to try and get their way up the order. Of course, for Matthias Drudy, he cruised past us from our commentary position, engine not firing properly. He was doing a reset and that lost them so much ground.
For those 5, there's now been 7 cars in the pit lane, further down, less in contention. But for those that have taken the opportunity, that will undoubtedly help them because they've done it under a safety car.
Exactly so, and Valentino Rossi, on-board camera, a baited pace into the pit lane for him, coming in from 2nd place. Vincent Abril, the race leader, continues around the lap.
Oh, that was a bit of a clunky stop, Valentino. Did you get it out of gear? Stays on board.
Okay, pre-plan, or maybe a plan that was changing on the hoof, and I think that's what the teams are doing. Number 7, Aston Martin, coming out of the pit lane. He's tucked in behind the Sky Tempesta Racing Ferrari, which is where he was before they came in. So he's going to try and get a jump. So let's just think about this. No tyres allowed. Up on the jacks, waiting. Fuel going on board. This is a chance. You can't at the extra pit stop take it, but you can if this turns into one of your mandatory pit stops. So the fuel will go on board.
So there's a load of fuel going in, so Valentino stays on board, wheels, tyres remain, and interesting to see, that looked like a fairly major load of fuel went into the BMW, full there now the McLaren has got a recovery vehicle. It may be pulled into that opening just to the left of the circuit, the direction of travel. And okay, waiting for the connection to the car. So the 163 Lamborghini, which we had seen running in that sort of top 6 pretty much throughout the race. Oh, my little hero Dan Harper is in as well, so they don't refuel the car on with the jacks up.
No, well, I tell you what, a little black Porsche just came past our window there. It's the middle of the track. It's Kevin Estre. They've got him out of the gravel trap, and perhaps the clear-up operation has allowed him not to lose as much time as he probably would have done. But he's down in 36th.
Do you think he's got, I'm going to say, gravel on his face? Bit pointless saying that, but I mean, that was a big off for Kevin into the Ascari chicane, and they've done well to drag that car out, principally because of the situation with the McLaren stopped at the exit of Curva Grande. That was the reason, ultimately, why we had the full course yellow. It was coincidental and beneficial for the Porsche to be plucked out at the same time.
You really have to feel for Garage 59. They had Louis Pret right up at the sharp end of the field, running 6th and leading the bronze class. The door problem for that. Then 159 James Baldwin, that's dropped him down to 158.
Looking at the Mustang, it looks as if they brought out wheels and tyres. If they're doing their sort of third stop, they would not be changing wheels and tyres. So it looks as if they've changed their mind, and it's just going to be fuel going in. And assuming it's Dennis Olsen, I mean, how long has he been behind the wheel?
Well, he's been behind the wheel since the start of the race, unless I'm gravely mistaken. I have to look the way back down towards the tail end of the grid. It was Dennis Olsen who started, so I'd be surprised if there wasn't a driver change, because here we are with pretty much halfway through the...
So there's the 158. Now it's been pulled to safety. That's a great shame, that car. So James Baldwin was behind the wheel.
Right.
So Fred Ravish has taken over, so that must have been a full service. They couldn't have done just the fuel.
No, exactly so. So problems coming to an end for the 158 McLaren. Really bad luck for James Baldwin. One thing we need to be on our toes about, John, is this car, the race-leading car, has not heard the siren call from the pits to come in and make a pit stop. Is that going to give it an advantage or not? But Vincent Abril has stayed out there, and that means they've still got 2 pit stops to serve in the race. We're at the halfway point in the race, pretty much in this 3-hour race. Is he going to come in this time around? Of course, you can't tell. They're all running slowly. It's full course yellow.
Okay, when they went across the line on that beginning of the 44th lap, this car had a 25-second advantage over Rossi, who had a further 52-second advantage over Niederhauser.
Yeah, the gap wasn't quite that big. That's been stretched by the incident of how things come. But let's see. It'll be neat and tidy in a fairly empty pit lane, because the bulk of the cars came in a lap ahead of Vincent Abril. There we are. You can see them disgorging from the pits, coming back out onto the circuit, waiting to accelerate. But don't accelerate too much. It's full course yellow.
In the background, you can see the Ferrari. So it's gone up on the jacks. Wheels and tyres are coming off. So that's going to be a full service for the 51. Well, yes, the tyres have come off. One tyre's come off, certainly. And
well, that being the case, if the driver did the driver hop out?
We didn't see it. The car, I don't think he has. They're taking off one of the rip-offs on the windscreen to give whomever. I assume it's still Vincent Abril behind the wheel. It looks like, just watching, it says 01, then it goes AV.
Yeah, okay.
So
but that gets reset when it leaves the pits, but I think he probably has stayed on board. That means Alessandro Pierguidi will be the driver waiting.
No, the BMW's coming in, 46.
Going for a record number of stops, it seems, for Team WRT. They need to pay the drivers, the crews by the pit stop.
So is this going to be Maxime Martin now getting in? So it's going to have to make this stop and one further pit stop. So we've got an hour and just 32 minutes remaining. So Valentino, I'm assuming, judging by the third driver standing ready to get into the car, they're not going to have a co-driver, are they?
No, absolutely not. He doesn't need the maps, but right, the 51 Ferrari coming out of the pit exit will look for confirmation when it gets back properly onto the circuit, see if it's still Vincent Abril. I'm sure it'll still be in the lead of the race, but in from what had been second place before, Rossi in, he'll be out of the car, and I would reckon it'll be taken to the end of the race by the driver about to haul him out, Maxime Martin. And then that final pit stop for them will be the one in which they just put fuel on board. This one, they're going for the full works.
Yeah, this is the strategy they've chosen to go with the 46 BMW, and that was their plan, and I think they're fundamentally sticking to their plan. It seems to have worked pretty well so far. Valentino walks around, just has a quick touch in the rear wing, everything's as it should be, and then makes his way into the garage, and his afternoon's work, I'm assuming, is all done and complete.
Well, you would certainly think so. So people doing things in a different manner. 2 mandatory pit stops in this race, of course. In those, the car must be refueled in accordance with the minimum refueling time. Of course, all 4 tyres must be changed. There must also be a driver change. We had a driver change there, but we think that 46 car, will just have a fueling stop.
Just got a glimpse going through picture at this walking pace of Kevin Estre in the 22 Porsche, one of the 2 drivers that we saw. He's now in 33rd position. He's claimed that from David Perel in the 333 Ferrari. You would imagine that Kevin Estre would pick off those cars in the low 30s and high 20s relatively easily. But another car that's out of position, Charles Weerts in the 32. Obviously, again, at the beginning of the race, we saw what happened to Sheldon van der Linde on the opening lap. So Charles Weerts in a recovery mode for what one might describe as the lead BMW in the WRT lineup.
Yeah, and Charles Weerts, it's not a look they want. 5 pit stops made by their car. With all the problems early on. Ahmed Al-Hati's car also from the WRT BMW camp has had 5 stops as well, but they use those early safety car periods to come in, and when the cars are running at a bated pace, they brought them in, sent them out, brought them in again, and did fixings on the cars each and every time.
Another driver car pairing I'm going to look forward to in this stint is the 159 McLaren Scotsman Dean McDonald, a right little flyer when he's behind the wheel of one of these McLarens. So he is currently in 9th position, but the car directly ahead of him, the Mercedes 57 Winward Racing, it's now in pits, so there it is. So that will elevate McDonald back up to 8th position, and he will have Fred Verviche behind him behind the wheel of the Ford Mustang. Bring it on!
Yeah, well, it's been quite a lot of progress from way down the order, and Crew's always looking. That's Winward Racing trying. That's Tanat Sati and Tirakel's car. He's got 2 Dutch teammates, Colin Carasani and Dan Arrow. Dan's had a stint already. Now, just waiting. Full course yellow. Will it turn to safety car? All the cars that are still running that haven't been injured, broken or parked at the side of the circuit have now made the pit stops in this caution period.
So Vincent de Brille still behind the wheel of the 51 Ferrari, the car that has led from the moment the lights went out. He's got his hazard lights on. I don't know whether is that a mandatory thing or is just something that's a courtesy thing in the case of the 51 Ferrari when you're running under full course yellow conditions.
Right, just seeing a little punishment coming the way of one of the crews, car 19. That's the one of the Grasser Racing Team Lamborghinis, Matteo Yarena, Baptiste Moulin, and the 3rd driver, Artem Petrov. And one of the drivers has been penalised 5 seconds to be served extra at the next pit stop for causing a collision. It certainly was in quite a rumbustious quartet of cars earlier in the race. So for one of the Lamborghini crews, that's going to be a way of working down the order. It's running around in 13th place at the moment with Yarena at the wheel of that. However, the safety car leading the field around.
We're coming up to 25 to 6.
And you could suddenly hear a boost in the engine notes. The safety car just came out, it picked up the race leader, and now they're going to pick up the pace. It's no longer full course yellow.
What I was going to say is track temperature has fallen away. A fair amount. It was 39 Celsius at the beginning of the race. Now it's 28. So it's dropped by virtually 10 degrees as we get into the late afternoon, early evening. This race was scheduled to finish at 6:30. I think because of other delays that occurred through the day, it might be a few minutes beyond that. So again, another change. Temperature is down. Drivers will be feeling, well, the car feels a lot better now than it did. Or, well, of course they wouldn't do because they're all restarting at this point, but it'll all be fresh drivers behind the wheel of most of these cars.
Yeah, but they'll have to use all their experience to interpret what they're being told by their co-drivers who went out earlier in the stint. The race started, as you said, just after 3:30 in the afternoon. There's the car, number 19 for the Grasser Racing Team, Matteo Yarena,
13th position.
And that is the one that's going to have 5 seconds at its next pit stop extra to serve. So not back to full speed racing, but we're faster than the full course yellow pace. We're in the safety car zone.
I don't know whether somebody got close to another car and had to put the brakes on pretty heavily. There was a big puff of blue smoke came out. Might have been one of the...
I think we've got a right rear puncture.
That's what it was. The tire must have literally just there you can see it.
And it's Baptiste Lisbon who'd been really going very, very well, the young Belgian driver. You can see the repairs on the bonnet. That was made at the pit stop. That was one in the first lap sort out, certainly had its body reshaped.
And the tyre has gone down at the worst possible part of the racetrack because he'd just gone past the entrance into the pit lane. He's now got to go around the full sort of 5-kilometre circuit at a much reduced pace so he doesn't do any residual damage to the rear of the car. And, well, you can be lucky or unlucky, and that is very disappointing.
And he had been leading the Gold Cup class. He certainly lost it now because the number 77, Michele Beretta entry has just flashed past. That's the Hout Racing Team Mercedes, a car going very well in that particular championship sector. Came here in 3rd place in class and will be gaining. Oh, dearie me, this race has so many stings in it.
Lamborghini in front, front
Barwell Motorsport car, that had been creeping up the order, and that one has gone pop as well.
Is that because of stuff, bits of carbon fibre on the racetrack? I mean, the cars are running at a very, very slow pace. There's no way he's going to get around the racetrack without literally wiping the entire front carbon fibre bodywork off that car.
OK, that's Anton Doquin. They both had a puncture coming, presumably accelerating out of the parabolica.
Okay,
maybe the debris is what came onto the circuit when Kevin
Estre.
Was that
right front? Was it which on the Aston? So was it right front, left rear? I just have to remember now which way around. Was that a consequence of two cars getting together that has cut down ultimately the tyres on both these cars?
I don't think so. I don't think they were on the same part of the racetrack. I don't think they were close to each other in the positioning. But wow, what a surprise! And for both of them to have it go as they pass the pits, nothing you can do.
And there's going to be 2 white flags around the racetrack to indicate 2 extremely slowly moving cars, both with major tyre issues.
Oh, what the team managers not like? Crashing the car, for sure. Hitting a teammate, really not good. Exceeding the speed limit in the pit lane, really not good either, but also going faster than your best sector time under yellow. That is an issue, and it's being thrown at Patrick Niederhauser, the second place car. Oh my word, so everybody now behind the safety car, not at full pace, but they've got to have clear line of sight. The light is dropping, and some of them are getting very close to it.
Yes, and that has got to be cleared away. You cannot leave that amount of debris on the racetrack. I mean, you're seeing drivers are coming out of parabolica and they're only seeing it at the last moment. So they're weaving around trying to get tire temperature, tire pressure back up. And that's going to have to be cleared away again.
Now, how do you enjoy your racing if you're in a Lamborghini? Do you enjoy clashing into another car? Well, that is why the number 19, Matteo Llarena, Lamborghini has picked up a penalty, and the number 63 car is an Iron Lynx car, but it's a fellow Lamborghini racer, and that is just not what you expect. Leonardo Pulcini, absolutely the innocent party there.
That's what I call an unguided missile attack.
Well, 5 seconds might be lucky just to have that as added to his time, but anyhow, looks as though the Iron Lynx car got away with that a little bit with that bodily contact. Running in 10th place now, Leonardo Pulcini. Llarena is 1 position further back with that penalty to come, however.
Oh, goodness me. I mean, even when you're under a safety car, under a full course yellow, it's cracking off.
It really is. But for all the drivers, they would have now passed all that tyre debris that came off Anton Doquin's Lamborghini on the start-finish straight. They would have been aware that another car was limping around slowly, also with that puncture. Now, no doubt, the marshals needed to get out there.
Great job by the track workers to clear the debris. Most of it was actually bits of Pirelli tyre, but those were significantly large chunks of Pirelli tyre, and you wouldn't want to hit that at race speed.
You most notably wouldn't. Right, you've got to look down from the race leader. There's the Vincent Abril, the 51 Ferrari. Then 1, 2, 3, I think 6 cars back to the 2nd place Porsche. And tucked in behind is Dan Harper in 3rd, and then Marco Mappelli 4th. Maxime Martin's got another car between him. He's in 5th place, the 46 BMW. So a few of the back marking cars may not necessarily be any slow, but they will need to move out of the way. The blue flags will be waved by the marshal to say faster car coming through.
One of the ideas in that group of cars we were talking about had a lot of front damage around the front spoiler, the air intake into the front radiator. So that's a car that's a sort of not quite a walking wounded, but if it deteriorates any further, then it will be.
So cars still coming down the start-finish straight behind the safety car. The front runner's just going through, but importantly, the number 51 Ferrari's got about half a dozen cars between him and the 2nd place Porsche. That's being driven by Patrick Niederhauser. Dan Harper in the 998 BMW in 3rd place. Another car behind, not too far back, is the 163 Lamborghini.
What we've got now is almost, not quite, it's going to be a replay of what the start was. We've got all cars running, and all the cars that are running, I think, down to is at 48th position, are going to take the start, and it's going to be another shut your eyes, flat to the floor, and hope that nobody gets in your way into turn 1.
Yeah, I think actually, John, we're looking at 42 cars still running out of the 51 that started the race. David Vidal is his last, but of course that was the number 71 car that lost 9 laps by having to go into the pits before the race had even started, and he's going to stay in that last position unless he finds 4 more laps. In the Bronze Cup, it's Mark Radcliffe in his McLaren 8th place overall, sitting in a position that, of course, the sister car had been holding earlier on in the bronze class.
And Jeff McHale's in the 52F Porsche Ferrari. There it is, directly behind the McLaren. So this battle for bronze is going to be literally, as we see it here, almost the 2 contestants in camera.
Yeah, and really what happened there as well, John, is the fact it gave a massive advantage to the class leading in terms of championship points. AF Corse Ferrari, it was quite a distance further back, but the safety car has bunched up the field and it's allowed it to get right on the McLaren's tail.
Just got a brief glimpse of the 48 Mercedes, the car that was a front-running car that got involved in that incident. Is now in 14th place. Daniel Murad behind the wheel, a Canadian driver, and he has got Jeff McKeel's directly. So the 2 cars directly ahead are bronze categories. Murad's car is a full pro car. I would assume that Murad he's sort of lining himself up at the earliest opportunity to find a way through.
Every driver having to be poised, ready for the restart. No signal as to when that's going to be, except the signal whether the lights are still flashing on the roof. There's the car in last place.
No, that's just ahead of the Mercedes is the lead car. So the lead car is actually between the battle that's going on with Murad and the Ferrari directly ahead of it. So just the timing and score. Look at the Aston, it's made its way back in. Well, I mean,
I'm
it's
sure
done
well, I'm sure the puncture happened about a month ago. That's how long it takes to limp around the circuit.
But
there, of course, had to be at the garage closest to the pit exit.
Bruce, good job to bring the car back without any residual damage from that punctured tyre. Others would come back at a greater pace, and then the tyre would fully disintegrate, and the flailing rubber it can take out brake lines, it can take out suspension components.
Yeah, so it's very impressive. Matthias Lismont, young Belgian racer, clearly has got a message in his ear. Young drivers don't always have that experience, and a very, very quick change after that very slow lap in, and the punctured tyre has been removed. Fresh rubber put on board the Come2 Racing Aston Martin, but the number 21 crew tumbled down towards almost last position.
I think that might have been a single tyre change. It wasn't a full set of... So the Aston gets out, so it remains... he can make his way around at whatever pace he wants to do.
He certainly can.
But he can't. He's behind the safety car. He's not meant to, but
no, he can go to the back of the pack. How many more laps we're going to have? Has all the debris and tyre carcass mess and bodywork been cleared off the track? Because I think the safety car will come in quite soon. And however fast we get Matthias Lismont sprinting around the circuit, at best, obviously, he can only get to the back of the queue. I don't think he's going to quite get there before we get the field release. But let's see. I don't want to jump the gun. Safety car in at the end of this lap. Well, that was the message I was looking for, and that has just been issued.
1 hour and 17 minutes remain. Light is gradually getting darker. The sky actually is, from being a beautiful, bright sky earlier in the day, so 93 is in, so why is this a non-scheduled stop? Well, listen, not as a full service, so Jonathan Wee gets out, and it should be Eddie Cheever gets in.
Certainly is. There's that famous second generation using that helmet his father Eddie used to race with, and they're doing this, of course, when the cars are not running at full pace around the lap. I think this is probably quite a clever tactic.
Yes, so Eddie Cheever in the car. His father was Eddie Cheever Jr., and Eddie Cheever in the car now is Eddie Cheever Jr.
Or 3.
No, I think it's only 2.
No, he's number 3. Number 3 in 93. Anyhow, that will be going back out onto the track as soon as it possibly can. Another clear bit of windscreen being produced by the removal of the strip.
Bruce, I've had that when your windscreen, the tear off is taken off. It's like you've been born again. The difference in visibility and light is unbelievable. And so suddenly you can see things that, well, you would have struggled to see previously.
Right, Niederhauser in second place. 5 cars between him and Vincent Abril, who's leading the queue behind the safety car. Abril will see the lights are going to go out. Yes, they are now out on that safety car. He'll have got the message. He will be able to dictate the pace of the restart, but having a 5-car buffer to Patrick Niederhauser, who's second, and Dan Harper, who's third, will be a helping hand. He'll definitely gain a bit of advantage when he blasts away. And for those in behind, they're looking all the time to see what they can do. Just notice the Kevin Estre Porsche's one of those cars in front of him, but of course he's had lost a good lap by going off into the gravel.
There he is. Speaking about Kevin Estre, there he is. And he's up behind the Lamborghini, and look, he's irrepressible. He's going to find a way around the Lamborghini, under braking down into turn one, side by side. He's got the inside on the approach, and that's going to be his corner without any serious challenge.
Yeah, well, the one thing he's going to be damned if he's going to do is let the front runners come past, but he will match their pace, maybe even exceed it. And Dan Harper waited for no one. He just moved into second position overall.
Great pass.
That was around the outside.
I'd give full marks to the driver of the drone, because he had that drone absolutely sideways coming out of the first chicane.
And Marco Mappelli was one place further back. He picked off one of the back markers, got onto the tail of that battle, and maybe about to make a move in the second chicane. Not quite, but Dan Harper seized the moment. He's into second. Patrick Niederhauser back to third, and Maxime Martin right on the tail of Mappelli in fifth place.
I mean, that's what Dan Harper had to do. He had to seize the opportunity at the earliest opportunity, and he did it. And arguably wrong-footed Patrick Niederhauser, and of course directly behind him you got Marco Mappelli. So this group of cars, and then directly behind him Maxime Martin and the BMW.
Yeah, and quite a story. The car right behind him is Christopher Haas, the 99 Audi that came here second on championship points. Has had a rotten meeting up till now, and he has suddenly moved himself into the mix, but moving away from the mix, and still with 5 cars between him and the second place BMW is Vincent Abril. Really nailed it on the restart.
So the bogey car in that group of lead cars could well turn out to be the 22 Porsche with Kevin Estre, because he's going to run at pace comparable to those of the lead car. And I mean, other than you might say he would be obliged to step aside if there's a wave blue flag, but you know, is there going to be a wave blue flag?
Well, he's not going to let them get close to him. He's just going to set off and do his best to catch on the track Vincent Abril, as if to prove a point. He'll be smarting from spinning off into the Ascari gravel trap. That's the third chicane. Now, looking at the battle in the bronze class, it's Mark Radcliffe just ahead of Jeff Michiels. They come down to that first corner, just out of the background of the shot. Oh, it's still nearly push and shove.
Nip and tuck coming into the... You've got cars that are behind the quicker cars. Dan Harper was amongst those cars. So he had to be patient. He was patient. He'll get his opportunity coming down into the second chicane to make his way through. Oh, and contact at the first chicane. 3 cars off the Lamborghini. I assume it was tagged as a consequence.
I think it was the number 19 car. Let's see.
Yes, it
was. It was Matteo Llarena. He was leader in the Silver Cup class. He was going to have a longer next pit stop, 5 seconds extra. Added to that dust in the air. Clearly, cars in avoidance.
Oh, damaged. Look at the back.
Well, that's the car that should be getting into the lead or challenging for the lead in the bronze class, and that car is short of its bonnet. That means Mark Radcliffe will have a little bit of an advantage here, but that is a horrible, horrible mess.
Oh, yeah. The left front, you see the tyre. He turned in, and he couldn't get the lock on. So that car is going to go straight into the pit lane because there's damage to it that needs to be repaired. That car is what I would call in a pretty undrivable, and they stopped it in the gravel at the entry into Lesmo 2. Had to throw him a pen down in disgust.
OK, well, I tell you, we've now got the replay, and we see why Matteo Llarena went round, the silver class leader. He was given a push from, well, more than a push from Jeff Michiels.
That wasn't a push. That was GBH.
Yeah, absolutely so, and Ferrari body parts hanging off, so... disappointment there for Matteo Llarena. He's got to continue, but Jeff Michiels has not. But stretching clear at the front of the field, nearly 4 seconds clear last time around ahead of Dan Harper. A few cars between him and the BMW. And Kevin Estre giving chase. He's moving past the Get Speed Mercedes. They're down towards the tail of the pack, but coming all along. Look for Dan Harper. He's still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars between him and the leader, but then comes second, third, fourth and fifth, and fifth place is the 46 BMW of Maxime Martin.
Christopher Haas and Aston Martin wrong-footed, can't find a way, wave yellow flags. That's why they all had to stand on it coming down into the first chicane. I was looking at the cars, not looking at the marshals by the side of the track. Waved yellow flag.
Full course yellow. I tell you, that's why they suddenly dropped the pace, because that 52 Ferrari is a band of Jeff Michiels, but it nearly led to other accidents. Drivers just plotting an overtaking manoeuvre down into the first corner.
And listen, in fairness to Jeff Michiels, what he had to do in the second Lesmo, I think, was probably beyond his control. I think the car was almost in an undrivable conditions. What he did coming into the chicane, when he tagged the back of the Lamborghini, well, I think Daddy might have a word to say to them about that.
Make a mistake, don't make it twice. But really, yeah, you talked about him bringing it straight back to the pits. I thought the last thing Jeff could do was drive that car in a straight line, because clearly the steering was compromised. Half the front end had been ripped off when he hit the back of Matteo Ianna's Lamborghini down into the first of the chicanes. So just we were getting back up to pace, we slow down all over again, and the numbers are beginning to thin. Thank goodness we started with 51 cars, but it's been packed with incident. But who has been leading from the start the whole way? The AF Corsa, number 51 Ferrari. That is why you want to start on pole position.
So there it is, being plucked, so ignominious, I can't even say it, by the unit, the tractor unit, and just looking at the front end, it was the left front that seemingly didn't want to turn going into Lesmo 1, and then as he came up to Lesmo 2, it just seemed he lost all steering control altogether. I just wonder, I mean, we've seen a lot of incidents, and I'm wondering, is it that black stuff we're looking at, how much has this resurfacing, or has it at all been a contribution to probably a much greater number of incidents than we would have normally expected here at Monza?
Okay, the talk of the town is the fact it provides more grip, but maybe it provides a little bit too much confidence. You think you can go deeper into the corner, and maybe when you can't get as much braking done, that is where the very best drivers can find an advantage in a longer braking zone.
Well, I've seen a number of brands under braking, either the front or the rear brakes. The amount of brake dust that's been coming out from the calipers, the pads, through the rear wheels or front wheels, which are of a spoke design, magnesium spoke design. So I think the brakes are taking a hammering.
Well, I think they are.
Above other areas.
You're braking later, you're braking harder, and it's really making...
He's got it running again. Oh, no, it's a replay. Now, look at the left front. Look at the left front. Fluid pouring out, so the water radiator has been absolutely compromised. That's why he lost the back end of the car. So the consequence of that impact was he absolutely mullered either the radiator or the water pipes leading to the radiator in the front of the Ferrari.
Yeah, and effectively he was driving on his own very wet track, as you can see in this early evening, lovely sunshine at Monza. Everyone else has got dry track, but for Jeff Michiels that was a consequence of the contact down with the number 19 Lamborghini, and then the consequences proved to be ramifications.
And Bruce, when that happens, believe me, all of a sudden you think, what has gone wrong? What has happened? Because you're on a dry track on warm race tyres, and you've got a level of grip, albeit your car is pretty trashed, and then suddenly turns into Lesmo 1, the back's all over the place, it's yawing and seesawing, and I'm off on the gravel, and I'll try to get back on again. Oh dear. Anyway.
Right, David Vidal is sitting in the queue, number 71 on the flank, but 41 on the windscreen. That's his position, 41st and last. 9 laps lost before we got going, so he is not in the mix. Number 77, Hout Racing Team, Mercedes, most notably he is now leading the gold class. Michele Beretta, Italian driver on home ground, is at the wheel of that. The next car in class a little bit further down the order. So there have been so many incidents in this race that things keep on changing. But John, I think you're entirely right. The later braking points this extra grip is providing is also meaning they're taking the life out of their brakes.
They're taking the life out of the brakes, and some they may actually be getting into, it's hard to say, you get brake fed with the kind of brake cooling, the brake materials, the disc materials, but maybe we're just on that very, very fine edge of what is actually just about doable for any of these cars.
Right, few cars in the pit lane, the Pure Racing Porsche's coming in, the number 30 BMW is in, the Man Filter Mercedes, that's number 48, is in the pits. Driver changes happening all over, but I don't know how long it's going to take for matters to be cleared up. Maybe you just jump at this opportunity. A lot of the second full stops for a lot of these cars, and by that I mean you can change the tyres as well as driver and refueling. At the extra stop, the one that's been inserted to make it 3 stops in this race, you're not allowed tyres or driver change, just refueling. The man, just as the number 48 Mercedes tried to get going, the lollipop went up and had to be dropped right across the bonnet. Another car just nipping out past it. I think it's the number 30 OQ by Oman Racing BMW, just waiting to see if that's the one that, yes it is, that just pulled through. And for the number 30 car, they know their way into the pit and out. Let's take a look. Should we get going, 48? No, we shan't. Please stop.
Careful. Yeah, but the trouble is the lollipop man tells you to go, and then you go, and then all of a sudden you say, no, wait, that was wrong. Oh, confusion.
It's so tight either way in these circumstances. Hazard lights on there for Well, I suppose that's almost fair in the course this race. Most of the cars, of course, are doing that. It's under full course
the
yellow.
Audi there, Joe?
Yeah.
I mean, again, a lot of damage around the left front of that particular competitor. Oh dear, there's Aston Martin in 33rd position. So that might be Flamenco. Actually, should be
probably Niels Koelen in the one that young Dutch racer car number 11, I think it was. Getting quite hard as the light falls to pick out the numbers. Full course yellow. The message is still being flashed at all the drivers. There is our race leading 0-1 car. No, it's not. That's the sister car. No, it is. It is the race leader. It is. Sorry, Vincent Abril. Yeah. Just he'd be rather racing at full racing pace, but it does mean he's protecting his lead.
Interesting, with the light now facing into the driver's eyes, we actually get a view into the driver's cockpit. And interesting, some drivers, Vincent Abril, for example, racing without a visor on his helmet. Other drivers might wear a visor, a tinted visor, bearing in mind that coming up into the Ascari chicane at this time of evening, they're going to be driving directly into the sunlight, so they want to give themselves a better opportunity to be able to judge where to brake. So one of the recovery vehicles, I think that's a clean-up vehicle.
It is a clean-up vehicle, and fair enough, we've had a lot of gravel sprung on the track. I was just wondering where that actually slots in behind the barriers and gets out of the way. We're waiting for this safety car period to be concluded, but of course with a couple of cars destroying their tyres on the start-finish straight. Oh, well, the 22 Porsche, Kevin Estre, threw it into the gravel. He just moved into second place, and it looks though they have parked that, and they're heading off for tea and buns. There's Kevin Estre in the background. He'll be aghast having done what he did. Well, he was pressing on as Kevin does, and just literally by the smallest margin, John, kissed the grass and round it went.
Irrepressible Kevin won in Japan last weekend. Big race over there for prototype cars. So he was coming from there on a major high, and it just doesn't carry forward here at Monza.
Now, this is a bit like some Japanese racing circuits. They have buses on the circuit in some practice sessions, so you can go for a coach tour. This is a rather slower vehicle. The racing car's going past, and it's only out there because they're running at full course yellow pace, sweeping the gravel off the track.
Absolutely.
Not just the gravel, though, the fragments of some of these cars and tyres that were out there.
And it's good to see that the organisation has taken the opportunity to clean up the racetrack. So BMW pulls out. What's this?
Right, let's have a look. Kessel Racing had been going very well in the bronze class. Nicola Shiro, hold on.
To understand what that was.
Has he just moved
the paradigm
in
BMW
class?
just suddenly pulled over to the right and let cars go through. And sort of quite fully understand. So pit stops coming. Mercedes coming in, a Ferrari, I think it is, just ahead of it. So there's the paradigm, and it's going. It lets some cars go through. Yeah, was he going into the pit lane?
Yeah, well, a few of the cars have been having their hazards, but it's almost as though his full course yellow pace was less than those around it. Maybe could there have been a glitch where instead of running at 50 kph, it was running at 48? I don't know, but certainly class positions have changed, and that means in the bronze class.
We've seen so many strange occurrences. I've run out of thought as to what might be behind the minds of. There's the BMW making its way in the 991 Paradigm Motorsport. So it's a driver change, a full service.
Yeah, and it's Jake Dennis getting on board, so we'll start to see this car make it. You like that, don't you, John?
Jake, he'll give it a good old ragging, I can tell you.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what have we got left on the clock? Just a whisker over an hour and 3 minutes in this 3-hour race, still to run. Fresh set of rubber, driver change. This is a full pit stop and refueling as well.
Okay. Can they go to the end? Because it's going to be an interesting little challenge here for the Paradigm team. It was meant to be maximum stint time, was meant to be 15 minutes.
Yeah.
55 if there was a full course yellow safety car.
Yeah, but we've got more than 55 minutes on the clock. I was quickly doing the maths. I had my shoes and socks off using fingers and toes, but that is sitting there. But anyhow, we know when it hits the deck and goes back out, we got Jake Dennis. I think, let's see, they should still have another pit stop to serve. That
Indeed.
Well, because so many cars have come in so many extra times. That's the third pit visit. But a lot of the crews have sort of thrown the system by diving in under the safety car, just have little bits of bodywork take back down. Rutronic Porsche number 97, that was one of the cars that went for a bounce through the gravel. That seems an age ago.
Yeah, so that's making its way through Curva Grande, just following my leader with all the other cars. So we're still under these full course yellow conditions. Then we'll have a safety car, which will then once again will bunch up the field, which will then in turn, you know, safety cars breed safety cars. Our other commentator David Addison, who's working this weekend at another event, that's one of his favourite observations. Safety cars breed safety cars, Walter.
He does, and he's almost invariably right in that particular incident. Now, talk about safety cars. How about safety car restarts? And the Aston Martin has been going so well for Walkenhorst Motorsport. Number 34 in 6th place is under investigation for a safety car restart, possible misdemeanor.
Max Hoffer just went out a picture at 14th. That was actually showing 16th, but it may alter his screen, just indicating there you see his name, HOF, but then showing P14 on timing and scoring. That's actually showing that car in 16th place. So because of the two cars probably that made their pit stops. Oh, what's going on the Corsa team? Alessandro Pierguidi.
You know, they're trying to understand the rules, I think, because we've got
I think that
Alessio Oliveira near us. He started from pole position. They want to know when that final pit stop can be served. The clock continues to beep. We've got an hour and a minute, but as you said, 55 minutes is the... Will this safety car period just be long enough for them to come in?
No, don't worry about this one. It'll be the one that comes after this one. Exactly, Moriarty. So what we may have to see now is Alessandro Pierguidi standing around casually in his race overalls looking like a poser. Oh, I've got to get my helmet and stuff, my gloves and everything ready, get my hands device attached.
Well, Alessio Rivera will probably not be going out in that car. They're not going to give him a second stint, surely. So Alessandro Pierguidi, why is he not going over and getting himself suited? He's got his suit on, he needs his boots, he's got those on, needs his gloves, hasn't got those, needs his helmet. You know, he has got to be getting ready for anything that could happen in the next 10 minutes.
And of course, they would like to carry out a pit stop under full course yellow conditions.
Yeah, but what they're trying to gauge on is the intelligence of what's happening around the circuit in terms of the clear-up, because the safety car, the full course yellow period we're in now, everybody running at a bated pace, still some cars coming in to serve their pit stops.
Electronic Porsches in the pits as well.
I think it is a real game of bravado for the 51AF Corsa Ferrari. It's just passing our commentary position, start, finish straight, and they're trying to brave it out. Can they get
96
behind the safety car? This is the car from front end of the grouping. Bear in mind that was in that four-car battle over second place. He has blinked.
Yeah, Julian Andlar will take over for this final stint.
But all these cars will have to come in again.
Well, I just wonder, we've got 59 minutes of the race remaining. You're allowed 55 minutes if there's a full course yellow safety car, blah, blah, blah. I suspect we'll see another one before the checkered flag comes out. So this is a roll of the dice. People are almost relying on other incidents to give them the higher ground because we've taken a gamble.
I think there's a lot more gambling still to come. Now let's take a look at this. Fastest top speed. Well, it's Dennis Olsen in the mighty Mustang. There it is. And he's fully 4 kilometres faster than the best of the rest. And we said that the McLarens are quick this weekend. Fran Rueda really flew in the early stage of the race. And Mark Radcliffe, who's still going around and be pushing on. Yeah, well, that is mighty. So maybe the cornering's not so good for the Mustang, but the power down the straight, epic.
We saw the power. We saw he was able to pull out and pass without having to use much of an aerodynamic tool. We know the Mustang is an absolute horse in a straight line. 285 is not a million miles off 180 miles an hour coming down this straight. So safety cars being deployed.
Up goes the engine note, up goes the pace of the cars, and anyone, of course, who's sitting in the pit lane now will be losing time. And cars up at full pace, further back in the queue to close it up. The 32 Team WRT BMW just coming out of the pits. Maybe that will slot in, but for those out there, they're picking up the pace,
Bruce, again, just watch the Audi coming out of the first chicane. He booted it, and the back end snapped. So these cars have been running a reasonably long time. Look at the gravel again coming out of the second part of Lesmo. So running at relatively low speed, tire temperatures, tire pressures will be falling away. The ambient temperature right now is 22 Celsius. So it's still a comfortable temperature, but compared to what the car would be accustomed to with race tire temperatures and pressures, it's going to be caution required when we go back to green flag racing, especially into the first chicane.
Right, on the last restart, Vincent Abril had 6 cars. There's his car, the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari, between him and the chasing pack. Now he's only got 3, because Dan Harper, Marco Mappelli and Maxime Martin are very close behind. Julian Andlauer, of course, not so long in that group. He's reported the pit a short while ago. But suddenly it's a slightly different complexion. There was the flying ointment. There was Kevin Estra, who was damned if he was going to let them pass. He was between Vincent Abril. He was a lap down after his moment sitting in the gravel at the Ascari chicane. He wasn't going to be the fly. He was going to chase off after the race leader. He is not in the moment now. He is in the garage. That car is parked.
So waiting for the safety car. These are the top speeds into Parabolica, by the way. Oh, sorry, in Parabolica, it's not into it. It's 178 clicks per hour for the 51 Ferrari. 177 clicks for the McLaren, and then Mancini in the. So it's not quite at the apex, but it's not at the exit.
Well, it's a pretty good sign of the speed they'll carry down the straight. The Mustang making another move, and it looks like Dean McDonald has been picked off by Fred Vervish. Pushing, not shoving, just sheer grunt has got that 64 Mustang up another position. Hard to believe it started down on beyond the 19th row of the grid. Astonishing, but almost untroubled every time there's a restart. Because it's at the front of the field, Vincent Abril is able to pull clear. Now Dan Harper trying to get past Yannick Meckler's Get Speed Mercedes, and then they'll have clear line of sight to the race leader. Yannick, oh, come on, don't spoil this battle behind. We've got one of the Lamborghinis in front of Marco Mappelli Lamborghini. That's one of the ones from Barwell Motorsport, and everyone else trying to slot into position. But the most important element right now is whether Dan Harper in second place for Rover Racing can get through. Extra long pit stop for 19, but bear in mind they were served that, and now they're going back in the garage because Matteo Llarena was clattered, if you remember, by Jeff Michiels down into the first hairpin. That did a lot of damage to the Ferrari, but clearly some to the Lamborghini.
Well, I suspect the Lamborghini has got either suspension or gearbox transmission damage, because that was a mighty hit from the Ferrari. And we saw the damage it did to the front of the Ferrari. You can imagine around the back you got the carbon fibre diffuser, which might absorb some of it, but I suspect maybe suspension and potentially gearbox could have been damaged as well.
Yeah, and you never know how much the driver can really truly detect running at full course yellow pace, but as soon as the pace went up, it was probably very clear for Matteo Llarena. But then again, he'd like to stay out as long as he possibly could.
So Jake Dennis on the road ahead of the 32 WRT RD, so that should be Dries van Thor if they've made a driver change.
It's funny how your eyes can go blind when looking up and down the screen. It is Dries van Thor, 20th and 21st positions.
So there is Jake Dennis in the Paradigm entry. Oh, okay. Dan Harper's made it past the Mercedes. He needed to do that. He's done it. So then the next car up in overall positions will be the Lamborghini 163. And who we got? We got Marco Mappelli behind the wheel of that, and then the 46, which is going to be...
It's Maxime Martin. We're riding on board with Maxime right now, just looking where he can place that BMW for Team WRT. Valentino Rossi, could he be heading for a podium on home ground in Italy this time? Not at his local circuit at Misano on the Adriatic coast, but the home of Italian racing here at Monza, the Temple of Speed. 102 years old, going strong. Now, really the key to me is, can Dan Harper build on the pace? Still got Max Hesse to take over the 998 car to come in. And now, this is clever. What tactics do you want to do to reset your stint time? We've got 55 minutes to go. Could Brutronic Racing have pulled a blinder there?
Well, I think that's...
Reset the clock.
Absolutely.
Done.
Thinking on your feet. You know, we've got, what, 53 minutes, just under 54 minutes remaining. So, yes, that's a good move by Brutronic team. They've been thinking it through. And what they might have lost by doing the drive-through, they will pick up, because the others around them will have to make a pit stop before the end of the race.
No more time for them to do pits in. That was very clever. Is anyone else going to blink this time around and do it? I reckon it's well and truly worth it. You simply come into the pits, drive straight through out the other end.
I know I'm a Ford fan, but Fred Vervish in the Ford Mustang, gotten past Valentin Hasklow up into 5th position. And look down the inside, this is not going to be pretty. Well, contact between the Ferrari and the Mercedes, and the consequence is the Mercedes was never going to come out of that on top, and that is the case.
Yeah, and I tell you why Beretta was slightly cautious there. He's leading the Gold Club class, wants to take class victory, take the haul of 25 points for that. So he sort of allowed it to happen. Others still coming through. Just a little thought. 96 coming in and out of the pit to reset the clock. Had they served their drive-through penalty before, because they certainly just drove through the pits, could be maybe not what we thought it was, but we'll find out a little bit later if it has to come in again. But if it wasn't, and it simply was a resetting of the clock, that's very impressive. Now look, in the middle of that gaggle, towards the back of that gaggle, is this 007 Aston Martin, the championship leading car, and it's sitting right in the middle of that pack, but it's a lap down, because don't forget, it stopped. So again, we saw with Kevin Estre, a lot of the front-running cars have got the pace, but they've had a problem. They come back in, and they really make it complicated for those around them.
And that car is actually overall 29th. So Nicky Thiem behind the wheel, but he's battling for class. Well, he's not going to get many points if he finishes down on that. He'll be out of the points at 29th. But you never know. You've got to run to the end. You've got to take your chances and believe if there is another safety car into gravel being kicked up on the exit of Lesmo too. As this group of, 8 or 10 cars all running more or less nose to tail. And this is further up the field. This is a different group of cars moving all around under braking, coming up into Ascari. That was the Aston Martin, the 007, Nicky Thiem.
It's so hard to just keep the momentum going when your race has been spiked by an incident, like something happening, like a puncture, or in their case, the number 7 Aston Martin having some electronics glitch. You want to run at the pace, but you're suddenly 25 positions further down the order. You've got to keep your mojo, keep on racing. But it is Monza, it is the early autumn, it's a fantastic place to be.
Yeah, Riccardo Feller running on 12th had a little sniff at the 97 Porsche, so he is on a move forward. That car, again, suffered early in the race. So Maxime Martin can't quite get on terms with the 163. Marco Mopelli, Lamborghini, further through the field. So just the McLaren sneaks through. There's the heavily damaged front end of the Audi. So its straight line speed probably slightly compromised by that degree of damage.
You know what, if Pierre Guidi and Rivera, along with this weekend's teammate Vincent Abril, go through to take the 25 points for victory, suddenly that ought to put them into the championship lead. But by finishing running, if they can get up, well, the car in third position, the 163 Lamborghini should move into second in the championship. But Alex Arca and Christopher Haas can only watch the sidelines. You just mentioned the number 99 Audi. That's in 10th place. That came here second in the championship. They will all gain on the car that came here leading it, the number 7 Aston Martin. We don't think Nicky Team from 29th can weave any more magic. So suddenly the championship, it was a 15-point margin coming to the 2 final endurance rounds. Only 26 points maximum scored each round. And suddenly, if the number 7 Aston Martin doesn't score, and most of the cars behind do, that is going to close it up. And that really will make it exciting when we go to Jeddah for the final round.
And also just in the bronze category, running over all 8th and 9th. So there is about just over a second gap between the Ferrari and the Porsche, running 8th and 9th respectively.
Yeah, the Porsche is run by Rutronic Racing, just seeing it there. The blue Kessel Racing Ferrari going just so well. It's had such a fantastic run. Nicola Schiro at the wheel at the moment.
Ferrari in. So as our race leader has come into the pit lane waiting for confirmation.
Right, well, they can make that the final stop. They were maybe waiting to get to the 50-minute point, but there we go. So Dan Harper into the leader race, 4 seconds clear from the Lamborghini of Marco Mopelli. Maxime Martin through in the 46 BMW in third place. But Vincent Abril, his race is run, but not for the car. The 51 Ferrari coming to a stop in front of AF Corsa. That's good. That's his pit garage. Out he climbs, and here comes Alessandro Pierguidi.
Dive bomb with that drone, get right in, and let's see every little nuance of this pit stop, because this is going to be key to the outcome of the race. This is the car, the driver combination, the team that has dominated. So still getting the driver shoulder straps, everything attached now. The doors closed. Vincent Abril done a great job. Tippy toes and does a very pretty little jump over those tires. Give him good marks for that. So there is our race leader, Dan Harper, in the 998 BMW. So they'll have to make one more stop. We believe, that final sort of splash and dash. But we've only got 48 minutes of this race remaining. Could prove wrong.
Well, what he's got to do now, he's got clear track for the first time in an age. He's pressing on. Of course, we've got to see when they serve the pit stop, where that's going to slot in. But Dan Harper's just trying to eke any advantage he can. Pinch a 1/10 of a second here, half a second there, and out goes Alessandro Pierguidi.
And the beauty is fresh rubber, new fuel, nobody around him. He can absolutely molar the racetrack until he ends up catching up to some of the tail markers, but he's got clear air, nobody behind him. He doesn't have to worry about looking in his mirrors.
Well, maybe he contributed to that in saying, I want to come in, get Vincent in at this lap. We can spot where the cars are going. But
he's in.
Dan comes in. Dan Harper, just one extra lap. He's coming in. And let's see how close the BMW will be, car number 998, when it goes back out onto the circuit for Rover Racing. So it is a game of chess. It's a case of, with this extra pit stop, planning when to have it.
Which car's leading at Monza? Which car do the fans want to see winning?
Is it number 46?
It is.
Well done. The Team WRT BMW and Valentino Rossi, I'm sure. Well, would they slot him in for a final stint? Would they keep Maxime Martin on board? But, oh dear, suddenly cars getting a little bit
very
close.
tight.
Now, that is difficult. That was the class leader, Nicola Schiro, coming in. The Kessel Racing Ferrari had to work his way around the Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin. That would have delayed him just a little bit. Now he's shoved back. Oh, that's such a shame.
Probably lost 10 seconds as a consequence of having to stand on the nose, turn right, turn left, and then push the car back. So that was disappointing for that. Ferrari is doing a great job, was leading the bronze category just before he came in. So those are the little things you can't control, and that's where sometimes you need to have good relations with your neighbours. Here we see Alessandro Pierguidi now showing 19th position, but that's only because they made that pit stop. So wait, see where it filters through. when he comes across start-finish line, which he's about to do in the second. No.
Well, the absolute key, as the sister car is sitting in there, is how much closer has Max Hesse got because of Dan Harper's extra lap. Not in shot at the moment, and it was 4 and a bit seconds before the pit stops. And Max Hesse coming out now, so actually, maybe it is a little bit closer.
I think they've gained. I think they've gained marginally.
Well, every marginal element of a second is something that's really going to count here at Monza. The Mustang's come out, it's made its final pit stop, and that should be Christian Mees at the wheel, and it's come out listed in 4th place.
Yeah.
Well, let's see how. We'll take another lap or two until the final flurry of pit stops
by the way,
completed.
Dries van Voor has set fastest sector time, probably in sector 2. Fastest race lap still at 1:45.2. Set lap 26. That was Ocean Gavin in the Porsche number 22. That car we know has been retired. So there is the 46 car currently our race leader, and we've got 45 minutes and a little bit extra of this race to run.
Anyone writing a race report of this race will have been running out of ink. So many things have been happening, and for the TV directors and producers trying to keep the show on the road, knowing where to look next. I don't know where to look, and I'm in the commentary box.
I'll tell you, do you know what the biggest race is going to be today? The 998. Has it got a problem? Is it slowed down? Yep. It says the right. Is it the right front? So dear me. Oh, terrible. Right front is coming off. Right front is not attached. It's going to. Eventually, it may well just separate from the hub. The nut was the nut not. I was thinking, might have seen the nut come off. Something went, direct left as they came through the exit. So that looks like the wheel nut was not maybe fully located on the drive pegs. And what a disaster for the team, for Rover Racing and for Max Hesse.
Yeah, there'd been a gain in the pit stop. They'd reduced the lead. Dan Harper did the extra lap, brought it in, and something in that pit stop was quicker than that of the rival team, whether it was relocating that right front wheel. But my heart goes out to Rover Racing
absolutely.
there.
Couldn't make it up. It sort of makes the thought I was about to give you sound rather trivial.
We'll save it for after the race then, Watty, but that will mean suddenly 46 is well, it's going on for another lap. Maxime Martin continues, but that protects its advantage. Up into second place goes Ricardo Fellow.
Absolutely.
The number 99 Audi started way down the order. Just things didn't seem to go right for them. They didn't come to second place in the championship for no reason at all. But here comes 46 Maxime Martin. No one immediately in front. He can do some quick laps now. That's precisely what he needs to do. 3 pit stops in the bag. The car listed as in 3rd place. Jens Klingman leading the bronze class. 6 pit stops. It takes a lot of explanation. All of the cars would normally just have 2 standard pit stops. For this race, a 3rd one was inserted. It was a shorter one in which you could take no new driver, no new tyres, just refueling.
Maro Engel behind the wheel.
He's got a puncture, is he?
That's running in 14th position. No, it's okay. So 14th position for the 48 Mercedes. There is the Ferrari.
Yeah, but he was running in front of it on the road, but that is limping in by the looks of things. But now, what is the pace going to be? Oh, we've got to get the slide rules out, John. How can all these cars do it on their stint time? It's so tricky. Cars still coming in and out of the pits, but I'm sure this one's got it absolutely right.
I think they've got it right. They're running in 15th place. There is the BMW back on track with a new wheel and wheel nut. Hopefully this time it is tight and fully secure. And what a disappointment. That car was momentarily in the lead. Here is the car that has dominated really throughout the afternoon. Alessandro Pierguidi behind the wheel, and it's not, I mean, it has been a case of roll the dice with all the safety car interventions, full course yellows, and even used a bit of the inside of the exit of the chicane just to give himself a fractionally shorter distance to travel.
You cannot settle down and take your eyes away from the screen. Things are happening all the time to every car in the race, it seems, except this one, the number 51 Ferrari. Started on pole, was top of 2 of the 3 qualifying sessions to take that pole position, and starting on pole was such an advantage. They kept out of the trouble that came for everyone almost immediately behind them on the run to the first corner. But since then, they've looked at the tactics, they've worked out how to insert their extra pit stop. Fear not if it says 15 on the windscreen, but Alessandro Pierguidi, just settle down. There I was saying your race is running like clockwork, and suddenly the springs were coming out of the back of the clock. Whoa, that was a save at Lesmo.
There was no need for it, really. I mean, unless they've done the calculations and realised that they've been mugged. Somewhere along the line, they've been mugged.
Well, I can't quite see that, but there are greater brains in the pit lane than mine. Certainly Jordan Pepper's going very well in the 163 Lamborghini, down in 16th, but also he served that final pit stop for the Grasser Racing Team. This car that really sprung its place into the championship battle by winning at the Nürburgring last time out in the third of the four endurance rounds so far, running at the front end of the field. When all the cars in front have made a pit stop, that should be up into the top three.
Yeah, but it's in 16th place.
Wait for it, John. Wait for it, John.
I know. It's
All right, you're right.
Overlap of people coming in and going out, and it takes a reset of a couple of laps for it to. Let's see where Jordan Pepper ends up. So he comes across the line. 16th was what it was, and waiting for it to update, and it still waiting for it to update, and still waiting for it to update.
Okay, let's just run down through the classes. At the moment, the bronze class is being led by the Ford Mustang. Sorry, I've got to draw my attention to that again. That's gaining more positions. Chris Mees has taken it over. It's fallen down the order, but simply because some of those cars around it have not served their pit stops. The number 63 Lamborghini alongside Edo Mortara. Race GTs, most notably at Macau with success, but certainly tucking in on home ground.
Yeah, Mortara, very, very capable, accomplished driver. So he didn't force Christopher Mees to go to the left. Christopher Mees made that decision, and of course he would have to give it back up again because he did a shortcut again. Looking at the brakes, a lot of brake dust, a lot of rubbish coming out from the wheels of many of the cars. So Mees is on the tail of the Lamborghini. So Mortara will not concede. It showed just how tough he is, making it hard for the Mustang. So going through, and where are we? Just overall, where is the Mustang? It's actually down in 20th at the minute. So Mortara 19th and Christopher Mees in 20th.
Yeah, the Swiss driver Mortara really, really attacking there, but just waiting for the other cars in the front end of the field to serve their pit stops, and the ones who've already made that final pit stop to work their way up the order. This extra pit stop has been something, plus all the incidents have just kept on shuffling the packs. Even if we'd had no incidents, it's still living in ways that team chose to insert the extra pit stop in, which is only refueling.
Did you notice as these cars came through the Ascari chicane that there's now a beach here at Monza?
Yeah, a beach or a golf bunker. It certainly is piling up.
There's gravel. There's a single line through the exit of the Ascari chicane. The rest is just, it's like a quarry. There's so much gravel on the racetrack.
Yeah, pretty much anybody who turns up in a Myers-Manx beach buggy from the early 60s should manage. Right, Walkenhorst Motorsport now listed as the leaders in the silver class. There's about to be a place change there.
Yeah,
it's a good little battle there between the 63 Lamborghini and that's Edo Mortara, and certainly Chris Mees is rather enjoying it in the Ford Mustang.
It's not as easy a pass as he would hope. He'd pass some of the other Lamborghinis with a great deal more ease. So there's the 71. That's a car that's out of position.
We're totally out of position. It's been running very well.
But it's running quickly.
Yeah, it's running quickly, but it came into the race 9 laps down. Problem as it approached the grid, we saw steam or something issuing from the car, then it belched it out on the grid.
Yeah, it's all the way down in 38th position.
Yeah, and his best lap, very respectable one at 45.7, so that's very much ballpark.
Absolutely.
Oh, how frustrating for Ferrari. When you've got 2 strings to your bow, you feel a little more confident. When you lose one of them at the start of the race, that's not good. But at least the sister car, 51, started from pole position.
Dennis Marshall behind the wheel of the 97 Porsche, so that'll give it a bit of a boost of performance. The driver who, I think at the minute, his name is on the radar for a few other teams that might be looking to upgrade.
Well, we're talking about the Rutronic Porsche 97, and the great brains in the truck are trying to work out if that one has got one more stop to do or not, and they think perhaps not, but we will hold our breath on that one because so many chops and changes.
Lorcan Hannafin in the Aston Martin, just ahead of the Porsche, so that's been a good drive as well.
Okay, Maxime, 2 laps. Okay.
Okay, gathering that message was held back for about a lap, so just one more lap until the race-leading Maxime Martin will come into the pit lane in car number 46 for Team WRT. Will there be a driver change, or will Maxime take it through to the end? This battle is in a replay. No, they just carry on like this. 63 Lamborghini, Edo Mortara, and being pushed around the circuit by the Ford Mustang, and every time they get on the straight, the Mustang closes in, and tucked in behind is the 71 Ferrari that was 9 laps down when it finally started the race. So he can just enjoy this battle. It doesn't really gain him anything if he tries to work his way past.
Well, the thing, Mortara's running at the same pace as the the Mustang is. And again, you just notice the amount of brake dust coming out. That was a slightly late brake into it. That's going to give, I think, Christopher Mies an opportunity. It's not a great place to try and pass into Lesmo 1, and that's been covered by Mortara. He saw it coming. He knew he'd outbraked himself marginally and slightly disadvantaged himself, so he's going to be on his toes, not through Lesmo 2, but going up into the Escario chicane, because that Mustang has got prodigious straight line performance.
What I love about GT racing, John, is when you have cars of totally different shapes. You can pick out the Mustang, it looks big and bold. It's a bit like when the Bentley Continental came to play pretty much a decade ago, and the BMW M6 at the time seemed huge next to the Ferraris, but matters are still changing out on the track. It's still very busy indeed.
We're not seeing an awful lot of Alessandro Pierguidi. He's still running in 15th place, but he's just set the fastest race lap by a margin, 1 minute 45.088. He's just done it literally on the lap. He's come across the start, and that is outrageously quick.
No, I tell you what he did. He did 1 minute 45.1 and then improved on it by
Exactly.
0.05 of a second. So
there
super fast. Right. The Valentino Rossi, his car coming in from the lead of the race, albeit potentially a temporary lead by dint of not having served its final pit stop. So we've got 35 minutes left on the clock. Maxime Martin, Belgian racer, trying to maximise the entrance into the pit lane. Now he's got to wait, hit the white line, there, bang, down to the pit minimum speed or maximum speed. Now on the outside this time, Christopher Mies.
Deja vu.
Deja vu all over again, as they used to say. So Mustang versus Lamborghini, and well, dust being kicked up, panels, tempers.
So now Christopher Mies, having conceded the position, is back on it. He's got the inside as they approach down to the second chicane. And Mortara again good in the brakes, able to get the Lamborghini stopped, and the Christopher Mies wasn't able to go sort of wheel to wheel with him into that second chicane.
Right, Maxime Martin, his race is run. The race is far from run for the Team WRT 46 BMW, waiting for the signal. Valentino Rossi had one early stint. It was a short stint. He needed to serve, I think, a little more time, so that's why he's back in, but also potentially for the glory of a podium position here at home in Italy at Monza. But the race leader. And is Rossi going to pop out ahead of the Ferrari? Oh, wow, this could be quite... I'm waiting for this cheer from the grandstand beneath our commentary position. The race-leading Ferrari is in the background of the shot. Has this been a master stroke from Team WRT? But in this race, John, I'm not sure I want to put nail my colours to any mast in particular, but it seems a huge lead.
Got 34 minutes to go. There is Alessandro Pierguidi, fastest car driver pairing on the racetrack, bar none. So he's got traffic ahead of him, and he'll not really want to be inhibited by that. Look on the headlight flashers, get out of my way, look at your mirrors, don't make my life difficult. There is the 46. The 51 Ferrari is just entering the Curva Grande. So Valentino will be kept advised by his team. He'll have either a pit board telling him, or more than likely he'll have the radio tuned in to WRT channel, whatever they're on.
Yeah, well, the car that's running right in front of Alessandro Pierguidi is a car that should have been in this title battle, this race battle. It's the Rover Racing BMW, but of course for poor Max Hesse, that was the one. He left the pits, the front right wheel wasn't fully attached. He's had to limp round, so that's tumbled down the order. But it is a car, when all four wheels are attached, that can really set a pace. So he's not going to be hanging around and being slow. He's going to press on, but maybe, just maybe, that'll be a slight problem for Alessandro Pierguidi.
Yes, I think Alessandro's too far back. And I think this is again a case of you win a race, certainly you win it on the track, but in this type of endurance racing, very often it's won in the pit lane.
Well, just so difficult. The amount of time standing in the pit stop, Ricardo Feller's car has got equal least number, but has that served its final pit stop? I sort of have a feeling that Ricardo Feller's car needs to come in one more time. But flashing by, presumably to go to the top of the charts, is the 46 BMW. That has definitely served its final pit stop.
There are 3 BMWs currently in the top 4 positions. It's only Klaus Bachler in the 911 Porsche in 3rd position. That isn't made in Munich.
Well, that's quite something, but also those 3, I'm fairly confident, all need to serve pit stops. They're all together on the track as well, so that's a very, very busy place to be for the cars from Munich.
So Jake Dennis got pressure from behind, almost from alongside, and they had to go defensive to stop the Porsche and the Audi trying to slip through, so they sort of fell into line to make it possible for all 3. Jake Dennis, you can see in the Paradigm Motorsport BMW. So come together. I'm trying to think of a word to use.
Yeah, so concertinaing and the gaps are closing all the time. I think drivers starting to set some pretty quick lap times. Yeah, well, Jake Dennis, he's got green on the screen, as we say. Now he should be faster still. He's worked his way through that gaggle of cars. You have to feel for that blue and white Kessel Racing Ferrari had that delay in its pit stop when it had to go round another car that was parked just before its pit garage. That's lost its ground.
Ricardo Feller leads the race. Jans Klinsmann in the BMW second. In third place, Dries van Thor, 3.2 seconds behind Feller, 2.8 seconds behind Klinsmann. And that's going to be, I wonder how much of the corporate play will come into play, because Klinsmann and Dennis are in the bronze category, whereas Van Thor is racing for overall victory in the pro category. Have to add that in.
Right, I'm just seeing messages from the pit saying that the stint time for the 46 car, that was the one that Maxime Martin's just finished his stint, I think. Maximum stint time 55 minutes. It's saying 55 minutes and 2 seconds. It was 55 minutes maximum stint time with a safety car. Oh, is there another potential twist and turn in this race? Because certainly the 46 car Valentino Rossi is out there on the track and pressing on.
Well, Dries van Thor running ahead of Jake Dennis, and he's got Klinsmann in the other BMW directly ahead there. You see the number 30. So again, WRT entered cars. So you've got WRT entered cars running second and third. Jake Dennis is in the Paradigm Motorsports car. Oh.
But we're still expecting the vast majority of the top 10 to be coming into the pits, because we think in 13th place at the moment it's served its final pit stop is the 46 BMW from Team WRT with Valentino Rossi at the wheel. This is going to be a fairy book story. Now finally there's contact between 63 and 64. The Lamborghini getting a little push and the front back end of its car rising up, the Mustang giving it a clatter from behind, so there may not be a podium for Christopher Mies. The top 10 may still be possible, but any more contact, that will be looked at.
Well, the only thing is there's two professional drivers. If I was a professional, a bronze or an amateur driver, that would be frowned upon. But look behind the Porsche, Julian Andlar, he is again all over the back of Christopher Mies. So that's a potential change as well. Oh, it's not. It's Dennis Marshall.
Yeah, who's going very well in the bronze class. Still waiting for the final pit stops from some of these crews. Let's have a look. Contact, only the lightest of contact, but contact all the same into the first chicane. Hard to get traction when you're airborne, and that's certainly what Christopher Mies was in the Mustang. But it's a battle for 12th place. It's a battle for pride, and Dennis Marshall's tucked in behind. It is the second of the Rutronic Racing Porsches.
Yeah, the Ford Mustang, a product of Multimatic, the Canadian engineering firm, who actually do a lot of work for many global manufacturers, but this Mustang is just basically going to get better and better. I can't wait for next year to see if there are going to be more than a single entry of the brand in our championships.
Right, let's take a look. New fastest lap. I knew you'd spot that. 1 minute, 44.791. Identity, A. Pierguidi. Not A. Pierguidi, the Pierguidi. Sitting there in 15th position overall. All the pit stops done. The important thing, he's catching Maro Engel in the 48 Mercedes, who's in effective second position, who is just under 3 seconds down from effective
there
race
you can
leader.
See it. Now, there's the Mercedes, there's the Ferrari.
So second and third.
At the pace that we're saying for the Ferrari, he's going to subsume the Mercedes very quickly. Of course, the problem will be he'll catch the Mercedes. It's going to be difficult unless he can catch Maro Engel at a point where he's carrying maximum attack speed, and Engel is slightly compromised by maybe another car close to him.
Right, lots of people talking on the chat at the moment about, oh dear, the 27. That's a shame. That McLaren went so well. Mark Radcliffe, Fran Rueda and Rob Bell, and that one has been parked up. So much promise from McLaren here at Monza, but one by one they have hit problems.
Well, Christopher Mies has hit a problem. He's had it for goodness knows 8-9 laps now, and there is no way Eduardo Matara is going to concede. And he knows that the Mustang has got the advantage in the straight line, runs wide on the exit, and that's going to give Dennis Marshall a pop. Whether he gets up, can he make it sticky? He was quicker off. He didn't have to lift off the throttle, which I suspect Christopher Mies will have had to do.
Yeah, that certainly looks so. The momentum's with the Porsche. Well, he's got piped very cleanly. Now, there's been...
He almost ended up on the beach. He did. But there's two beaches. One's on the outside of the circuit, one's on the middle. So look what's going on between Dennis Marshall and Christopher Mies. Look behind, more people running
Kessel
wide.
Racing Ferrari doing exactly the same. Stop it, guys. It's getting crazy out there. Now, but the speed that Alessandro Pierguidi has had in the last 5 laps, fastened everyone by huge increments. But with a moment like that, yes, it was very quick, but it was nearly very disastrous, we don't say.
I mean, any moment you run off track, particularly on a high-speed part of the racetrack, you get a load of dust, dirt on your tyres, and that'll slow him down for a lap until he gets the Pirelli tyres, the track, the surface of the tyre cleaned up again.
Well, it buys a bit of breathing space for the number 48 Maro Engel-driven Mercedes. They're still behind the number 46 Valentino Rossi-driven Team WRT BMW. There's been discussion up and down the pit lane about if it's a maximum stint time under a safety car of 55 minutes, that means 55 minutes on the nose, and some people are saying it can be 55 minutes and a handful of seconds, but we'll leave that to the experts.
Is there a fudge factor?
Well, yeah, we think it's rounded down, but again, that's what the teams need to understand when they read through the rule book. If there's a grey area, you need it in black and white, but I think we're looking first, second and effective third. BMW, Mercedes and Ferrari, but with the Ferrari number 51 in the background, catching all the time. We had the little moment on the exit of the Ascari chicane, lost a bit of pace, has got it back all over again.
Formation, if you cannot pass, you let threes go, but we continue full push. If you cannot pass, we let threes go, but you continue full push.
Well, I think we anticipated that some time ago, because it's in the interest of the team to ensure that Dries van Voort gets as many points in the pro category. Jens Klinsmann is leading the bronze category, so he has got his own race to worry about. Overall, okay, if you're on the podium, fantastic, but it's about your own category that you're concerned about.
Yeah, and Jens Klingman has been a works BMW driver for a very long time, so he'll understand the sort of the complexities of that.
The problem is he's got a rival entrant now going to be directly behind him, so he's got Jake Dennis, who will be undoubtedly buoyed up to see that Klinsmann has conceded ground to Dries van Voort, and he'll be thinking, oh, maybe I can have a bit of the podium action as well.
Well, some other cars picking up problems. Drive-through penalty for car 34. That was one of the Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martins. That's the one that was really their pace setter. David Pittard started the race. Valentin has closed, but Enrique Chavez taking it to the end of the race, and that will drop it down the order. It's already dropped down to 18th position because it's just come in to serve that pit stop, the drive-through, and it's just driven through and out. So that's cost it be outside the top 20 now. However,
side by side, look at this. The Mustang is the better placed of the two because it'll have the inside run down into the second chicane. Oh, Matara braves it out.
I think there's bodywork damage. It looks like the right front headlight of the Mustang is a little bit falling out of its socket. Maybe not. Maybe it's wobbling. It's bobbling up and down.
It's got a wobbly light.
Well, saves him flashing it. Sort of stroboscopic. Now, I'm just hoping at this point we have read this race correctly, John. Surely the Trezor Attempto Racing Audi number 99 coming from nowhere cannot be. Let's take a look at the replay, but that's at the front of the queue.
Marshall just overdid it.
Well, he got a little ambitious and all chop and change behind. Oh gosh, it's a great little battle. It's not for the leading race, but it's wonderful GT racing.
I thought that Christopher Mies had done enough because the Lamborghini was boxed in by the Porsche, but no, I tell you what, Eduardo Mataro did a brilliant job just in between the 93 Ferraris. So here's a battle going 51 and 48 side by side.
Dusty taking the wider line, the car that has led pretty much throughout, but not in the lead at the moment. But 48 does not need to make another pit stop, nor does 46, nor does number 51, as far as we think these top three cars.
Okay,
although they're fighting, John, outside, they're 12th, 13th and 14th. Yeah. These are effective
but
first, second and third.
I anticipated that catching the Mercedes would be one thing. Getting around it was going to be a bigger challenge, and that's what Alessandro Pierguidi, I think, is discovering, that he caught the Mercedes probably by half a second or more a lap, but having achieved that position, the pace of the Mercedes is going to slow down Alessandro Pierguidi. Here we go.
Well, this is how tough it is getting, and all along Valentino Rossi will be having a little bit of a giggle in the leading BMW, but that place will have to be handed back.
Yeah, give it back.
And give it back very quickly. So 46 now up to 11th place. That's Valentino Rossi. As we're looking at other cars starting to blink, and some have had to serve drive-through penalties, that's dropped down the order, but it feels a false position, but we'll only know when we get to the end, with a lot of cars coming to pits. Look, we're deep into a 3-hour race, John, and the first three cars covered by, what, a second and a half?
But it's the pace at which the two cars behind Valentino run them down, and I would think that Maro Engel is going to be thinking about lining up the BMW. He may not be able to do it on this run into the first chicane as we go back to this battle between the bronze BMWs. We've seen Dries van Voort was given almost the wave by from Jens Klinsmann, so Klinsmann's still hanging at the same pace as Dries van Voor is doing, which is a pretty amazing effort.
Oh, around the outside, and this time it's going to work. That was very, very tiny. The applause from the grandstand will be ringing out because that was a great move into the first chicane. But Maro Engel did enough just to keep out of the way when he realised the corner was lost.
I mean, that was a big, big move by Pierre Guidi to make it stick. And a great defence from Maro Engel, but inevitably the pace of the Ferrari just too great for anything that the Mercedes had to offer. Now the view is the back of the blue and yellow BMW number 46, and he'll be thinking, who's behind the wheel? Which of the three drivers? Rossi. Have him any day of the week.
Well, he'd be thinking that, but having already just got ahead of Maro Engel, the yellow Mercedes is being dropped because Alessandro Pierguidi is now finally able to run at the pace he wants, but then he's going to get in the dirty air behind Valentino Rossi, and Rossi is not going to make it easy, but Pierguidi, I mean, he's nothing if not a racer.
Pierguidi's proven he's got the most paces of anybody in the field. Valentino's going to the middle of the racetrack, fully entitled to do that, but look how much pace that the Ferrari has got, and it's not going to be a pass going into Parabolica. It'll be a pass, if it's going to happen at all, on the... Oh, and again an error from Pierguidi, runs wide for the second time on the exit of the Ascari, but he's managed to keep it in reasonably close contact to the rear of the BMW. But again, those right wheels, right front, right rear, will have a load of dust and dirt on them. And I thought this is where he's going to begin the charge to find a way around going into the chicane.
Well, so did I. He yet may still do so, but I think that extra dust will hurt him. Maybe it'll be next time around. But if he doesn't get past Valentino Rossi soon and gets bottled up a little bit, expect Maro Engel in the yellow Mercedes to close back in. At the moment, he's about a second off their tail. But epic racing down the inside. No, I'm showing you only the outside. Valentino Rossi maybe smiling. No, I don't know. He's going to come across. He has done it.
Yes,
Rossi
he's done
was
it.
super cautious. He decided he wants the better exit from the chicane. But what a move from Alessandro Pierguidi. And breathe out today, of course.
Yeah, and I mean, I should say Valentino Rossi allowed room for both drivers to work. There was a full commitment from Pierguidi, but that was a good, sensible move by Rossi. He could have been a little bit more belligerent and tried to stop the Ferrari getting through. Ultimately, it would have ended in contact and maybe damaged one or both cars. Watch it again. So this is the view coming into the corner. Goes to the right, then ducks back to the left. Can brake again slightly later because he's got that slightly better approach in. Valentino takes a lot of curb on the inside to protect himself and avoid contact. But Alessandro Pierguidi, too skilled, too whatever, and makes a good battle between two professional drivers.
No, absolutely so, but also Alessandro Pierguidi, I said he was brave, not just going for the outside. Remember, though, we didn't expect he'd be able to carry the pace through Parabolica. He got dirt all over his right-hand tyres by running out at the Ascari chicane, but he decided now was the time. Time was of the essence, and he's rocketing clear, having hit the front of their battle.
Well, just looking to see, his last lap was a 1:44.7. which is pretty amazing. And Valentino's was a 1:45.4. So there's over nearly half a second of difference over the two cars in the previous lap. Now some of that will have been maybe in that overtake or the defence before we got there. You can see Maro Engel now closing down on Rossi, taking a 1/10 of a second, or over 2/10 of a second over the last couple of laps. So not be long before Maro Engel, and you can see him already thinking about, will I have a chance going into the first chicane? Too far behind. Maro Engel is probably a more sort of cautious racer than Alessandro Pierguidi is, but that's why Maro Engel's enjoyed so much success in endurance racing.
Yeah, entirely so. At their margin, this battle with Pierguidi ahead of Rossi and Engel, back to the next car. Jordan Pepper has actually gained a second or two, but he's in the last few laps, but he's 12 seconds down. He's got Eddie Cheever tucked in behind him in the bronze class, the Sky Tempesta Racing Ferrari. How many more slip-ups are there going to be between now and the end of the race? But if there's a caution, will it change things?
17 minutes, just under 18 minutes of this race remaining. If your theory is right and all those ahead of this battling group of three cars, you say these are the de facto race leaders, when are these other cars going to come in? They've probably got another 10 minutes before they'll run out of gas. Valentino runs wide, hits the curb on the inside of Lesmo too. Didn't think he needs to do that. That just again makes the car very unstable on the exit.
With so many cars to watch, it's been very difficult to keep absolutely full focus. Dries van Toor surely in the number 32 Team WRT BMW cannot go on to win for the lead. Right, Klinsmann in. He was in from effective third place.
Was that a reset? I can't. He didn't do anything.
Well, maybe it was a reset of the stint time. We've been talking about this, but Dries van Toor's car, number 32, race leader at the moment, but he's pitted 6 times. Some of those were in and out of the pits for little repairs under the safety car period, but there still could be some twists and turns in this race. Ricardo Feller, I'm sure, owes us a pit stop. Tell you who's going to be the next one in. Just waiting, yeah, Jens Klingmann just waiting for him to get back out onto the circuit, and so he is in the background of that group of cars, but if he's relying on them to come in, he's got to be sure the team has told him the right information.
So we've now got Dries van Toor in the lead, Jake Dennis second place, just a fraction over 4 seconds behind. Ricardo Feller in the first of the Audis, splitting a trio of BMWs. It's been really, at this phase, it's turned out to be a BMW fest. It's almost is Oktoberfest shortly, isn't it?
Well, very close. Just get to the end of this month and that's absolutely kosher. Munich getting packed out. And the 998 BMW would be another one that could have been in the mix, but of course that had the right front tyre or right front wheel not attached properly, so Max Hesse down in 29th position. But must be galling if you're in a car that's setting a pace that would have been good enough to have you in the lead group. You were in the lead group, and then that happens and you tumble down the order.
I think Maro Engel's going to keep one eye on the mirrors and the other eye on the rear of the BMW with Valentino Rossi behind the wheel, because the pace at which we've seen the 998 BMW Max Hesse close up. So this is going to be an interesting little sort of final 15 minutes and 30 seconds or so.
Right, John, just cast your mind back a short while ago. Julian Andlauer is in the 96 Rutronic Racing Porsche. We thought that was very clever, and it came in and reset its driver stint time. No one else has necessarily really done exactly the same tactic. It was out of kilter, but I'm sort of getting intelligence coming through. It'd be the first car that doesn't need to pit if we have a full course yellow period coming up. But we're now deep into what have we got left? Quarter of an hour left remaining in this race.
The Andlauer Porsche currently in 7th position. And between that, Hoffer, Klinsmann, one of the Aston Martins. So there are 4 cars between the Ferrari, which we think is the Ferrari here, and the car that arguably, which is Julian Andlauer, and the 96 Porsche, which could be the winning car.
What I think is remarkable is Alessandro Pierguidi. He pushed and worked his moment to get past the yellow Mercedes, yellow and green Mercedes, car number 48, Maro Engel. Then he harried and got past the 46 BMW from Team WRT of Valentino Rossi. And since then, in the blink of an eye, he's pulled out really a very tiny margin of 3.5 seconds. That is so impressive.
Absolutely. So here we are, battle of the BMs and the Mercedes. The Mercedes, the meat and the BMW sandwich. So Rossi clips up the dust as he enters into the second chicane. Does a good job on the exit, doesn't run too wide, doesn't get the wheels dropping off. So, I mean, this is an impressive drive for Valentino, because he's under pressure from a top pro driver who's been around for many, many years and knows all the tricks in the book. And Valentino has really come of age. He did it last year at Brands Hatch, and he's continued to do it. He won then at Misano, and he had a great result there this year as well.
Okay, we're looking at the possible changes in the scenario. We keep talking of Alessandro Pierguidi being the effective leader. There he is, but just coming out of the bottom of the shot is a car that doesn't owe us any pit stops. It's a number 30 BMW. You just saw Jens Klingmann come through.
When he did that sort of reset.
Will he?
But he did he came into the pits, stopped momentarily, then went straight back out again.
Right, Team WRT, we talk about them over the years. Do they got it right? And this is for position coming out of the pit exit. Lights flashing, and that has possibly been a masterstroke. Ricardo Fellow came here second in the championship, was nowhere, qualified on the 11th row of the grid, and suddenly he's inserted ahead of these cars. So they're not fighting at the moment for second and third positions. There I was about to say that Max Hesse is putting the pressure on Maro Engel, but this is second and third, we think. So the Ferrari that's led all the way has been shuffled down the order, but we will still wait. And waiting to see if Dries van Toor, from the current lead of the race, and Jake Dennis, who's leading the bronze class in second place overall, both in BMWs, can come in, reset their stint time, and pop out ahead of these cars. Talk about a race that keeps on changing its complexion.
There's so much going on.
Van Toor into the pits. Right, where's he going to come out? He's going to drive through. That will reset his pit stint time. It seems agonisingly slow as he drops the pace.
50 kilometres per hour.
Jake Dennis now in the lead of the race. He's gone through. He's in the bronze class. He will probably come in next time around. And suddenly for his teammates, Darren Lung and Toby Sowry, could this be a win for Paradigm Motorsport? Will it be a win for Team WRT? Dries stops, gets a going again.
Yeah.
Now, where is he going to come out? Will he be in the lead of this race? What's left on the clock?
You know
Just under 12 minutes.
I like this revision to how the race distances are, because actually it's throwing in so many curved poles that it's become virtually almost unpredictable as who's going to do what.
Now, is this the 96 car of Julian Andlauer coming down? Will that be going to the lead of the race? Or is that 97? Oh, looking behind the number... Wow, suddenly we've got the first handful of cars very close together. What's happened is 32 and 30. Oh, and Dries Van Tor runs wide, and suddenly 30 Jens Klingman shifts ahead. And the current leader is actually the little Audi there, car 66, Max Hoffer, who has been doing a fantastic... He was here to do a double stint, but he has got to stop. He's got to come in. Oh, my word, John. And tucked up behind Dries Van Tor. Unusual to see him make a mistake, but he was so desperate to get going, possibly not the heat he wanted.
Yeah, well, he'd been in the pit lane. The pit lane isn't as clean up, trying to get up the inside. When he is somebody kicks up the dust on the exit. Now the Audi gets compromised. Up the inside goes Dries Van Tor. Didn't need the second invitation. I mean, that is an illustration of what a racing driver is all about. He did not wait an iota to put pressure on the Audi and to make that move.
Now, will Jake Dennis do the same thing? The clock continues to count down. He's going for one lap further, probably because he knows he's got clear track in front of him now. But could this be a famous win for Paradigm Motorsport with their BMW M4
but
GT3?
A bronze
entry. Correct. So they've sucked up the issues. They've got Toby Sowry, did a great job. Darren Lung, who started the race.
10 minutes to go, 10 minutes to go.
Okay, keep it going for Dries. 10 minutes to go. Oh, my word. We thought we had enough drama in the first 10 minutes to fill the book, but this final 10 minutes is going to be absolutely epic. And can Jens Klingman go on to take victory in the race? Will Jake Dennis dive in and out of the pits and come out in front of them? Still cars entering the pits and leaving the pits, and looking to see how far the Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi moves up the order. Still more to come in, but he's only coming across the line now in the background of the shot in. I think that makes it 10th position.
He's showing him 8th to the last.
8th position. He just
moved. We got ahead of Riccardo Feller. We saw that. Valentino Rossi now running behind Feller in 10th position. So it's going to be what we've got 9 minutes, just under 9.5 minutes remaining. Still cars coming out of the pit lane having to do their resets. And here we go down into the first chicane yet again.
And just remember,
this is a race up here we're watching now.
Yeah, this is a fantastic race. And just remember, all of this could be tipped over any of these clever tactics by a full course yellow when your car's just sitting in the pit lane. Wow. Jake Dennis.
There he is. Dries Van Tor took no prisoners whatsoever when he got around the Audi at this part of the circuit 1 lap ago.
This is a car that on the opening lap was pitched sideways with its nose against the barrier. They must have thought it was all over then. Oh, 10-second time penalty for 991. The car we thought that might be going to lead the race. Here it comes in to make its final visit to the pit stop. But 10 seconds added for Jake Dennis's car.
Oh, dear me.
Oh, my word. Who is writing the script for this one? Quite astonishing.
Do you remember? It wasn't necessarily Jake Dennis, but the car has been given the penalty. So we don't know. Did we see where that occurred or what happened? I don't know.
Not at all, but that will be...
that takes it out of contention. It ain't going to be winning the race. But may still be in a position. No, Max Hoffer is now going to probably take over the lead of the bronze category, currently running in 6th. But the time lost for the Paradigm Motorsport BMW is too great.
Well, we could have had 3 BMWs in this late stage of the race, all in the first 3 positions, but Julian Andlauer in the Rutronic Racing Porsche, that was the first car we thought reset that final stint time, and it's down into the first corner, into the lead of the race, and he's being chased very hard by Jens Klingman in the number 30 BMW. He's 1.3 seconds further back with Dries Van Tor all over his tail, and the extra 10 seconds has really hurt.
I mean, it should be Julian Andlauer taking over the lead, sure you would have thought.
Yeah, he is in the lead because Jake Dennis was in the pits at the time, so it's super close. And look back for the red and yellow Ferrari, it's just... came through.
Here we go.
Okay, why was the drive-through earned? Well, that's
Okay.
there. That's pushing and it's shoving, and in fact, that car. Well, okay, that's out over the curbing.
So that was a 27 McLaren,
which has since been retired from the race.
Yeah, that was the Optimum. We don't know who was behind the wheel. Whether it was Fran Rueda or Rob Bell, I don't know.
It was Rob Bell at that particular point. He was popped back in, and a little bit of too much muscularity there. And that has really caught. So the pendulum continues to swing. Julian Andlauer leading the race. Second place is the number 30 BMW Jens Klingmann at the wheel. Dries van Thor right on his tail in third. We've got 7 minutes remaining in this race. The first 3 cars, not the 3 cars we thought were going to be in the top 3 battle just 15 minutes ago. They've worked their tactics supremely well.
We've seen this car, the 30, concede ground to the 32 for corporate reasons, but potentially because they're both in different categories. So Klinsmann clearly leading that category, Max Hoffer a little bit too far behind. So I suspect we're going to see again, as we saw earlier, a swap between these 2 BMWs, 30 and the 32.
And what I've spotted in the background, up into 6th place now, Alessandro Pierguidi, just going to be in the background of the shot. His Ferrari is still absolutely motoring, putting in really, really quick times. Last time around, again, below 1 minute 45. He could get on the tail of this group.
He is the only driver currently running below a 1 minute 45 second lap. There is the Ferrari. Now watch what's happening here. Aston Martin coming up alongside Porsche. So there's Klinsmann. No, beg one. This is what we want to see. Pierguidi in the Ferrari.
Been absolutely sensational. Car number 51, driven so hard. It seems cruel they're not in the lead of the race, but they're not that far behind. They've come out the wrong side of tactics. Remember, we saw Pierguidi up on the pit wall arguing before with the crew about when he should go in the car. Have they got it wrong?
Klinsmann is so close behind Adenauer, and now they got first, second and third. The Aston Martin, which is out of position, actually overtook the Porsche.
Well, that's Nicky Tim unlapping himself. Championship leader.
Nicky Tim just drives for Nicky Tim, and he just overtakes wherever and whenever.
Well, in some ways, it might make it less complicated for Julian Andlauer. Doesn't want the Dane train on his tail. Dries van Thor's got the momentum, but look at the red and yellow Ferrari in the background, closing it all the time. Max Hoffer's between them. He's had a sensational race for Tresa Attempto Racing, but at the moment, we've got a bronze class car in 2nd and 4th.
5 minutes. So up the inside, Klinsmann does. Great overtake by Klinsmann, takes the overall lead. And then you've got Dries van Thor, who thought he was going to get an opportunity. There you can see the gaps in the last 3 laps, 0.8, 1.1 and 1.7. The Ferrari is flying.
It's absolutely extraordinary, but we're going to have some drivers up on the podium, surely, who didn't expect to be there. And into 2nd place goes Dries van Thor. We've already seen the car that's leading him pull over once, but it's Jens Klingmann thinking this is too good a chance to take an outright victory. The Porsche's coming in. Maybe they come in just too soon. Oh, my word. He backed off a little bit there into the pits, so suddenly move up everyone. Max Hoffer up into 3rd place. Pierguidi into 4th.
And he's on the lights. Get out of the way. The Audi directly ahead of him. He wants to get through that car as quickly as possible. What may be a problem is Nicky Tim and the Aston Martin, who may end up backing the 2 BMWs into the path of the Ferrari in 3rd place.
Well, he hasn't got much time to do that. It's only 4.25 minutes remaining. Pierguidi just rocketing. He is going to be a podium finisher. Actually, you can say nothing with certainty in this race. Max Hoffer, bear in mind, just 2 drivers in that car. Andrei Mukazov seemed to get out about 2 hours ago, and it's been all Hoffer since, it's all Austrian, not putting a wheel wrong. But it's 2 BMWs, 1st and 2nd. The bronze class car of Jens Klingmann from Dries van Thor. Van Thor, whose car looked as though it was out of the running after, 30 seconds since the start of the race. Andlauer back out of the pits. Don't see where he's going to slot in. I think he's behind Riccardo Fella now and Valentino Rossi as well, but a valiant effort, just the wrong side of the equation.
Almost by the corner, the Ferrari is running down. Oh, Dries van Thor, but again, dropping wheels off. Now, I know he's driving on the ragged edge of his capacitor's ability and what the car can do, but you keep doing that, you may ultimately hurt yourself, may deny yourself a possibility of becoming 2nd or 1st overall.
We could very easily have the top 3 cars at the end of this race in just 3 and a bit minutes time, covered by 1 second. But right now, I'm wondering what the order will be. Will it still be BMW, Jens Klingmann, ahead of BMW, Dries van Thor, or will the Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi close in on them, catch them, because they're being led around by the previous championship leader, still the championship leader until the checkered flag falls. That is Nicky Tim, but he's down in 25th position. They've had problems, engine electronics failing for a while. They lost really good track position, but he won't want to get out of the way. But that is, as you're saying, John, just bunching them closer and closer.
Here's a Roega in the Mercedes, and he is running in the gold category, running in 22nd.
Yep, he's, still the class leader. He's sort of in the world of his own at the moment, but really it's so hard to draw your eyes away from the lead battle. But bear in mind, they were very well placed in class in the endurance points in their category. But now, Dries van Toor, it's more than company he's got. He's almost got a badge on his boot, and it's a prancing horse.
And Pierre Guidi once again, has to move. The real defence from Dries van Toor there. The Ferrari saw an opportunity into the second chicane, but just the lap had been set by Pierre Guidi, 144.5. I mean, just outrageously quick at this phase in the race. You can see all the team members in the pits looking at their monitors, wondering who's going to come out on top.
Right, what they cannot do now, I think, is swap the BMWs around because the Ferrari is so close. I think Jens Klingmann, disregard the fact he's in the bronze class, I think he's got to protect victory for BMW by staying in front. I don't know how you read this, John, but any little scintilla of a gap is going to be grabbed by Alessandro Pierguidi. He's in third in that Ferrari, the fastest driver in the race, but the clock is not his friend.
No, but I think you're right. If Pierguidi senses that there's any inter-team, swap first for second, second for first, that's an opportunity that Pierre Guidi will read very quickly, and that will give him, again, he'll have that momentum, but he's closing to the rear of the 32 BMW, and an opportunity might arise. They come out of Parabolica if Pierre Guidi gets a good, clean run out. It's all dependent on what Dries van Toor, good drive for Van Toor, good drive for the Ferrari. Nothing gained, nothing lost by either two drivers, but now you've got the air tow down the hill, or down the straight, I should say, into the chicane.
It's the final lap. Is he going to be close enough? He's closing in. Jens Klingmann will lead into the first chicane. The Ferrari's on the outside. Dries van Toor is nobody's fool. They rub, they kiss. Maybe they'll kiss and make up, and then the place gained by the Ferrari, but I don't think that counts as a gain because he cut the chicane, and at this moment he's carrying his extra momentum to try and catch up with Jens Klingmann. I'm sure the race officials will look at that. Maybe it will just be fair, just desserts if Jens Klingmann can hang on at the front of the race. Dries van Toor will be furious behind, but his brain will be going, surely he'll get a penalty for that. Who knows?
I would say he should give that position back because he did cut the inside of the corner. They went toe-to-toe into the first chicane, and Pierre Guidi was on the outside, so it was he who then cut across the inside of the exit of the chicane. So I suspect that should be a corrected time overall. But I mean, look, Pierre Guidi has driven an inspired race. He's been the quickest guy on the racetrack, absolutely all the way through. But now we're second half of this final lap. Is Pierre Guidi going to try and find a way past Klinsmann? Actually, I'm sure he is going to try. He's got a chance up the hill into the final chicane, but he's not close enough. He's got another opportunity coming into Parabolica. I don't think he's going to be close enough, and I think he's going to settle. Klinsmann is pulling away, and Pierre Guidi
he's waiting to hand the place back. He's got the message because that was his only chance if he could just press on. But for Jens Klingmann, he's going to escape. Dries van Toor, remarkable race, and at Team WRT, going to be a huge celebration.
Yet,
but it isn't over yet. Of course, there's a corner to go, John.
Yeah, and wait to see Pierre Guidi. He will try and get the drive off Parabolica to maybe give Ferrari something out of an amazing race, a second place.
Well, it's been a remarkable race for BMW. They're going to fill 4 of the top 6 positions, and it's a bronze class car that takes victory. Well, that's quite extraordinary result, but after an extraordinary race, what else would you expect? In trouble early on, OQ by Oman Racing, Jens Klingmann, Ahmed Al-Hati, and Sam de Haan.
Look, Vincent Avril, you can see the disappointment on his face. He's a very emotional man, and he thought this was their race. You could say to lose. Well, sadly, they did lose it. And, I mean, it was such a complicated equation for everybody.
Well, looking at who's going to win the silver class, and it's down arrow for Winward Racing. They came here with the points advantage. Tanat Sathian Thirikul, Colin Karasani, delighted up on the wall. What a race that was. It could fill your notebook several times over. And the unexpected has occurred in so many ways. Cars that were out of the reckoning early on have come good. They've worked their way to the front. What drama.
Well, I mean, one thing winning your class, the bronze category, winning outright against all the pro teams around you. And even look, Dries van Toor, Charles Weerts, they're all the BMW family are having a celebration. What a great result. 1-2 for BMW. Ferrari comes third. And then Jake Dennis recovers, having to make that pit stop, and then finishes in 4th place. Second for Jake Dennis and the Paradigm Motorsport BMW in the bronze category.
Wow, and there's Ahmed Al-Hati, racer from Oman, with the biggest smile in the paddock. Victory at Monza.
Well, we'll look forward to seeing this team on the podium. It will be absolute joy as we see the 30 make its way around. And what a fantastic drive by Jens Klinsmann. That was outstanding. Even Vincent Voss, look, he's delighted because it's all part of the same family.
Mayhem in the garage, and Barwell Motorsport going in. Mark Lemmer to congratulate the strategists who pulled off the masterstroke.
Poor Vincent Abril, look, utter just what can you do? What can you say? The team did brilliantly all the way through just that situation when they had to make that final stop.
Oh, and for Vincent, he transferred to their real championship challenging car for this weekend. He played his role, he played it perfectly, and yet it hasn't led to the result he wanted above all results when racing for Ferrari, to win on home ground. But Jens Klinsmann, well, they'll rip him out of the car to celebrate victory from the bronze car century. Ahmed El-Hati, Sam de Haan and Jens Klinsmann. So many twists and turns. It looked everything had been done right every time it was on the track. That 51 Ferrari was the class act, and yet it was how they inserted that third pit stop, the extra one inserted for this weekend. And get this, the first two cars across the line, the number 30 BMW, 7 pit stops each.
From all the drivers, a mega one from car 30 to win as well.
Well, that was a message from Team WRT. Just to finish my thought, 7 pit stops from the car that won the race, this number 30 BMW, and 7 for Dries Van Toor's car in second place. They pulled off a masterstroke, but many a slip occurred. For a lot of the top teams, a fair bit degree of contact. You always get that when you have 50-plus cars racing at such a competitive circuit as Monza. But, there's the crew that Raffaele Marciello in the background. His car eventually taken to the line in 5th place for Valentino Rossi, but just so much celebration. And for BMW, as I said, 4 in the end of the top 7 finishes, because the extra time added to Jake Dennis's car dropped it down the order from 4th to 7th.
So the winning car makes its way into, not Parc Fermé yet, but they will be in Parc Fermé conditions from the minute the car comes to a standstill. And there it pulls up in front of the winner's trophy. And what a drive, what a joy. Jens Klinsmann, look, he is over the moon.
Just a Sunday afternoon drive, Jens. No, what a fantastic drive, but what a masterstroke from the crew.
I mean, emotion, just unbelievable. And there you go. That's how it is.
And that's great to see drivers from the other cars from the WRT pit. Sheldon van der Linden diving in with his applause. Silver class winner just coming in the background. Colin Carasani, 9th overall to win that class. And they came here with a points lead in class. So that's been a good weekend for them at Monza. But nobody could have said, I told you we'd win. It was so difficult. And the heart does go out to the 51 AF course, the Ferrari crew. They really did nothing wrong when they were on the circuit. But it was the timing of the pit stops that really, and using the periods during safety car periods to mop up some of that pit stop time and driver stint time. Masterclass in terms of tactics. And Jake Dennis, as I said, but he came second in the bronze class, and but for that 10-second penalty, he would have been 4th overall. So for BMW, quite an astonishing weekend.
I mean, everybody was, I think, thinking it's going to be a Ferrari demonstration, and it was that from, and even Raffaele Marciello, he's still here to come and say, Jake Dennis standing talking to other BMW team members, and well, how was it for you then, Jake? I like it if I hadn't had that extra stop for 10 seconds. There's Sam de Haan. Make sure you get the hat on the right way around, Sam. We're not down King's Road now.
Yeah, get the Pirelli logo pointing to the front. And among all that, a car that started way out of the reckoning came through to 4th place overall, came here second in the championship. That's a 99 Audi. So Tracer Attempto Racing, they pulled that one out of the bag as well. That has been a real helping hand from them. So many elements we need to discuss after this race, but it was action-packed. We thought qualifying was exciting, but that was nothing next to the 3 hours of action we've had, John.
I wonder how much the result was the consequence of all the, the safety cars, the full Courchellos, whatever, all the incidents, that has contributed to it. But also this format where you can't do 3 equal stints. I think that's added a mix which has just been wonderful.
Well, let's go down and hear from our winners. There's going to be a lot of experience and joy down there. Jens Klinsmann, Ahmed El-Hati and Sam de Haan with Gemma Scott.
Congratulations, Vincent, celebrating with you as well, of course. That was absolutely amazing. It really was wonderful.
I don't even know how that happened, to be honest. I was just focused on the bronze class, and then they said, yeah, I was P2 overall. And then, yeah, it was tough to the end, obviously, but with our car, I think the strategy was outstanding. And the car was on the last lap like the first one, so WRT did an amazing job as always. So thanks for that, and that feels very special to win overall with a bronze car with my teammates and Vincent. So thank you so much. It was a great evening.
It really was. Vincent, I think you should have a Pirelli hat, to be honest, to replace that one. That was an amazing strategy call. I was with you guys in the garage at the start of the race when you made that call, and even everybody in there was saying, what are we doing? What's going on?
Yeah, well, obviously it was very difficult to follow, but for once we have a race where we could do a little bit of strategy, and it pays off. And the driver did a perfect job, no mistakes, and this gives us this opportunity. And well, I'm very happy for them. I mean, it's really great.
It really is. And to have the bronze car winning overall as well, that just makes boost it even more.
It's an unbelievable feeling. It's teamwork. It's just teamwork, to be honest. Everybody did an amazing job. And to see the Oman flag fly here is such a proud moment. I cannot describe it, honestly. Thank you, everybody, for making it happen. Thank you.
Well done, you. Sam, we've got to have a final word from you as well. Come and enjoy this. That smile can't get any bigger.
I mean, there's not a lot more I can really say. I'm actually in shock. Incredible job. Got to say thanks to Will, our engineer, because this one's for him. Thanks, everyone.
Well done, all of you. Well done to the team. Thank you.
Well, they played their cards very early on. We wondered if it was, but thought, no, they both had their problems. But to come through to take victory for Team WRT to end up in first and second places with their BMWs when they looked as though they were out of it. What little did we know, but it really goes. It's not just the engineers and the strategists calling the shots. They certainly had a role play, but it was all of these drivers also delivering. Let's listen to the radio.
What a day. Thank you so much, man. Oh, I'm proud of it.
There's been a few tough ones this year.
Well, there certainly have. There'll be a lot of scratching of heads, but a masterclass for any of the crews that won their classes today. But outright victory for a bronze class car, that really, John Watson, is something very special indeed.
Well, unexpected, unpredictable, but nonetheless, an absolutely wonderful, wonderful result.
Well, one driver who puts not a wheel wrong, his name is Alessandro Pagidi. He is absolutely gutted.
Alessandro, I just want to give you a hug. That is the hardest thing to swallow there. You guys were doing so well, and the strategy and the tactics just tipped the balance, right?
It's not much to say. The other that did a better job, and they would deserve to win. That's it.
The emotion's high. Tough weekend.
Oh, across the years, the number of almost perfect drives from Alessandro Pierguidi that just haven't come up with victory. He's won so many races as well, so he's not always hard done by. But sometimes when you see a car, a crew that have done nothing wrong, but yet they just have come out the wrong side of the equation.
I mean, they were the dominant driver-car combination all the way through until the last sort of segment of the race.
Well, let's go down. We're going to hear from our silver class winners, Tanat Satyan Tirikal, Dan Allo and Colin Carasani for Winward Racing.
A solid class win for you guys. Tough out there, looking hot.
Yeah, definitely tough. Yeah, I've been extremely sick last week, and I'm still on the road to recover, so it was really difficult driving the last hour. But yeah, happy that we made the finish in the end, so that's good.
And I feel like it was a race that nobody could predict. Even sat watching it for us in the pits was incredibly entertaining. But for you guys, just the strategy calls were really key today.
It's a big thank you to our crew, to our engineer Lucas, who made the calls together with Flo. So big thank you to them, and it's super cool. We won the race unexpected, a top 10 position, and if we did our maths right, we did even more. So that's very cool. And I think it's very cool. I just want to say we did Ford Fiesta Cup together in 2019. And we're back as teammates, and the cameraman who's still filming this was there as well. So that's just what comes around goes around. Thank you to Tanert, thank you to Colin. I think massive day.
You've all done a fantastic job. Does it mean even more here in Monza? Everybody's been saying all weekend this place gives you goosebumps.
Yeah, definitely. It's always super special to drive here, and also to win here is super amazing also. So yeah, I can't ask for more. Also for this too.
Congratulations. Enjoy your celebrations, boys. Well done.
Well, I think we better show you the results because it'd be very hard to predict how they were going to come midway through the race. It looked as though it was the 51 Ferrari that was going to come out on top. They weren't putting a wheel wrong. Looking through the classes, again, people moved up and down the order, but the Winward Racing crew came through to take silver class victory. 9th overall, a great result for them. But let's take a look at the overall results here after 3 hours of extraordinary racing at Monza. Victory to a bronze class car, Ahmed Al-Hati, Sam de Haan and Jens Klingmann, who brought it home. A whisker ahead of another BMW, Dries van Toor, Sheldon van der Linde and Charles Weerts. They were the top pro crew in second. Alessio Rivero, Vincent Abril and Alessandro Pierguidi somehow did not come away with victory. That was down to tactics, not down to a lack of speed in their Ferrari. 3rd overall. And up from 21st on the grid, Christopher Haase, Alex Zaka and Ricardo Fellow, they retrieved something. There is identification of the silver class crew that came 9th overall. Dan Arrow, Tamat Sathi and Thirikul and Colin Carasani to win the Silver Cup class. So many ifs and buts. Raffaele Marciello, Maxime Martin, Vincent Rossi, Valentino Rossi 5th overall in their BMW. And now to look to the gold class victory, it was Michele Beretta, Yusuf Awega and Arjun Maini down in 22nd position, winning the class in their Hout Racing team Mercedes. And so many pushes and charges. There were some places clear. Jim Pla, Paul Everard and Gilles Magnus. But overall winners in the bronze class, overall winners in the race, Ahmed Al-Hati, Sam de Haan and Jens Klingmann in their BMW. They still can't quite believe they made it happen. They weren't sure the tactics were right at the start, but it was a masterstroke from Team WRT to get their car, the OQ by Oman Racing car, to the finish line after 3 hours at the front of the pack. And it really is the calm after the storm. Let's take a look at the highlights. So much has happened at the start of the race. It was Alessio Rivera leading down to the first corner from pole position. And what happened behind was a pincer manoeuvre. The yellow 48 Mercedes came across and out of second place went the championship leading Aston Martin. And on the outside of the circuit, facing the wrong way, was a car that went through to end up in 2nd overall. That was down to speed and tactics. And the first chicane continued to be a point of contact. And then Kevin Estra up into 2nd place and flying for the Schumacher CLR team, and round he went. That dropped him out of the reckoning, and then a flurry of punctures started affecting the cars, and that kept on changing the orders. Then a little bit of a slip up in the bronze class, and Jeff Michiels clouting Matteo Llarena's Lamborghini, and round they went. And all along it was a question of, in the end of the race, Alessandro Pierguidi attacking. Would he be good enough to move up the order? Then there was a problem for the 998 BMW. That ended up with a puncture, and that dropped it from the reckoning. Still the Ferrari kept coming, but then there was that suddenly realisation that Team WRT with the 32 BMW and the number 30 car, the bronze class leader, were actually in the reckoning by dint of very clever pit stops time to put themselves into the lead of the race. And they had to get past Julian Andlauer to do so, but he brought that Rutronic Racing Porsche into pits with a few laps to go. And then this is the moment it looks though Alessandro Pierguidi would get up into the lead of the race. He moved past Dries van Toor, now in 2nd place. Then he had to hand it back because he'd been a little robust. That meant Dries van Toor would go into 2nd place, but victory for Jens Klingmann, for Ahmed Al-Hati and Sam de Haan. Bronze class winners by 1.7 seconds. That was enough. A phenomenal result for the team. And BMW, what a day for them. But hearts out to the Ferrari crew. But Jens Klingmann, a happy boy.
You have to say about the most unpredictable event that I've been involved in, probably all the time I've spent doing these GT3 broadcasts. But nonetheless, what a wonderful result it was, and particularly a bronze car wins overall, and the pace that Jens Klinsmann had in his stint matched any of the pro drivers. He is effectively a pro driver, and they thoroughly deserved to stand on the winner's podium. The Omani anthem will play out for the overall winner, not just for winning the bronze category, but for overall.
Well, quite an extraordinary weekend. You could never predict who was going to be at the front end, and that was in qualifying. And then we saw the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari laying down the law and claiming that pole position. And as if from nowhere, number 7, the championship leading Aston Martin, got on the outside of the front row. We thought they'd be safe, but the problems happened at the front end of the grid. The Ferrari escaped. Those behind had their problems. But that, in many ways, forced the hand of Team WRT, because the number 32 car with Dries van Toor coming home in 2nd, that had a very, very early pit stop, and it was a masterstroke. We already knew we were having an extra pit stop inserted in the race, but they made it pay. The drivers didn't understand the tactics. They listened to the bosses, though. Now, a good result there for Sky Tempesta Racing. It's very, very tight in the bronze class. It was before this race, but suddenly they've got a 21-point advantage on Thuy and Eddie Cheever. But Darren Lung up into second place for Paradigm Motorsport, so that keeps on moving around. But here comes the podium ceremony, and in third place, Alessio Rivera, Vincent Abril, and on the far side, Alessandro Pierguidi. Still can't quite work out how they lost it. Well, they can't. They'll analyse the tactics later. A different spin of the dice, a different rub of the green. They'll have to suck it up and settle for second place. Dries van Tor, he's coming out sort of saying, tough luck, guys, followed by Sheldon van der Linde. And the third driver in the crew, the number 32 car, of course, the taller figure of Charles Weerts. But at the moment, it's Ferrari in second place, BMW in second place, and in first place, also in a BMW, Ahmed Al-Harthi, Sam Dahan whipping up the crowds, and Jens Klingmann following him out. Not just winners of this race, but the bronze class winners as well. A bronze class car winning a race around the Temple of Speed. That is a phenomenal result. So pats on the back, master tactics. So after the strains of the Omani national anthem falls away, it's time for Alex Gultz, Rover sponsorship manager, to come out. Not the happy faces for the Ferrari drivers. How did that one get away from them? But very much if you're in the Team WRT and OQ by Oman Racing team and the BMW camp, your smiles are very genuine indeed. Dries van Tor will probably be relieved to take second place, but he never likes not winning, but he'll take the points. Overall leader in the championship. That's when you combine the sprint and endurance races so far in 2024, along with Charles Weerts. But Sheldon van der Linde, he's happy with that second place. But just wait for the presentation to our race winners. The number 30 BMW OQ by Oman Racing entry. Jens Klingmann, who brought it home, Ahmed Al-Harthi and Sam Dahan. Their joy is going to be unbounded when they get their trophies. And you can be sure the bubbly is going to fly. More cheers, and the noise from down below, absolutely epic. People crying across from the grandstand as well. So Ferrari didn't win here in Monza, but they recognised a real race. What a race it was. So the bubbly is flying, and more podium ceremonies to follow. But for the crew on the top step, that was an historic result. Sam Dahan said he's no words, can't believe it's happened, but of course it has happened. And to the statisticians, the tacticians, that has been a massive result. It was about responding to the circumstances. None of the crews could have predicted the number of safety cars and full course yellow periods. You had to roll the dice, and they rolled it supremely well. So victory, an outright win for the number 30 BMW. That is an outstanding result. And it is down to teamwork. That's where it counts. And it started all the way back in 29th position on row number 15. Let's take a look at the championship points. They came here with a 15-point lead. Marcus Sorensen, Nicky Team, Matteo Drudi, no points today. A mishap, not their making. Only 3 points clear of the Ferrari crew. Rivera and Alessandro Pierguidi, had they won the race, they'd be top. Equal on second place. Christopher Haas and Ricardo Fellow, they recovered to 4th place in this race. They too were well down the order in qualifying. Another good result for Marco Mappelli. Jordan Pepper and Franck Pereira in their Grasso Racing Team Lamborghini. But that is really finely poised. We've got 34 points to play for in Saudi Arabia when we go to Jeddah. But right now, it is Marcus Sorensen and Nicky Team at the top of the pile for Come To You Racing. And Matteo Drudi as well, of course, the Italian alongside the 2 Danes. They are the overall leaders, but their lead has been slashed. They hope to preserve a margin at least they could have to protect their lead when they went to the 5th and final endurance round. But now that has dwindled down to next to nothing. Now it's time for the golden class podium, and it's Come To You Racing car number 21 coming out onto that podium. First, third place in class, car 21. Charles Clark, Mathias Lismon and Joop van Houten. Second place, the Sansalot Racing crew, the Audi crew, which is Gilles Magnus, Jim Pla and Paul Evrard. They came here as the Gold Cup class leaders. But coming out to join us are the winners in the gold class. Car number 77. It's a Mercedes crew. It's Hout Racing team. It's Arjun Maini, Yusuf Awega and Italian racer Michele Beretta. So the German national anthem rings out for the winning team, the Hout Racing team, headed by racer Hubert Hout, based just across the road for the Nürburgring circuit. Third place trophies. So Come Chew Racing, they didn't get the result they wanted with their Pro Class car, but in the Gold Cup they certainly did very nicely indeed, taking third place in the class there. Second place to the crew that came to Monza, Paul Evrard, Gilles Magnus and Jim Pla leading the title race by just 9 points, but they've stretched their margin just as the Almanar Racing Mercedes team looked as though it was going to overhaul them. They hit trouble and came away with no points of their challenge. But for the winners in the Gold Cup class, it's the Hout Racing team, number 77 Mercedes crew of Arjun Maini, Yusuf Awega and Michele Beretta. And they're delighted with their action, coming home in 22nd overall, still on the lead lap. 23 cars on the lead lap after the most extraordinary 3-hour race. Now it's their turn for champagne, but I think most of the drivers will just simply be feeling exhausted. Not so much from the physical strain of driving, just the emotional strain of trying to understand what was happening out on the circuit. And for the strategists, as I praised them for Team WRT, every team that got its drivers onto the podium in their class would have had to pull some form of masterstroke to get them there.
I think it's been one of the most extraordinary races we've seen, and I can't think of how long. Unpredictable, and unpredictability is, to me, the name of motor racing, and predictability illustrates just great work done by teams, drivers, manufacturers, whatever. But a race like today, nobody would ever thought in their wildest dreams we'd have seen that kind of result.
No, absolutely not. But let's take a look at the Gold Cup category. Well, they came here with the lead. Let's look at their lead is absolutely enormous and cannot be overhauled. So Sansalot Racing and 25 crew of Gilles Magnus, Paul Evrard and Jim Pla, they're definitely the gold leaders, but look at that advantage, 199 points for them, well clear of the best of the rest. Lorenzo Patrese, Lorenzo Ferrari, they didn't have the dream result today. They certainly got tripped up early on, but then in a field of 51 cars, there were always going to be some that didn't get the result they were looking for. They had good pace, but it didn't come to the gold standard. That belonged to the 77 crew who just galloped to victory in the Gold Cup class. Yusuf Awega, Arjun Maini and Michele Beretta. They're further down the charts, but they may yet rise up the order. In the Silver Cup category, car number 35 came home in third place. Maxime Robin, Romain Leroux and Lorcan Hannafin. That was one of the Aston Martin crews. And another Aston Martin crew, this one from Come Chew Racing, the number 12 entry of Kobe Powers, Nicolas Baer and Sebastian Ogard. But when you're looking to the winners in class, in 9th place overall, we've already heard from them. Dan Arrow, Colin Carasoni, former teammates and rivals in the Fiesta Cup. That was a long ago. Now it's the world of GT3. And leading them out, the Thai racer Tanat Sati and Tirakul. Victory for them. So the Star Spangled Banner, I beg your pardon, being played for the silver class winning team. Winward Racing, the Ward family team for the United States of America. They've been fierce supporters of the Mercedes Challenge, and today they took it. And in fact, they were the second place Mercedes in the race outright. So, you know, a proud moment for Winward Racing and all the American crew there. Based in Germany, they're European enterprise, but certainly racing on both sides of the Atlantic. And the winning team gets a trophy as well, but the winning drive is about to be collecting theirs. And just to let you know all over again, the winning team: Colin Carasani, Tanart Satyanthirakul, and the third trophy going to Dan Arrow up on the top step for Winward Racing with their Mercedes.
And you know what makes all this very much more special, I believe, is the podium Monza, this unique podium that they have in the Autodromo Monza. It is something very special, and particularly winning at Monza, even more so.
Yeah, I absolutely think so, because of course when you look out and see the setting they have, the grandstands in the background, the pit building, and the photographers love it. They can look down to their crews in the pit lane. Plenty of space to run when the champagne is being sprayed. I wish other circuits would consider that as they suit their redevelopment, but it's certainly, since it's been introduced quite some while ago now, it's been a massive hit, and it has a sense of occasion, John.
Very much so. It takes the podium into the racetrack, and normally at Monza they open the gates and let the fans flood onto the racetrack. Obviously everybody has left slightly more early. Then it's almost dark here now. I mean, the camera is actually making it look a lot brighter than it is. We're looking out of our windows and we're wondering, well, it's local time, it's now 7:30.
Yeah, well, it certainly was a warmish day here, lovely autumnal day. We're used to coming to Monza at the start of the season when it can be cool, it can be wet. There's often snow in the mountains in the background. But let's take a look at the points, how it's shaken up, and our class winners. They came here leading the championship. They've won again. So 102 points for Colin Carasari, Dan Arrow, and Tanart Satyanthirakul. Winward Racing Mercedes team clear of the Get Speed number 3 Mercedes, but by a large margin. And in fact, I think that now makes them the champions, because they had 34. Yeah, they are now the champions, ahead of James Kell, Anthony Bartone, and Yannick Mettler, who again ran a good, solid race. But it's consistent, excellent from Winward Racing that is winning the day for them. And Joop Rapanga, Dynamic Porsche, just a little bit further down in third place overall. That was a car that visited the gravel, but great to see drivers aiming for a target and hitting it. And in a field of 51 cars to come in the top 10 positions, you've done something very right indeed, particularly today in a race so full of incident.
Yeah, so a lot of overall positions, probably out of positions by the normal expectations and standards of an endurance race. But again, the beauty of it was total unpredictability.
Total and entire unpredictability. One more podium ceremony to go. That would be for the bronze class. And bear in mind, the race was won by a car from the bronze class. We've already seen the identity of those, but I think they won't mind a second visit to the podium. We'll call them up in a minute. And just looking to see who's called out for third place, because it seemed to be Max Hofer and Andrei Mukazov, but I noticed they're under investigation for possible stint infraction. I won't guess either way, but there's Jens Klingman bouncing over the curves. Super slow-mo, showing how you had to attack the chicanes if you wanted to make progress around here. An attack they did. OQ Racing Team for Oman coming home with the class victory, and also overall victory, quite astonishing. So Andrei Mukazov and Max Hofer being called out in third place in class, second place in class, and they went well. 6th overall, Darren Lung coming out, 991 in the background, tall figure of Jake Dennis in between Toby Sowery. They went well. If it hadn't been for that 10-second penalty, they could have been even on the outright podium, so more delight for BMW.
And here are the winners, and look at the joy, absolutely hop, skip and a jump out for the second time this evening to the winners' podium.
Jens Klingmann is still learning how to get his breath back there. It's been hugely emotional, and those final few laps were remarkable. The pressure was coming on. Looks like he's going to be overtaken. He held on, not just to take the bronze class victory. That was welcome indeed, as Alberto Dossi brings out some trophies to the third place crew, who've actually done particularly well in their championship battle. They've moved up at Max Hofer and Andrei Mukazov. Second place in the bronze class. 7th place overall due to that late 10-second penalty. Otherwise, they would have been 4th in this race. Darren Lung in the middle, Toby Sowry and Jake Dennis on the left of the podium. A very happy BMW crew, but the Omani flag is flying high over the top step of the podium. The smiles will still be there, and the winners' trophies coming out. They've got the overall winners' trophy, but the bronze class trophies will be coming to Jens Klingmann, Ahmad Al-Hati and Sam Dahad. A further cheer for them from down below.
And I think you might say this is actually a very popular victory within the paddock.
Well, I think so too. I mean, we've used to traditionally just having the 2 pit stops. Having the third one definitely threw a curveball. Having incidents has certainly made it even more exciting.
Well, I would almost be inclined to rewrite the rules and make that sort of stint, 50-minute stint, or 55 if you've got safety cars, whatever, because it's really, really turned the if you like, the form in many ways upside down.
Well, it has been a most remarkable meeting. Always race meetings at Monza are something special, but this Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe meeting has been quite extraordinary. The extra pit stops certainly added spice. The racing was quite phenomenal. It looked as though it was going to be the 51 Ferrari all the way, but at the end, we had a bronze class car come through, and victory for Jens Klingmann, Ahmad Al-Hati and Sam Dahad. That's it. It's goodbye from me, Bruce Jones and John Watson. Ciao from Monza.